Since SSG won our Split 2 playoffs, but we are back. And today is the last opportunity for our teams to now clinch a spot in the final stage of Year 4. Today is the last chance qualifier for championships, and everything is on the line for our squads. My name is Glitter Explosion, and we're kicking off today with EMEA. So let's bring some people on here who are excited to talk you through all of the action, starting with the man himself, Dia. Happy to be back on LCQ with you. Tell me your thoughts.
I mean, like you said, very excited for the last chance qualifier, the final opportunity for so many of these teams. Watching a lot of Challenger Circuit this split, it is fascinating to see how teams that have fought their way through so many rounds of the CC now finally get to decide, was this all worth it? Will they be making it to Japan, or will they be going home empty-handed?
That is the question all of our teams will be asking themselves here today. And up next, we've got a very special guest. Okay, you've seen him a couple times on our desk over the last year. We heard he was actually available today, so we grabbed him a little bit last minute, admittedly. Didn't even give him enough time to get a green screen, but he's here regardless because we have Graceful joining us. Are you excited?
I'm very excited to be here. You know, like you said, last minute due to unfortunate circumstances, but I'm happy to be a part of the whole Apex community once again.
I think everybody's very excited to have you here with us, Graceful. Excited to get your thoughts on how everything goes here for EMEA specifically. But speaking of EMEA, we're glad to have him back on the broadcast with us, especially when we're kicking things off with his favorite region, Zephyr. It's great to have you back, man.
I feel like a child given little treats and cookies when it comes to being allowed back and on, of course, EMEA at any given point. But I'm as excited as any one of you all, of course, with the LCQ being probably one of the most challenging tournaments that we ever host when we talk about the ALGS as a whole. So it's sure to be bang.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting day here today. And you guys keep hearing us talking about it, but LCQ, last chance qualifier. All right, that's what our teams are trying to get through in order to compete at champs, the culmination of the entire year's worth of competition. And recently, we announced where champs was going to be taking place at our Split 2 playoffs. So if you missed it, let's check out exactly what our teams are playing for.
There is no way he clutches that out! He beats him up! He's just better!
NRG with the clutchest 2v3 you will ever see!
And the question on everyone's mind is, where are we going for the Year 4 championship?
Now, Dark Zero is going to be your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series!
The CEO with the hostile takeover! TSM are your champions!
総額200万ドルの賞金をめぐって世界中から集まった強豪40チームが対決します。果たしてチャンピオンになるのはどの
Now, obviously, we've had our Asia Festival happening in Japan before, but this is the first time that ALGS will be making their way to Japan. And you know, every single one of our teams competing in all of our regional LCQs wants to be there alongside everybody else in Japan. I think I can speak for all of us as well when I say, Dia, we are very excited to be going there to end Year 4 of the ALGS.
We really are, and I bet a lot of Japan is too. This has been one of the most popular, if not the most popular esport in Japan for a very long time. Everyone knows it, and so to be going to a country where ALGS is so incredibly popular is going to mean a lot to these players, and hopefully to the Japanese fans that'll finally be able to attend.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be making history for sure. But speaking of a lot of these teams that we have pushing their way through, trying to qualify out of our LCQs, we did already have 2 regions complete their competitions for the last chance qualifier. Both APAC North and APAC South have finished their LCQs, and we now know which teams from those regions will be moving forward to compete on that global stage, starting with APAC North here. Talk to me a little bit about how this went here, Zephyr. I mean, we got to see a little bit out of Reignite and Meteor, the 2 teams making their way through. That's going to be huge for them.
Yeah, Reignite here coming in at the last strike of dawn, picking up match point in the 7th game and then delivering a win following suit. You'll recognize that roster with F-Chan and Shunmi previously from their days on Pulverex playing at major LAN situations. Sudataki, a fellow broadcaster, but also a phenomenal player to represent there as well. Meteor, a handful team that has had their trials and tribulations alongside the Split 2 Pro lead in 15th place, managed to eke it through. And like I said, one of the most challenging aspects of ALGS coming through even into that 2nd place position and keeping up on the day of regarding the points is tumultuous, especially given the fact that, well, they almost tied at 68. Of course, though, for APAC South here, it was kind of a surprise potentially to most of us. If you're fans of the APAC South region, you might not recognize this roster. Havoc coming out of nowhere from the Challenger circuit, something that we have truly been waiting for when we talk about the LCQs as a whole. So many of these teams put in the time, put in the effort, but does it ever represent? Is it worth it? Well, Havoc have proved that and more, delivering, like I said, in a very similar situation to APAC North, coming through 7th game, delivering an 8-game win to send themselves to the championship alongside X and Y as well.
And of course, you know, this is what we hope to get out of Challenger Circuit. This is the entire point. These teams moving their way up the competitive ranks, making it out of CC, and then now qualifying themselves for champs. Now, this is a list that we showed you guys at Split 2 playoffs, but after both of those regions have completed their competitions, that means 4 more teams are now added to the list of teams that will be playing on our global stage in Japan. And 4 more teams just being added to an already stacked group of teams. And after today, it's only going to get even better. I mean, you see the likes of SSG on here, obviously the squad that just took home that champion title at Split 2 playoffs. Gaming Gladiators, another team that absolutely popped off in our last LAN, had the most points, didn't get the win, but had the most points at the end of it all. When we start getting through these teams, Graceful, and you start to see who's already making their way through, it starts to get a little intimidating.
Yeah, definitely. You know, all the heavy hitters are already made it through, but the fact that we're seeing some new faces come through, and I believe Challenger circled all the way through, like, it's such a good thing to have, because it really shows that, you know, anybody has what it takes to make it, and, you know, anybody could make it, and they did make it. And seeing them stack up against these rosters, some of them been playing for 4 or 5 years, will definitely be interesting. But will we see what we've been seeing for the past, you know, 5 years? Is will experience and being consistent take you all the way home, or will we see some new faces like we've seen the previous lands as well? You know, some new faces and teams have been winning.
Absolutely. I think it'll be interesting to see what they can bring to the table as well, because they've got a decent amount of time between now having qualified for champs and being able to then prep until the end of January. So lots of time for these teams to figure certain things out, kind of work with the meta as it's shifting, as patches come out. I think it's going to be a very exciting LAN, but things are constantly changing when it comes to Apex Legends and the competitive scene in general. We're going to start talking about the teams we have participating here today, but specifically, we need to talk about roster changes, because the second our playoffs to LAN was done, we started to see changes here, Zephyr.
Yeah, already right off the bat, we had a massive storyline, of course, with Slab there, and that's why you see someone like Tyler take that position on Go Next Esports. But for Slab, I mean, potentially on FaZe, then a switch up the very next day, then on to Forbidden here to compete at the very last second. This doesn't paint even the whole story, and as a result, an individual like JMW got the opportunity to fly in and take that spot for the FaZe clan coming into today. Shex, longtime individual from ANC Outplay, making the jump to Eternal. And of course, Arctic. We had a huge history there on the FaZe clan, performed quite adequately, if I would say, for these last splits, but ends up finding a new home alongside the Cybercats.
You know, constantly see these shakeups here with our squads. We'll have to see what that does for their rosters as they get into their games here today. As we can take a look at the full list of these participating squads on top of the individuals and the teams they've now moved to that we just saw for those roster changes. Dia, talk to me about some potential other squads jumping out from the list here.
I mean, just off the back of the roster changes, FaZe is a really interesting roster because of the fact that they've really got one of their original members from back when they were made in heaven, the other two still in the lobby today. And that'll be an interesting thing to track, given that we've got Taxington on Silly and, of course, Arctic on Cybercats. I'm really interested in Golem today because we saw that Challenger Circuit success story out of APAC South. Golem won. There are 4 Challenger Circuits. They won 3 of them this split. So Golem are a dominant team in the Challenger Circuit, but Graceful, you and I've talked about this a little bit before, there's a big difference between being successful in Challenger Circuit and being successful in a pro league environment.
Yeah, a lot of the time, you know, we have to think about the level difference, but not only that, but the rule set difference, you know, being able to contest and stuff like that could definitely forge you in the fire, or, you know, sometimes you fall short and you don't really get that much practice. But for me, the team that definitely stands out is DMS for sure, because I've known them for a long time, competed alongside them for the longest time, and they are looking really strong. Yeah.
Now, I'm glad you brought that up here, Graceful, because you guys at home will see the LCQ rules here up on your screen. Now, it's a format that you're familiar with, but it's different from what we've recently switched to. We're going back to our old match point format. So we will have a minimum of 6 matches. If someone wins before 6 matches are done, the winner will drop out, and we will continue on until we get at least a minimum of 6 games in the series. The top 2 teams will qualify through to champs. But the biggest thing, like Graceful just mentioned, there is no POI draft, which means that contests are up for grabs. I know we haven't seen them in a while. I know some of you aren't a fan of them. Some of you are a fan of them. Graceful's already shaking his head no, but that really could shake things up from what we see when it comes to a playing perspective here, Zephyr.
Yeah, I mean, teams have gotten used to the changes with the POI draft system, and especially being enabled, not just in the escape from contest, as both me and Graceful are probably agreeing on this point, but also on top of that, being more eligible to dictate the way you play your macro when it comes to the earlier pickups of things like those drop spots. So that not being on the board here and us kind of getting back to maybe the kitchen where these, at least, players are cooking for what could be their position. It might change throughout the day. They might potentially adapt and have to manipulate their performance to send their way forward.
All right. Well, Dia, I want you to follow up on that, but also start talking to me about some of these teams and how that could potentially tie in. I want to hear a little bit more in depth some of the teams that you think could potentially be those top 2 making their way through to champs.
Yeah, I mean, first up on that list, I think we've got to put Go Next. Off of the back of these roster changes that we teased, Tyler slotting into this squad is pretty wild. Go Next, they're still trying to find their style. I think Kashira definitely struggled at LAN to put his IGLing together with what's going on in the meta right now. Tyler, still absolutely terrifying. And FaZe, of course, as well as we talked about, have now swapped up quite a bit. Can Cinetic keep going once you've replaced all the separate parts of the ship? Is this still the same ship? Is this still the Made in Heaven that dominated the region and the zone play of it in seasons past? Graceful, how are you feeling about these first 2 rosters, especially with Go Next and FaZe Clan?
Yeah, I mean, for me, Tyler has also played with Kashira before, so Go Next specifically is looking strong because, like I told you about, you know, people were doubting Tyler back for the Alliance sub-in, and people might doubt Tyler now for Go Next, but I'm telling you, old synergy exists, and it definitely pops off. And for FaZe, you know, my boy Jake always been able to fill rosters. I'm more intrigued about who's gonna step up in the front line regarding that, because Jake has always been playing the anchor on my team for the several years. We've been trying him in different roles, but we're really interested to see, because Nags to me is a super phenomenal player in stepping up.
DMS in full English as well. We didn't get as much time to talk about them, but are certainly squads to look out for. Very good on Edge is DMS, and Glitter, I think we've got a lot to look forward to from full English as well.
Absolutely. I think teams, they're squads that have some high expectations set for them. But let's talk about, on the flip side of things, our Challenger Circuit hopefuls. These teams, Zephyr, that could be making a name for themselves like we've seen these other regions.
We'll start off with Golem here. You'll recognize Aimbot P moves away from that 3D Max roster and delivers, notably though, still in the losers bracket yesterday. The one that I'm particularly watching out for is KYL. This is the team that led into winners and delivered a #1 performance to cement them into today's finals. You'll recognize Liffen as a huge name within our scene, but Jans and Kenru definitely still trying to at least secure themselves a spot here. For team, it is Vast, Bavis, and Plexus that are going to be recognizing. Bavis does have a little bit of that history on former pro roster Aftermath here, but we are looking at a kind of heavy CC team. It is a squad that is most directly trying to set themselves up. Vast and Videk, like I said, unproven talents, but that's always the best part about watching for Challenger Circuit.
He also kept a straight face after. He kept a straight face. Don't worry, guys. That won't happen. The whole stream. He just had to get it out of his system once. But we're moments away from getting into match #1. If I can just keep it together here. And before we do that, let's talk about something that everybody at home should be really familiar with. If you're not, you're going to want to be, because this is the most epic way to watch ALGS. And of course, I am talking about Face It Watch. You can click in and watch any of your favorite teams' POVs, up to 4 at a time, with the option of a dedicated map feed here as well. This is going to be a really cool way for you to keep track of your favorite individual players and their squads, how they're doing, or even with us here on the main broadcast. Control it, watch ALGS your way. All you have to do is head on over to faceit.com/watch, and then you'll be able to keep up with all of the action we've got going on here today in the LCQ. But that action is moments away from getting kicked off, which means it's time for us to dive into it. So Dia, Graceful, let's get into match 1.
All right. Well, Graceful, I'm going to take a moment to just plug this really quick, because we talked about Face It Watch. Guys, pull up the map on Face It Watch, especially during today's games. Graceful and I both have it on our other monitor. It's definitely going to be how you're keeping track of what'll be happening over the next couple of minutes. The map provides super important context.
Yeah, definitely. You know, seeing ring knowledge and other stuff like that, regardless of what team you want to be the POV on, is huge, because you can see upcoming fights, you see macros, how are they going to intertwine against each other and whatnot. But the most important part is honestly just studying the macro, because that's something every team has to do. And if you're getting consistently stuffed on the congested side, well, something might be going wrong. Sometimes it might not just be the pathing, it could just be the timing. Well, you know, who knows? VOD review, watch the VOD.
And that macro is something that's really important in general when we're playing Apex, but I think especially on World's Edge, that is the most studied map in Apex competitive history. This is a spot where I would actually typically assume that teams that are more experienced in things like Pro League have an advantage. How can CC squads throw a wrench into those plans on the map that is arguably the most solved, Graceful?
Yeah, the thing is that, like we talked about before, CC being vastly different from PL, and I think, you know, that could go both good or bad for both sides of the teams. PL expecting teams to play a certain way, whereas CC might be CC teams coming up might be more accustomed to the chaotic playstyle that does happen in tier 2 essentially. And so I think, honestly, I would like to bet that the CC teams coming up is gonna have more of a huge impact in knowing how the games plays out, or they might be adapting a slightly bit faster, I would like to say.
Now we're going to see some contests as well, so it's a good thing we get a chance to take a look at these drop spots. There are a lot on Storm Point to look forward to, but on World's Edge, already a fight over Countdown between DMS and Silly and Enhanced Aim over in Survey Epicenter. These will be important to keep track of, and it's weird, it's really weird for me to see Survey Epi being contested.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that I think this might go, depending on how one-sided it is, one team will most likely leave and split, because that's not a PY you generally, like, all in, because if you drop a donut or two, you're immediately gonna feel like demoralized, and you start to play perhaps zone from one of the worst POIs or with less loot, etc. Because dropping zeros is never okay. Like, at bare minimum, 3 kills and dying is fine, but like, you can't just drop zeros after zeros. You might have to adapt at that point. However, you know, looking into Countdown, I would say one team might be more heavily favored. We'll have to see how they adapt from that, because, you know, when you're on a POI that doesn't have split looting, it's way worse.
And it's a very sharp contrast in these games versus those that have been played in the weekend following up to this. Some of you may have gotten the chance to catch previous rounds of the LCQ through some of the amazing watch parties that we had going on this weekend. But if you didn't, those were top 10. You just had to play through your group, make it into the top 10. At that point, dropping a 0-point game is actually pretty forgivable. You can make it back up with one good game, make it into top 10, move on to the next round, and that is not the case here at all. Because this is match point as well, I want to introduce an idea that we're going to be working with a little bit, especially in the early game, and that's advanced starting points, Graceful. Teams like KYL, DMS, Enhanced Aim already come into this game, into this series, with 10, 9, and 8 points respectively to begin them on their way to match point.
Yeah, that's a huge, like, you know, we didn't have this just recently, and that's a huge buff that people really don't oversee, because, like, you have essentially a free game for whatever to happen, and you won't lose morale if things go wrong and stuff like that, which other teams might not have. I think it's huge because you essentially get to start hot-ish, because you're no longer scared. You don't have that threat of, you know, oh, one bad game or not, because I think any team has the potential to pop off, and when you just have more lives, essentially, then it just feels better for most of them, yeah.
And KYL are going to be starting not just with 10 advanced starting points, but over at Climatizer as well, a really good POI on World's Edge. DMS will be starting off again with their contest over at Countdown, and Enhanced Aim, their contest over at Survey. So of those top 3 teams that came out of the winner's bracket, it is KYL who were leading the group that now have arguably the best start. But let's take a look at the other side of the bracket, at those teams that came out of losers. We talked about FaZe a little bit. I want to touch on teams like Golem and Team Listen as well. Golem as our Challenger Circuit aficionados coming out of this, and then Team Listen who came out right behind them. What do you make of squads that aren't coming in with the momentum that we talked about with KYL, that do need a bit of a slower start, but certainly a lot of good games to start things off right?
Yeah, it's definitely hard to say, because when you haven't seen them as much and you haven't seen the consistency, you can't really, you know, start assuming stuff. But I would like to believe that regardless, like, they have to be in their own mindset, and, you know, sometimes you have to fake it till you make it. And I'm sure that they believe that they can stand on top, and as long as they, you know, believe in themselves and they keep going, they're here for a reason. That's like the one thing you have to go on, and then you just have to, like, the same way as LAN is the same way here, is you just have to adapt to the lobby, because, you know, some lobbies end up playing with 10 team circle 1 and some has 20 circle 5. Regardless of how it is, you still have to adapt. So it just comes down to being flexible, I would say.
And that adaptation, especially in the LCQ, happens so incredibly quickly, especially looking at 2 of the teams that we chose to highlight earlier, Go Next and FaZe. I'm really curious about how Cinetic and Kashera will end up changing things up, because they had to undergo massive shifts in the Split 2 playoffs to try and find a good spot. Those IGLs really favoring Zone, and Zone just really isn't, when you're playing in the LCQ, a playstyle that gets favored that much.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people, because of the way that when you play hard Zone, is that you're trying to you kind of read the opponents around you. You're like, okay, there's 6 teams here. We know how they play. That's why we know how to play in higher level lobbies. But once it becomes a little bit messier, because you have to understand, these teams that come from LCQ typically don't have managers, don't have analysts, don't have coaches, and they have to make the macro and strategy on their own. It's not going to be as fleshed out as somebody that has a paid analyst that does it for them. And you can't really predict what they're going to do, because, you know, they might be reading off somebody's VOD, but at the end of the day, it's how they do the split-second decision-making. And a lot of the times when you're like, they should be doing this, and they do something completely different, you can get punished for making a bad, like a good play that you thought was going to happen, but it just didn't end up happening. Because at the end of the day, what teams think is the best for them, that's what they're going to do, even if sometimes you get griefed, right?
And that's where our legend meta can actually help save teams a lot of the times as well. We saw, of course, a lot of Newcastle recently. Newcastle provides a lot of forgiveness, and we've seen a lot of Pathfinder in the Challenger Circuit and in the LCQ in a very different way, both enabling teams to pop off and relocate with relatively little risk.
Yeah, Pathfinder definitely is one of the characters that helps you with macro, because of the energized sip makes macro crazy good, especially mid to late game. Is that like you said, it makes up for these that you might not have good macro, but because you have Path, it enables you to do stuff you wouldn't be able to do on any other character. Same with Newcastles. When fights are sloppy, you do get to reset just because of that legend pick alone. And this is what you said about Legends. You have to sometimes pick for what your weaknesses might be rather than your strengths, just to be a like all-around solid team rather than having huge highs and, you know, low lows. So it's good to pick characters that help you. If you're struggling with fighting, you pick a character like Newcastle to help you reset a little bit easier and might be a little bit bulkier as a character individually.
Well, Graceful, the scene has certainly been set. We know what these teams can do to help their own play styles, to move out of all these spots on World's Edge that, as we know, should be the place that all these squads are comfortable on. But now it's time to, in the words of a wise man, get comfortable being uncomfortable, because the LCQ is starting right now. In our first game on World's Edge, we'll be dropping our players in for their first shot at making it to the ALGS Championships in Sapporo, Japan. Our dropship is going to be coming over right now, and World's Edge is honestly a very difficult place to make plays happen if you're not rotating early, if you're not familiar with how squads around you will go. There are a lot of power positions, a lot of buildings to maintain control of, and that's where all of this is going to be put to the test, Graceful.
Yeah, definitely with the map size as well, and the congested chokes and whatnot makes it so that it's hard to take isolated fights, because teams macro always like intertwined with each other, right? So you have to be really clean and really fast comparatively to other maps. You know, we've seen a few tournaments now run on E district. You have way more space maybe, and then Stormpoint as well. You have a little bit more time. If we like, I don't know the actual average stats, but if we were to have an average how long a fight lasts specifically on World's Edge, it's definitely a lot short. Like, you have a smaller window frame to clean up fights compared to other maps. So I think, you know, you gotta be clean or you're gonna get punished.
It's time to find out how clean our teams can be. It is just the first game, so I'm expecting some growing pains early on, but game one does in fact begin. The LCQs have kicked off, and I can't believe I get to say this, Graceful, but teams are dropping from the dropship once again. I'm not seeing anybody, again, on the map that you should be pulling up over on Face It Watch. I'm not seeing anybody drop onto each other just yet. Even that contest that we thought was going to happen over here in Countdown with DMS looks pretty actionless, as DMS are alone and Silly are already gone.
Yeah, the thing is that like we talked about, it's not really worth to take this whole like donut of the get-go, and that can just snowball negatively for your team. However, on the flip side of things, DMS not scared at all to fight. You know, I've been fighting them for so many years that they're more than comfortable to fight. And I think contesting, especially when it comes down to a 50-50, whoever like is in quotes the stronger team always benefits of playing slowly, aka looting more, because once it comes down to a 3v3, theoretically they should win every time. Whereas like if you're a little bit not that strong in fighting and you might be the team that's considered the weaker, doing a heads-on 50-50 might be better if you're actually committing to the 50-50, because you can win off of RNG alone, right? But we'll have to see if other teams are willing to fight or not.
I mean, our RNG has certainly worked in some teams' favor more than others, especially with Silly going down that early. I mean, I am amazed to see a team dropping that fast, and that's after you said that fights tend to go faster over here on World's Edge. Taking a look at Epicenter, we've already got Team starting to rotate out. Their composition, of course, including that Newcastle Pathfinder that we touched on earlier, and nobody's given up the utility that a Bangalore provides. I say that. We have actually seen some teams give it up, but it's still so incredibly useful.
I think that Bang overall is one of the comfort picks as well. Like, I don't think you can ever go wrong picking her. I do like to see teams like mixing things up by testing, not dropping her and testing other characters. However, I think that specifically tied to World's Edge, Bang is a lot stronger because of these tight like small micro movements you have to make where a smoke is enough, compared to like bigger size map like Stormpoint, where you can scout ahead a lot of the time, but in World's Edge, like, people could be hiding left and right.
Now, we've already got a lot of teams that have taken a look at this next zone. We're going to be moving over to Countdown, where DMS and 3D Max are already positioning themselves. DMS actually playing the outside of Countdown and setting up a really nice defensive angle here. This is a tough spot to push, Graceful, and especially when you've got a Watson this early on, DMS could be setting themselves up for a fantastic late game spot.
Yeah, they're already, you know, they already see the zone, and they're in a pretty much what we consider a god spot. I would say, depending on where the zone pulls, they should be getting top 3 if it is in their favor, and top 5 if it's not in their favor. I think that teams could still take a fight, although it's hard, but they like, I would say the window is about 1 minute. Anything more than a minute and you can no longer fight for this because everybody's already here.
Eternal are another squad that, coming out of Lava Fisher, had ring console to read this zone early and should be having a top 3 performance. You can include quite a few squads in here. Even FaZe, who start over at Sky West, have got the ring read, and hopefully will be able to make an easier way into the zone than Enhanced Aim, who with a crazy zipline have managed somehow to stay alive. I'll be honest, I don't live through that zipline, so I don't know how they did.
Yeah, it is a crazy zipline, but that's the strength of him, is that you get to macro. Like, normally if they just ran, somebody might have made it here before them, but that path zip that goes so far as well, and also the fact that you can just look at crates and get it almost immediately everywhere, is just such a good positive thing. And FaZe as well coming in late is going to be terrifying because they went from, you know, Trial Sky West. They're going to be more looted than these teams you already see in zone, and that's the thing that, like, that's where people are juggling between zone and edge plays. That if we sit there too early, will there be triple red rushing us or not? Can we survive the wave? And that's pretty much a question every zone team is asking themselves all the time.
That's exactly where you're seeing the white optics on a G7 Scout and going, it's going to be a little tough for DMS. At least they've got a good spot in zone, but if you're not able to farm up Evo and hopefully get a little bit of loot off of the teams that fight around you, you can be put in a really difficult spot. A squad like Go Next, who playing out of Landslide, are going to be inherently a little bit more edge. Don't really have a great position to fight from either. I wonder how Landslide will turn out, as other teams like Full English are already rotating in ahead of you.
Yeah, this is one of the macros that's really hard. Like you see, they just came here, but everybody's pretty much already set up. Now it comes down to surviving until other teams start fighting to where they can hold teams out. But surviving here until that happens is definitely very hard.
I'm just watching that Evo bar go on up. A nice way to start things off with an EMP. 3D Max actually positioned right next door to this fight with Full English. Have a Wraith, one of the few, I think it might even be the only Wraith in the lobby. But in a countdown zone like this, maybe that little bit of extra mobility can be safe. Maybe just as safe as Pathfinder?
Yeah, 100%. Wraith excels in these moments where you're deep into center and you can be, like, you can choose where to 3P. So if a fight happens on edge or even on a building right above them, making that safe TP play is what it, like, right now they don't have loot, correct? But when they have a Wraith TP, they can always get loot at some point in the game. You just have to survive until you can get that loot, whether that be by a 3P or whether that be just by all-inting, like, triple death boxes are already on the ground, just by showing your teeth and throwing nades just to TP for the loot. It's really beneficial. So this is the primary spot you want to be in as a Wraith player.
Now, let us not forget that FaZe did have an early read on the zone. This is a typically zone-heavy team, but we did expect that they'd be playing things a little bit differently, and they are certainly doing that in our first round. Not moving in from Sky West, and instead rotating through Sky East, playing the edge of the zone, searching for kills, and FaZe already found one onto KYL.
Check out that area.
Yeah, like I said before, like, they're gonna play it slow and get super stacked and come in and swoop everybody, because a lot of the teams, especially, like, you have to remember, like, what caliber of a team FaZe is. They're a strong contender for even possibly being able to win LAN, and now adding on with Jay, you know, and former LAN champ as well. I think they're more than confident that they can win any 3v3 in this fight. Perhaps against 1 or 2 teams, they're like, it might go even. Everybody else, you're probably gonna mop.
That stick should make a reset possible. Cracked, still very low with only a white knockdown shield. Sirdel's gonna have to put up a few more fences. Another Arc Star, a little bit more utility being expended. The Full English already missing so much of this, as maybe a few other teams could come in on them as well. It's gonna make things really difficult. You've got to pull off this res at some point, and the Arc Stars just keep being expended right now. Not a good place for Full English to be, because even though they get this res right now, it's cost them so much.
That's what I said before, is that surviving here when everybody's already set up is like the only thing they have to do. Once they survive, I would say 2 more zones, that's when they actually get to play the game, because now 3D Max won't be able to make plays again. However, currently they can, only due to the fact that they have a Wraith as well, because, you know, DMS was above looking down at them, but being able to TP into the blue container was a good opportunity. However, it didn't actually get the thirst, I believe.
Now, Team Listen do go down meanwhile. That's our squad in 19th after our first game. Go Next still holding on to the height in Landslide. They've got next ring, and importantly, there's a ring console here for Go Next. So playing out of Landslide, they should be able to hit that, get some information moving into the late game. Full English, search for another fight, are playing aggressively, and like you talked about, playing the macro of this specific spot pretty well. You do need to create space for yourself, because if other teams feel comfortable stepping up, moving over to you, that's where you really get into a lot of trouble.
Yeah, definitely, and they're doing a good job so far smoking the angles they can shoot them and trying to play space on both sides. However, whichever teams ends up getting either shot at or like if they get downed, 3P and 4P can happen instantaneously because there's literally 4 teams playing within 25 meters of each other.
This central zone area over by Countdown should be, for all intents and purposes, relatively peaceful. But up here in the north, where FaZe Clan are at, you know that they're going to be picking a fight. Pointless is right across from them here in Skyhook. And when we look a little bit further down, we know that we've got that traffic jam of Go Next, ANC Outplayed, and Cybercats all sitting over by Landslide. So the north and south end of this zone should be where we see our next squads falling.
Yeah, definitely. They're just waiting to clear their backs and then looking for a 3v3 isolated fight. This is typical gameplay when you're confident into the lobby, and they're just showing how strong they are. We'll see if they can take down more teams, but as of currently, I have no doubts.
Synetic not using any big heals right now. They're taking this fight slowly but surely, and Nag's already walking up. This is what it feels like when you're able to use Nags and Synetic as a blunt force weapon. Already an EMP has gone out, and the teams do trade places, but while Catch goes down, it's FaZe that is slowly but surely chipping away at Pointless.
Yeah, you know, not even counting Akimbo Mossy right there being really strong. I think any weapon, even with P20s, they probably would have mopped them. Because when you're playing like that and you're getting completely engaged on and you're only being reactive, oh my god, they're EMPing us, oh my god, let's run out bottom floor. At some point, you're gonna get caught. You have to be playing proactively all the time is what I say. Because when you let teams do what they want to you, they just end up mopping you.
Now 3D Max going down, that's a bit of a surprise to me. Full English ended up picking a fight with the team that was next to them on low ground, and they lose Phoenix and Cracked for it. Surdell still alive, but I don't see Surdell surviving for too much longer if squads are already looking for engagements this early into the zone.
That's what I said as well, is if they pick that fight early, they're gonna get insta 3-peat either by DMS or I think it was Bazaar's team bottom right as well. They are definitely, they got punished. They might have gotten the 3 kills, but I don't think you ever want to play out this game specifically as a solo. So, you know, we'd have to VOD review that if that was a play or not, but going into a solo, I don't think that was.
Didn't end up connecting. That good community have been trying to gatekeep KYL for the better part of the last 2 minutes. Over here in Monument Fragment, can be tough. Now Full English do go down. Surdell not able to survive for too long, but this is certainly the next fight that should be resulting in a squad wipe. KYL and Fat Kid community at each other's throats, while Empire do find a knock onto Slab. It's Go Next that have their own engagement kicking off towards the south end of the map.
Yeah. The funny thing that I noticed right now, Dia, do you notice that all the heavy hitters of the lobby is playing Edge because they're that confident in winning 3v3s? And we've seen all of them pretty much win the 3v3s as well. I think DMS is the only one, but that's because they had the zone on their forehead that they're not going to play Edge, which is the most typical fighting style as they like to fight. But we're definitely seeing a trend of the teams that are confident, consistent, and have played together for a long time are showing their teeth, and other teams might be either backing off or they might be sloppy in fights. I don't know.
Fat Kid community continue to rotate ahead of KYL. They're sitting right next to who came out of Skyhook earlier. FaZe Clan also starting to rotate into Countdown from the Skyhook area. And Fat Kid community aren't going to be able to find too much purchase here unless a nade goes crazy, and it does not. Only 40 damage on that. Should mean the Fat Kid community stay up here. Kenny Rue, however, falling down could change things. That's the Newcastle on the low ground, meaning no resets, meaning Fat Kid community do end up dropping down, taking out KYL, and moving us to 14 squads.
Yeah, that was great. Doing that small micromanage to get to the tower ahead of them and just hold them out, leaving one on top tower to make sure they don't get thirded is honestly textbook play, and I'm super proud of them. That shows so much promise. If they can keep this calm, level-headed play going into later games, we could see some really popping off happening.
Now the positioning out of Fat Kid community has been fantastic. Can they actually keep that going? is the question that you pose. Can you retain high ground? It's really difficult into this later game, as now they've got to cross this whole valley, moving over to Countdown, where Enhanced Aim have found themselves basically dead on in the center of zone, or as close as you can be. FaZe Clan also in a fantastic spot, but this whole south side of the map, Graceful, this whole south side of the map, if you see your team there, start saying prayers.
Yeah, definitely. That's what we like to call a congested side. You right now have the option to do we try to just YOLO into dead center zone where we have no clue what's happening, or do we try to clear out the side where there's literally 4 teams on the west, southwest, and there's 2 teams on the east? You know, they don't really have that knowledge, and the time is ticking. They have to make a decision now, because any later they make that decision means less time to fight.
They're already taking a few shots at each other, but nobody really committing just yet. It does look like we've got Arctic and Micey starting to make their way in as Atlas set up the Newcastle wall in a defensive corner. Atlas have almost no HP to work with, and the Mastiff at short range is only going to make that a little bit more comfortable. We'll see if they can survive the next couple of seconds as a nade starts to pour in here. Atlas have very little spots to play. Evac tower is out. Will they actually take it to move into the next zone, because they don't have much time for anything else?
If they have a nade, they could take it, but I think it's a little bit risky. They decide to not take it, I believe, but fights are happening in the same building as well, with Eternal getting 8th, I believe, and going down as well, and it's 3P, yeah.
Unfortunately, got breathed on through that door. It was just on so little HP. Atlas do come in. A res already going off. Tryhard Thor picking up the rest of the team as the Thurnal do get wiped out, but it means that a third party is going to come in immediately. 12 squads left. We may be dropping down a little further. We're losing a few as Arctic on the high ground puts out good damage. The rest of Atlas having to head for the hills. They don't have that much time. The zone is coming in, and Fat Kid community go down in the meantime. Cybercats claiming control of this building.
Cybercats being super proactive is nothing less than what I would expect out of the team, because I actually trialed and played with Arctic a little bit, you know, going into this tournament, and he's super proactive as a person and an individual. I think that they might have found something here that people might have been not looking at properly, and I think that, you know, them being proactive in game 1 shows good promises going into future games.
Our kings of Challenger Circuit, Golem, make a full rotation in the eyes of Go Next. Kraber shot not connecting. Does mean that Tyler doesn't pick up the kill for now, but Go Next get a nice spot in this corner. It's not in zone just yet, but it should allow them to prepare for the next zone. Red shield's already on Tyler. Purple for Kai and Kashara should mean that they are ready to fight. We saw that Kraber already, and it does mean that just one good shot can open things up for Go Next to take a full-on 3v3.
Yeah, definitely. The only issue here is that when it comes down to when the zone is closing of which team is looking where, because even if you take a fight at any point, somebody could drop on you, could just look down and shoot you. But with that armor advantage, they definitely looking, you know, they're not shying away from a fight, that's for sure.
Bro, how does everyone have a red weapon? Like, Ozus has a bow, Prestus has a Kraber, Tyler has a Kraber. They're all on this eastern side of the map. There's a lot of pressure coming from this angle.
I definitely think that crit weapons is a huge power spike, and in the hands of players like that, like you just said, it's terrifying to be in this lobby and be on the receiving end, so to say, because those teams also are looking at teams walking in with the zone like we're seeing right here. It's definitely a tough walk-in.
For teams that do have Catalyst, maybe things get a little bit more comfortable. Cybercat's actually using an opposing Catalyst wall to make a quick rotate in. Arctic gets caught on an LOS, but manages to get away with the grapple. Cybercat's still not playing a great position, but there are few enough sight lines on them that they're going to be okay, where teams like Empire and rolling teams are not. Go Next, having lost one. Kai is down, have Tyler throwing out another Kraber shot. Banner gets recovered, but Tyler's got a clutch up for the team. Swings in with the double. Mozems does not find the shot, instead is cut off by a Catalyst wall. Go Next can't really afford to push as FaZe and Arctic swing this. The Cybercats want to take out Go Next, and they just might.
The fact that Cybercats was on triple blue and they're winning this fight due to literally ult placements and utility is just so good. Like, they just upgraded armors and got weapons now as well. If they can get this reset properly, it's crazy.
That was incredibly smart. Very nicely played from Cybercats. Now, they are still in a really rough position and without a Catalyst wall. So you do need to get a few ultimate accelerants into Catalyst if you want to make your rotation into this next zone, because FaZe Clan will keep you honest either way. Synetic does go a little bit low to the zone. FaZe still with fantastic armors, with good position, can go far in this game. They've already made it to top 5, but Enhanced Aim with a squad in the middle of zone. How well can Enhanced Aim control the squads around them?
Yeah, they've been there this whole game, and they've been doing good so far. Coming down to the last fight now, the teams on the top just want to force the other team off, either with a bang ult or with a wall placement or something else. We'll have to see what happens, but I have no doubts that one of the teams up top should win, unless it becomes really messy into like a 2v2 trade. We'll see here. The fight is coming up right now.
FaZe use a nice zip line to just close the distance. I don't have to get too fancy just yet, but Nags, completely ignoring that directive, is going to move on to try and wipe out a squad. Does take out Falcons, could make it another as he's only taken 20 damage so far, and an Enhanced Aim just to melt, leaving FaZe as the kings of the high ground as they get pushed. Forbidden Gaming recognize weakness. Can they now take out FaZe, who are a duo? Nags is one, Nags is down, FaZe are out, and Cybercats fight Golem on the low ground.
Definitely. Messy enough it was indeed for Forbidden, came in swinging, and they just cleaned that up really clean. Like, the thing is that when you have a fight when the zone is ending like this, no downs can happen. You have to prioritize staying alive rather than winning the fight. However, they got punished, and that just shows proactiveness from Forbidden is great. However, Cybercats now in a tough spot.
Using the Pathfinder ultimate to set them up for a rotation onto high ground. Will they actually try and fight Forbidden? I don't really see this as possible. However, when Forbidden eventually do have to drop, who will end up winning the game? Golem and Cybercats are not interested in fighting each other. It's Forbidden that has to decide who they will engage with. Evac Tower on the low ground can stall that decision. They're thinking about it, and being smoked off doesn't give Forbidden a lot of choices. EMP is going to be critical. Out comes the Evac. Forbidden need to stay in the sky. EMP is going to find a little bit of purchase. Now where did Forbidden go?
Yeah, they're going up on the balloon. I'm not a fan of balloon plays in general. It is working now, thankfully, but this is scary. I'm not gonna lie. Dropping into this last fight.
Slap drops.
Can they clean it up?
Golem are down. It's just Forbidden and Cybercats, and it's all down to Abu as he drops into the middle of Cybercats, who eviscerate him, claws out and all. Cybercats take game 1, and with really good play. Their 3v3s are looking clean this early into the LCQ.
Cybercats looking strong, like I said, being proactive throughout the whole game. Even there, I'm pretty sure they recognized that the zone was pulling towards them and not away from them, meaning that, you know, they can just chill as long as they survive the wave of nades and abilities early on. Forbidden has to drop on a team. Honestly, I think Forbidden might have had a better chance if they decided to just play for second. That's more points, 3 kills, better placement. Going up that balloon is very risky indeed, but I think they might have gotten something out of it.
And it is... I think later on in the tournament, we could look at that same play and go, that's actually pretty good, because playing for the win will be important in match point. But right now, as you identify, playing for points seems to be the big thing, because you need to at least hit 50 points if you want a chance of coming out first.
Exactly. Playing for points and understanding, like, just a tournament isn't just a tournament. There's different phases. The same way as we're looking for the teams that get to match point, teams that aren't on match point and are far away are starting to go full on Pepega mode, aping, griefing everyone, because they have to drop a nuke to win the tournament. And that happens later on as well. So you have to adapt as you go along the way. Right now, playing for points is the way, because you need to hit match point. After that, we can talk about balloon plays, hiding a little bit, maybe ratting, etc. But for now, stacking points is all that matters.
So Forbidden, you know, maybe they could dial up the aggression a little bit. Still really good play to take out FaZe on the high ground. I think it was a nice identification of weakness there, and that's something that all of our teams did very well. Even Golem, who on the low ground took that spot early, have played out the first game excellently. They do end up getting themselves a 3rd place finish, but in reality, this is a little bit lower, with teams like FaZe and Go Next picking up a lot of kills that have put them much higher in the standings.
Yeah, seeing this many kills from the, from GoNext and FaZe is to be expected. I think everybody thinks that way. The only thing that I'm looking at is I don't even care about teams that might have dropped a donut or a low game point. I'm looking at DMS. They've been in a spot to where they should be guaranteed more points than 6, in my opinion. And, they fell short a little bit. And seeing that good teams can still bleed is a good eye-opener for every other team that, hey, maybe FaZe and Go Next is, you know, a little bit strong, but everybody else in the lobby is fair game.
I mean, I'm going to throw Eternal in there as well, who landed over at Fisher, who had the early zone read. You don't see them in these top three as Cybercats, Forbidden, and Golem all end up there. Forbidden with the least damage of the three squads, but still a respectable amount given the kills that they were able to grab. And Forbidden weren't exactly playing like Cybercats were around the edge looking for kills either. Forbidden were playing a very zone-oriented game, and they did well with it.
Yeah, I think they did great. And like you said, you know, that 3P onto FaZe at the height was great. However, you have to be able to do that throughout the whole game and not just once.
We'll see how often they can pull it out. Like we said, Forbidden already seemingly playing for match point. Can they actually get to match point? Who will they be joining there? We'll find out after the break. Underneath them. We are just on the journey towards match point, and nobody's really that close yet. To be completely honest with you, we've got a ways to go.
Yeah, definitely the points, you know, although some teams have a lot of points, I think that it's still kind of ish. I would say top 5 is still kind of even all about. And that was only game 1. We have plenty of games to go, and I'm looking forward to all of it because I'm hoping some teams wake up, and if not on World's Edge, at least on Story.
All right, but let's take a look at the end zone, as Forbidden did have a difficult choice to make. Would they drop down early? Would they try and stall things out? We saw them take an interesting play, one that not a lot of teams, especially over at Split 2 playoffs, chose to take, and that was stay in the air as long as possible, reminding me of Valkyrie metas from times past. Slab actually pulled this off pretty well. Abu doing much the same, as both did eventually have to drop, but they managed to, off the back of this, clinch a second place without really having to worry too much. It is Golem that go down, and I think the problem really comes when Abu eventually drops down and all 3 members of Cybercats are still alive. That's where the stall really doesn't work in your favor, because I will say, Graceful, if you've got a little bit more time and maybe Cybercats lose a member or 2, there's a real way that you can come out on top of that. It is just our first match on World's Edge, and we'll be moving into our second reel shortly, where we can expect probably something significantly different, as Countdown, not a very typical zone pull that we see repeated. It's not like Climatizer, where sometimes we're just going Climatizer 3 games in a row.
Yeah, definitely not Clima, not the typical SkyWest. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more, you know, I've been scrimming a lot, and hopefully we see maybe a little bit of stack, something southeast I would like to see. However, like you said before, yes, definitely you gotta be playing for points right now going into game 2, I think, because teams that drop donuts are already on a bad start, but I think that if you're having a bad World's Edge, you can at least have a wake-up call on Stormpoint as well, because some teams, as you know, a lot stronger on different maps.
That's certainly true. Once you make the transition, especially teams that tend to be a little bit heavier in kills, we see that positively correlated with how they end up playing when we get into the rounds, like you said, on Stormpoint. That's where teams that actually like Golem, who get around 60%, it might even be higher. I'm gonna double check it. Yeah, 60% of Golem's points come from kills. And so when we move to Stormpoint, it tends to have a little bit more time, a little bit more space for 3v3s. That's where we see squads like that really excel. FaZe, I think we can look out for there at the same time, as they already on World's Edge have been playing the Demons of Edge.
Yeah, definitely. I think that speaking of kills, the heavy hitters are just dropping. I think that we saw a few 10+ kill games here from the strong heavy hitters in this lobby. And I think that you kind of have to mismatch, because it also depends on zone. You know, if the zone was on top of them, some teams that want to play Edge, like DMS as an example, couldn't play Edge. Could this affect other teams? And we'll see. With the zones now being roughly around the same area of the side of the map, you know, a little bit more northwest it looks like, maybe a little bit more into Skyhook. Will we see a repeat of the top 5 teams from last game, or will we see new people now coming in? Remains to be seen.
Bit of a party here for us. Silly also have survived a whole lot longer than they did last game. Epicenter and Survey now actually effectively split, with Enhanced Aim moving over towards Survey and Silly getting all of Epi to themselves. Empire starting off over by Thermal are going to have a zone read, but I said we probably weren't going over towards Countdown, and I will say this looks like a little bit more of a northern pole, but it's not as far from Countdown as I might have otherwise expected, Graceful.
Yeah, if this was the old, like I'm saying, like 4 or 5 patches ago, this would have been ending right on the countdown slope. But now, seeing a lot of the zones pulling into Skyhook, I think a lot of teams are happy, especially zone teams, because there's a lot more playable areas for zone teams. There's so many buildings, so many crooks and corners that you can play comparatively to countdown, where you only really have 3, 4, 5 teams playing in a safe spot, and the rest are just praying that they don't get looked at while the zone is closing. Skyhook, on the opposite side of things, you can YOLO balloon into almost any building and still ish make it. So that's a good, you know, for teams that might have fell early playing zone, that's a good note for them.
So let's talk a little bit about this idea of teams that get the zone coming to them and should be able to work with it. In this game, it's Eternal, DMS, Pointless, Enhanced Aim, and FaZe that all got ring scan or something akin to it and are basically already in Skyhook. These are the teams that should be your top 5 in theory moving into the later half of today's games. That's not necessarily going to be it in practice, but it's a good idea for us to keep our eyes on these teams and see how they play when they have the advantage of the extra information and positioning first move.
Yeah, I think that, speaking of YOLO balloon landing straight into a person, made it out alive maybe? They're getting really punished for this. Speaking of, like, you know, when you have someone on top of you and needing to essentially close out games, when we're talking about that top 10, we're talking about 6 points average. But when we're talking about match point finals, there's no longer about the 6 point average. You need more than that. And some teams might be a little bit too, what's the word in English? Antsy, right? Where they're like too eager to make plays. And that costs them, whereas like sometimes you just have to, when you have someone on you, you just have to play your game and learn how to hold teams out. Playing power spots is what I like to call them, to get those points and not just stay in God spot. You have to still, despite having a God spot, you still have to be proactive, looking for kills. Like when we talked about that Brave team, maybe a YOLO TP out, look for angles and some loot and kills, you know?
Oh, Graceful. I like the idea of bringing in YOLOs in match 2 already. Like, you know what? We just gotta send it. But you're right. I mean, the attitude is correct, even if the words are very 2000s, because a YOLO really can help you every once in a while. With a team like ANC outplayed, I think they'll have a little bit less to deal with of this. Where a team like Listen, and I know what you guys are thinking. Yes, that is a Vantage Newcastle Ash. This is not some crazy meta read that Team Listen have. They've just been playing this composition for a very long time. We see them in a couple challenger circuits. No matter the meta, no matter what time it is, Team Listen love their Vantage Ash Newcastle.
The thing is, Team Listen, I know all of these players that have been playing as a team for a long time, right? And I've seen Strongest, Kumra, and Plum. I don't doubt the legend. So this is the thing. You can make any legend really work. We're talking about consistency though. In 100 games, can you fit that legend like into all the games to be valuable, or is it just one? Like if it's only 10 pop-off games out of 100, is it worth across the board? But when we're talking about match point games, those comps, well, I'm referring mainly to Vantage rather than Ashe, can definitely help you rack up points, because can you get into a spot where you're just gatekeeping people with that ultimate? Easy cleanup for downs, and you can get a bunch of points. But the real question comes down to, you know, coming from CC or even tier 2, is do you know how to adapt your playstyle to legends? And this is one thing I see a lot of the times is teams don't change playstyle according to legends, because now when you're playing some, they just go edge or zone, but there's more layers to that, honestly.
And especially with the recent patch, I don't think a lot of people have gotten the chance to play against Vantage. Vantage can 2-tap blue shields at this point, which is really effective in the mid game. You talked about gatekeeping, and of course at any point the incredible amount of damage that Vantage brings to the table is going to be useful, but especially in mid game, if you're able to find a team to sit in front of, kind of like Fat Kid Community were able to last game, you can grab a few kills, a few cheeky points, shall we say, as already at this point in the game we have had a pretty slow one. A lot of teams, despite poking at each other, are sat in Skyhook, which is a much easier place to find buildings in that give you safety during the early game. I think what it promises as Graceful is a much bloodier mid game.
Yes, so we already saw the early game, and most of the teams are already set inside Skyhook. We're now looking at the mid game, where the teams that are half speed rotating towards the zone, looking for isolated fights essentially, are coming in. Even though rolling teams recognizing that, hey, this might be congested, we should probably look to get out before we get pinched between too many teams, because the wave after the mid is late teams, and the late teams are the scariest one, because they're the ones who's been stacking objectives. They're on red armors, they're on fully stacked kitted gears. They are definitely the team that you don't want to get pinched by.
Atlas, I think, will be able to avoid this as well. Evac tower should bring them closer to Skyhook. I'm expecting to wrap further around these Ravens. We'll see if they find a landing spot, as we're heading straight in. Atlas say, you know what? We don't think any teams are going to be able to put up a good enough defensive position in these buildings. They land right on top of one, and we'll see how well they're able to survive. Black Venom does go incredibly low. This is a risky play. This is Graceful. This is the YOLO play from Atlas.
It is a YOLO play, but it's somehow turning out positive. They actually got it down because a second EMP came in, not from Slab's team or Forbidden right here, and they got punished for it, which is crazy. You have to be ready, especially when you see that balloon. I'm honestly a little bit sad to not see them be proactive earlier on.
I see. Does find the last member. Forbidden, our second place team from game 1, will fall in 20th in game number 2. A huge blow to them, as they will be staying with their 17 points that they got in our first match. Atlas, on the other hand, this was crazy. Like we talked, I'd say bit disrespectful of a play to move in and say, I bet we can take this fight, but they could, so it works.
Yeah, I think a little bit of luck, Lady Luck, was on their side for sure, because they got the second EMP from the team next door, I believe, that helped them catch Forbidden a little bit with their pants down as well, because hey, not only did you get EMP, we're all getting EMP together, and with that Newcastle wall coming down, and they were all just triple holding hands together, I think that's where we get to see death balling, especially with Newcastle, is so strong, and teams that are able to use it definitely come out on tops in 3v3 most of the times.
Ooh. Oh, that was rough. It won't actually make ANC outplayed go down just yet, or maybe I spoke too soon. That's a push coming out immediately. Stelizzi going to be healing in this corner. I think you get the bat off, but it's going to be just in time, as Bot does slide in and take the knockback. Kid Community know that they've got a team weak in front of them, and there is no forgiveness for ANC outplayed, even off the back of this zip line. It does look like at least one member of ANC outplayed gets to live, but that is a temporary status.
The fact that they had this like god spot essentially to rotate but still stay that active, Fat Kid Community looking hella strong, but that's only also because Crypto enables you to go off of that down with the EMP, because you get walls and also you hit the EMP, so they slow down everybody and do damage. Is that you can actually engage on that. Normally, like you said, this should be safe, right? Crypto makes that not. Like that makes it risky regardless because they can just EMP and ape you.
Two things that you've always got to be wary of, especially in the LCQ, is crypto and a confident team. We had a good mix of both there. Full English actually encountering one themselves, as again a second EMP on this fight forces Full English out of it, cracked with 50 health. Does manage to survive, and a Phoenix will make that a little bit easier. But this ring is getting very chaotic as 18 squads are left, and Full English do have to find a way to get active. They've only got 1 kill so far, sitting in north side of zone. They've got a really good spot if they want to sit here and play for positioning, but that's not all you need in the LCQ.
No, definitely not. Like we said about staying proactive, only 1 kill is not enough to gather points because we're not looking at top 10 anymore. We're looking for match points. You need to be stacking those points up together. Being in this spot is not bad as long as they can play space and stay proactive, like we've seen from Fat Kid Community, correct? Whereas, like, if you're just sitting in there not doing anything and a team gets to walk up on your house to make a play on you, like we saw earlier, then playing here might not be the play. If that's your playstyle, you might be more suited for Edge being the one engaging, because you cannot, with all these cryptos in the lobby, I repeat, you cannot be the team that continuously get engaged on.
Now, while we're sat up here with Full English, we've got a fight brewing with Pointless and DMS stacked right on top of each other in the center of Skyhook, but my real focus has got to be towards the south side of this map. Take a look at the ring and how far it is pulling north. A team like Full English, especially Empire and Silly, have really good spots for now. Silly with a big burden on them for how well they'll be able to hold on, but a squad like Golem, look a little further north. Go Next, Atlas, Cybercats, these are teams that want to fight and will have to fight in the next couple of minutes.
Ooh, speaking of fighting, coming in right here now as well. We'll have to see if the back end is clear in the crevice. And it seems to be clear. They landed safely, which is crazy. But I think, honestly, the biggest change here... Oh, doesn't get down the wall. We'll see if they get engaged on, but I don't think so. I think the biggest thing here, though, Dia, is that... Why did everybody read the zone going south rather than north, is my opinion.
Yeah, but certainly a bit odd, and perhaps not a lot of ring consoles available in the Ring 3 sort of stages of this game. Empire do hold on, like you said. I managed to reset because the only thing crazier than landing here would be pushing it. So I managed to stay alive, and with a Kraber in hand, this still could turn into a good game for them.
Yeah, definitely. The fact that they managed to reset due to, I would also say, due to Bang and Newcastle specifically with the reset power of smokes and shields, etc., is a huge benefit. Now, every team on the south needing to rotate. The congested side is the south, where we see other teams like DMS, Empire, Full English, and FaZe are playing power spots, holding that out because they're not playing in what I like to call all-in positionings, where they get to gatekeep more than just praying that it pulls onto them.
Now, a lot of buildings are taken. A lot of buildings will be fought for. Atlas kicking that off right now in their engagement up against FaZe, setting up a Newcastle wall, just like they did earlier. They move into a building, they immediately Newcastle wall and try and play to capitalize on mistakes. Atlas doing this excellently right now, but FaZe not making mistakes on the other side.
Yeah, seeing them just say, hey guys, too many teams are on us, you know, group up on height, and they're doing it, resetting properly, even with triple blue armor, is a good thing. However, they're now on the edge for the upcoming zone. Will they be able to make it out with 4 teams playing path, all taking the same side with Newcastle as well? Definitely a tough one. They'd have to either clear both teams somehow or be ahead of the other teams, and all of that is really hard for this zone specifically.
It's like we're performing a catalyst ritual with how many zip lines we've got moving up to this jump tower. Go Next, take it. And I'll be honest with you, I have no idea where they're going to land. Sitting right on top of the Full English right now. It does look like they've got temporary safety, but Kashera is not included in that statement as Noto does take them down. Pushing Go Next is tough, but recovering for Go Next should be doable in the next couple of seconds. FaZe start to make their move. It's a zip line onto, and they certainly full send it with just JMW left. There has been a trade. FaZe could win this, but like we said earlier, the only thing crazier than rotating to this position as would be someone else pushing it, and FaZe have done that.
Yeah, this zipline play, I think, can they even get a reset? They're fighting a Newcastle. I think this is definitely a tough one to make. I think the idea is correct of getting ahead, but this fight is more than risky because yes, you get shot from every angle, from market, from the dual house, and also the actual team you're fighting. I think this might have ended up just being a grief on both sides, sadly, but hey, they tried, and I think at least they had being proactive in their mind, which is a good thing.
And Mobile Shield comes back up, giving Plex the chance to heal. Team Listen make their way up to the top in the center of Skyhook as Go Next go down. Team Listen have a little while left to make use of things like the Vantage. With full English now falling as well, we are losing team after team, 13 squads left. And Team Listen, we're going to need to make use of an Ash Portal to eventually find their way out of here.
They're essentially in what phase was, where they're on the congested side right now, and they need to either get ahead or they need to clean their side. And now we were talking about Vantage positive parts and strengths, you know, being able to pick things off when you get ahead. Now you don't have that space anymore to where you snipe. Most of the fights are going to be Mozambique range or AR range. So will the Vantage pick really help them out? I'm starting to have doubts in that regard. Early on, mid game it's great, late game not as much.
Bit of utility thrown out by Atlas to get them more time, more safety. Mobile Shield and Newcastle Wall both being incredibly effective at keeping Atlas alive in this corner of the building. Now the rest of Cybercats do start to move down, taking space towards this north side of the zone. It is just Arctic who's sat in between Market and the building where Atlas are currently fighting. Eternal will fall, and Atlas still have an engagement ahead of them as Enhanced Aim go down as well.
Yeah, this is definitely rough. Everybody's just fighting last second, which makes it even easier for the teams like Silly to gatekeep them. It should be, but they didn't. They seem to have looked elsewhere when all the fights was happening. They're looking to get ahead and get punished for it. And that's one thing I don't like there, right there. The awareness was not there. They got punished for it. This is definitely a back to the drawing board situation.
And in most cases, I'd be looking at this and going, Newcastle's still alive. It's fine. It's not fine. So many teams are getting very aggressive right now. Cybercats, unfortunately, the victims of that as Atlas continue to push forward, taking out as Golem fall down. Yet another squad is going to fall soon. Atlas, just in the last couple of seconds of this engagement, control defense lines being given to Team Listen as their Ash Portal into Newcastle Wall has worked for them so far. 3D Max go down. Silly go down. Team Listen still alive.
Yeah, Team Listen doing great here with the repositioning of the actual most likely, and having Newcastle is good, but what do you do against Bang ult later on? I'd love to see them play space a lot, like we talked about Vantage having the ult. That's what you need to do and play your strengths right now. That's what you have to do as this combo.
Whipping out the longbow and eating a crypto EMP. Team Listen don't have a lot of defense against this. They can't hold space and they're gonna get pushed. They've lost high ground and Blob pulls out the Mozambique, taking out No. Team Listen fight back. Team Listen are winning. Blob is on 1 HP, but I think they've got this.
Yes, they indeed deathball that perfectly, despite getting engaged on. Look at them. They're resetting right now. They're not chasing the kills. They're literally just, reset, guys. We need to heal. And they're playing deathball. This is super good play from them. Being able to play calm in that regards after getting engaged on. And triple swinging stuff and winning, that goes a long way.
Fat Kid Community have now gone down, and that leaves us with 4 teams. Team Listen, Team Atlas, DMS, and Empire. Atlas, I've got to say, Graceful have been on a roll this game. The way that they have played these incredibly close quarters fights is the difference between them and all those squads that have been culled moving into the final zone.
Playing hot is the least things they've been doing. They're still going because they're right now close to where the zone is ending. They're actually the team that's the safest. And unless one of the teams takes part of their building, I would like to see Atlas winning this because they're in the longest and everybody else has to fight. But, you know, with the more Newcastles we see, things could change a little bit because of walls, but we'd have to see.
Team Listen got a little bit of a truck. Playing this small cover is going to be good. We've got a few seconds, but Graceful, there's not a lot of teams that really need to push out. Who actually has to move first here?
Team Listen has to move first for sure. The zone is pulling away from them. The only question is, do they have wall back? Did they pop ultex? If not, I think they're actually gonna go out there. We'll have to see, because unless they actually be into a floor, Yeah, they
Wow.
got rolled.
Yeah, it did not look really good. A lot of teams looking at them. DMS, having just put down this nice Watson setup, are going to lose all of it as the EMPs start to fly. With just 3 squads left, everything's incredibly close quarters. Atlas will have to be the next squad to take a little bit of space. They've played those close quarters fights well, and now they start things off with a Newcastle wall.
Yeah, holding hands here, looking to triple swing stuff and just staying behind the wall. They shouldn't be going in there. Empire, however, has to move in. We'll have to see. Actually, the other team there made it a good play. DMS going on the opposite side of things, forcing... Yeah, they got eliminated regardless.
Atlas have taken 0 damage. Atlas are just fine in a massive play inside a Newcastle wall. It's easy cleanups for Thor and the rest of Atlas. Game 2 is theirs, and I'll be honest, Graceful, I didn't see anyone standing in their way.
No, even then, I think it was a good effort from DMS making that zipline, trying to not be in the pinch, so to speak. However, what did I say from before, Dia? Playing for points. When you know you can't win the game because Atlas should win that 10 out of 10 times, you play for second. DMS should have mopped that team, immediately get 3 points and better placements, but doing that zip, trying to win, is, like you said, a match point scenario, not stacking point scenario.
It was really funny actually seeing the zip line, because we all get to see that from like this removed perspective where we just saw Team Listen die in the place that they're zipping to. So like, it's not even hindsight. It's like in the current moment, you're like, is this really going to work out? And well, it doesn't, but they tried.
They did try and did. I would have liked to see maybe a zip grapple from path to oob or something for second at the best case scenario. But doing that play, like I said, when you can just take a 3v3 is definitely suboptimal in my opinion. But Atlas, though, we must be talking about them. They took fight after fight, came in from a side, came in late with the zone after mopping a fight, still got the jump on Team Silly, which wasn't holding them properly with the awareness perhaps, and they just kept steamrolling. And I'm super happy to see a team, because I think this is a team everybody has had on their mind capable and have potential, and more than showing up, and I'm happy to see it.
Atlas really impressed me with the ways that they would take buildings. We talked about it in the mid game, but they embraced that concept of YOLO that you brought up earlier, Graceful. The thing that was most impressive, however, was in close quarters fights, how they were able to bunker down with Newcastle and then punish mistakes. I really enjoyed this almost conservative aspect that they would bring to an aggressive position, and it gets them 27 points. These are not the overall scores. This is just this match. That is almost 2/3 of the way. No, it's almost 2/3 of the way to match point, and that's not factoring in any points that they had previously.
Yeah, like you said about, playing Newcastle, the thing that a lot of teams don't see when it comes to playing characters like Bang and Path together, right? People tend to play those characters very individually. Like they play Path on an off angle due to grapple, they play Bang a little bit more forward due to smokes. But Team Atlas, however, they just decided to, hey, we're bunkering up, we put down our wall, and we're only triple swinging. And you could see how strong that was, because they had the best focus fire of this lobby so far. They just triple swung, took aggro from each other, shared the damage, which is super important to not go down. And even if they do, they have Newcastle, and they're looking really strong right now. Most of their points is actually kills.
A credit to Empire as well, who got a fair amount of kills in that last game, actually picking up the majority of the kills that they had and making their way a little bit further into this. They sit at 5th right now, and it should be no surprise to anyone that Atlas are sitting in 1st. That race to match point is actually looking pretty good, and I want to see if we can grab those standings once again, because that's where I think we'll really get the chance to see where everyone is at approaching match point, as that is getting so much closer. At the moment, with Atlas leading, I believe they had around 30 points, which means that we are just about one good game for both them and Cybercats behind them to make it into the match point eligibility.
Yeah, so the thing here is that I think Atlas and Cybercats have both been playing super good proactively, right? DMS, however, most of their points is from placements, and that's considering the fact that they've had back-to-back zones as well. So now going into next matches, I think that we're gonna see a little bit of a mix, because when you don't have that zone on top of you again, the whole leaderboard will get changed, because now other teams are favored and not, it'll be interesting for sure.
We are approaching match point, so excitement is sure to be in our future. Graceful, it's been fantastic covering the first 2 games of World's Edge with you. We're going to toss this to a break before we move over to the Storm Point.
Everybody, welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Last Chance Qualifier, where we are 2 matches in, and already our top 3 squads, Zephyr, are 1 strong performance away from hitting match point.
But still, anything is eligible to happen here. With match point, it isn't going to be the surefire delivery, I think, at least with Atlas, Cybercats, or DMS yet. There's plenty of time to switch things up here, especially as we do have to discuss maps and changes that will come through and definitely shake the meta.
Absolutely, like we heard Zia mention before the break, as we get a chance to see the final moments from match number 2 here. We are switching on over to Storm Point now. We even heard Graceful mentioning the fact that when we were looking at those series standings, DMS were in a good spot in the leaderboard, but mostly because of more passive positional-based play. They had the zone in their favor. They were able to get in there early. Now what's going to happen to them as we move on over to Storm Point?
Well, we'll see exactly how it might end up. Starting in command center, they do have central position, so notably they should be able to play within a position early on in terms of, we'll say, particularly zone play.
Now we are looking at the 2 winners here, and both of these teams were able to get 20+ point matches here when they were able to get these wins. Specifically, Atlas with those 15 kills in the last match. Will they be able to carry this aggression on over into Storm Point as we get to take a look at these drops? And like we mentioned at the top of show, no POI draft just means even more contests now as we're looking here at Storm Point, Zephyr.
We have seen a lot of teams, though, back off from these early starts and played a little bit more safe, so I'm not entirely sure if what we'll see over there by Stormcatcher or even potentially down to the south. Surely, though, one of these 3v3s will dominantly take place. I love the point, though, up there with Atlas at the wall, Cybercats opposite end with Echo HQ. They've shown high aggression today and have been delivering a packing blow when it comes to making great plays on the edge, successfully wiping teams, delivering alongside it, and then, well, at least from what we've seen, pull off our first 2 wins of the day.
Yeah, and both those teams in really good spots for potential zone outcomes as well, where they can at least potentially get themselves another win. I mean, Atlas coming in here strong. Will the zone be towards their direction? We'll have to see as our teams are getting out of the dropship onto the map and ready to dive into match number 3. Will we have teams become match point eligible after this, halfway through the series? I'm excited to find out as we get a chance to see exactly where we are going.
And notably with the dropship making its way down from the northwest here, it is going to be some better priority for teams like the full English ups towards Zeus Station and Golem within Lightning Rod. So particularly, I would say, more even-based starts than what might these teams be used for, especially coming out of a series of, well, POI draft, which has made the difference.
Another team that we saw do well in our last match was Empire Gaming. They'll be in a favorable position for this zone as well, but we talked about some potential contests here, and it looks like Rolling Teams is involved in just that.
Living up to the name already off the bat, Plexus will go down here. It's early rotation that will force them off the tower. For full wipes ahead here, they still have the time to recover, but Rolling Teams might make good on the name here. I don't know if they really want to extend for that one. They've already gotten now the whole POI to themselves. They can take the full clear here, make their way back to at least Barometer Central, and I mean, they don't have to worry about Team A at all.
No, that was definitely the start that Rolling Teams will have been looking for off of that contest. Also potentially setting themselves up to own that POI now heading into the next Stormpoint match. But we get a chance to see what Az looking like here. Down one, little bit injured, but lying in wait and potentially able to recover a bit here.
Oh, Davis. He can't make any moves. He'll be caught out there. So you just have to hope they'll take center Barometer, and you'll get the chance to potentially walk away from that one. I can't imagine it's too easy though. Over there, Ethernal already in position. 3D Max notably are kind of on the exit of Jurassic. With that evac, that might be the go button for to come in and get a revive.
Saw might be able to survive that. You can see on the map people starting to move as we get to see where that second circle is going to be as well. FaZe Clan starting to make their rotation in, but I mentioned Empire Gaming before. They're in even more solid position now, right near ANC, outplayed as our squads are getting that information and starting to make their moves here. Interesting to see what our teams down here on the south are going to do. Cybercats, like you said, one of those teams that's been very aggressive, could potentially have a lot of teams in front of them that they're going to be rotating directly through the path of.
Notably, they have liked a little bit of that fighting action, and I will say, even though we are pulling to a Mill Bean-esque zone here, there's a lot of opportunities for them to slow the position forward and potentially find themselves some good fights in their rotation there. For Forbidden, they've had early takes to this spot. They start off notably within Cedo Station and can find themselves a happy home, at least in one of the Mill buildings, notably with a coup on that Watson. Should be able to set up for defense, but they've got themselves a bit of a neighbor.
A bit, just a few, maybe, 3 or 4.
The real estate's great, I'll tell you what. The purchasing power of this POI is looking fantastic. Ethernal, they'll rotate just behind, but I like the fact that they don't actually go for the full mill position here. This building over towards the north can provide really nice late game priority. Even though it is hard to rotate out of, sometimes it converts to a top 5 positioning, which is, at least in their case, I mean, that's still great placement.
Well, absolutely, and that's something that we heard Dia and Graceful talking about a lot right now, especially in these early games. It's about playing for those points. If you think you can't get first place, play for kills, get that third, that second place. Don't play passively, because right now, early on, is when you want to make those big moves.
Well, Team Listen, they're one of the first teams that does appropriate into this bean area. They'll caught out one on the craft here, crack in hand. I'm curious to see if they do go for the potential push. They don't have the comp outside of it, and especially with Kumbra, without that Ashe ultimate, I don't think so. Team A, though, will highlight in that kill feed. Finally spotted out. It was a pickup, of course, by Barometer, and a single member left alone.
We knew that was going to be a rough escape for them.
That might have been them. I was going to say, that might have been him trying to craft.
All right, meanwhile, we're playing the positional waiting game as so many teams are trying to claim what limited real estate they have, where they're predicting that final circle to make the pull. Those squads that were in there nice and early should be able to hold some space for now. Meanwhile, Golem having a long road ahead of them, but pretty open space in the process, will be able to at least hit some Evo Harvesters, get their shields leveled up, so that by the time they do start getting into the fray of everything, they should be well looted and pretty ready to fight.
Yeah, it's that transition point we talk about later on with POIs like Cedo Station that come into heavy preference for those teams that don't get to actually play within that end game zone early. I'm very curious to see how it works out, because Cedo specifically has so much room for these squads to call themselves, well, at least a home here. And while there is potential for always those evac plays, now seeing that DMS are just ahead of them there and maybe potentially will make this cross successfully, you've got potentially some pressure to watch out for entering in from the north side.
3D Max down here on the low ground right now. As you can see just how many Watson fences are already down and in play. This will be a decent position for them to hold for a little bit, although people do know they're over there. So just kind of keeping everyone in their sights. FaZe potentially looking at them as well, seeing if they can maybe use the triple take for now to get some damage down and evo up these shields. This is just going to be a poke battle for quite some time.
I mean, what you're trying to do, end of the day, you want to extend your pressure, right? You want to make sure that no squad's getting a free walk up on you. And even for FaZe, set upon themselves as a duo with the quick reset here. Look for the exchange, down one on Sinek off the backside. Team Listen, though, in the end, can't quite eke it out. Surprisingly, as early as it is, Eternal temper themselves here, not quite looking for that push yet.
That was a risky play by Team Listen. FaZe able to hold down the building, but like you said, I do like that Eternal's not trying to push anything. They know they've got a good spot to hold right now, and they don't really need to make any moves. FaZe will easily recover and still own that space for themselves, which will also give them some additional loot. So now they're pretty comfortable.
DJ's bumping over in mill. Drone out, sounds loud. Eternal says, man, can they keep it down over there? Either way, it doesn't look like it'll deliver on an exchange, but we do pick up the ending of one squad there. Forbidden, who we did make mention of hoisting themselves into position early. Take that away from ANC outplayed, which is quite a shame. Remember, this is the place that ANC called their home when we talk about Stormpoint. And remember, teams that deliver when the zone pulls to them is always the thing I check first and foremost for the quality of a roster.
Nice little cinematic here as our fighting teams have found themselves done and looting yet again. DMS, I was wondering what was going to happen here with DMS. They were about to run into Full English over at checkpoint, and it looks like DMS opts to not really have to force that, just continue on a safer rotational path here, kind of give that space over to Full English for now.
I like it. I was talking about a little bit earlier when we saw them a bit further south there, what could be a potential Cedo Station rotation, and they opted to pull this one back for maybe a little bit more time to extend on the edge to build up that power and, well, take more secluded 3v3s, which we have begun to know this roster more than capable of handling here. Granted, without them taking care of the Full English there and starting to breach these southern chokes, it does put them within a pinch on the other side. They might be forced to, yes, rotate out all the way over towards the down B side here and take bridge fights, which I don't know about you, but those can go half a mile either way, 50-50 on the side, especially with so many teams able to put in their own damage from afar.
Definitely potentially a little bit scary, but they got lucky with nobody really gatekeeping that choke too aggressively. Meanwhile, we've got Cybercats still down here far south on the edge. So let's hop into their comms and see exactly what their plan is as they rotate.
Thank you. Like behind this rock. It's not rock, but похуй.
Похуй.
Care package over there.
Maybe it was a shit idea, but I think it's good.
I trust it. We win the game off of this, I'll give you cheeseburger, okay?
Okay, bad. Okay, you can like scan UAV if you want, if you have enough kills.
You know what? I like the incentivization going on here, okay? They're having a good time and they're trying to figure out their play.
He built like me, Glitter. Okay, I'm the same man. I'm just trying to make it through, find myself a meal at the end of the day. For Cybercats, though, it doesn't get much better in terms of what they set up for themselves. KYL is a position that I worry about for teams like DMS. They themselves already dropped one on the other side of the action, and for a squad like here, they can actually play really, really nice pressure on both the north and south from this spot. A lot of teams try to play into this position, and for DMS, who want to be there, they find themselves knocked again towards that south.
You know, we saw Gollum go out in the kill feed as well, and they had opted to go a little bit farther north. You know, you had mentioned potentially these people going through Cedo. It looks like everybody got scared of Cedo. Everybody went north, and it ended up being the downfall of Gollum there as they are eliminated down to 15 squads now. That northern side of teams that you had said fighting over by the bridge coming from the down beast area is starting to look a little bit clustered.
Yeah, you saw DMS and what ends up happening to them trying to really play for those positions. The full English, I like the fact that they're a bit more restrained, but it isn't an answer to the problem ahead. Phoenix still looking for that early access. One good drone play is all they're going to have to work off of here. And of course, well, that rolling thunder to potentially give them space. Granted, Watson's on the board, missiles down here. This is their big chance. Utility not available within the next minute or so. They have to find success now.
I like what Full English is trying to do here right now, because if they can clear out KYL, it opens up a lot of space, breathing room for them to move in as the circles continue to shrink here. So this is an opportunity to Full English to not only get some points on the board, but to really open up the next few circle closes. So this is a big fight for them potentially here if they're able to win this one.
And then notably, it does push KYL back a little bit more towards the edge of the zone. Jan's there, but they do recover and play once again heavy on those zone control angles. Phoenix still covering the northern side of this rotation out to the west for what could be always a potentially worrying backside rotate. For now, I don't think the solution has been found for the Full English, and now with utility down, could come back to bite them here in just a moment.
Got a chance to see what happened with Cybercats after they did finish that very long rotate. They're now on the roof, but another team we're able to jump in with now on the fray here is Go Next, and they're looking at a potential 2v2. So let's see if they're able to third party this.
The team below is bang on team. They're gonna 3P that as
They're
well.
walking below. Yeah, that's so good for us.
Careful with the team ballooning. I don't see anything from Cito.
I see them flying. They're flying in now. Yeah, they're flying for the 3P.
Just go closer to them. Maybe a Banga ult is gonna be good. Nobody from Cito. Nobody from Cito. At least I didn't see.
Yeah.
Look at Newcastle, so my ping. I'm shooting him.
They landed on the building though.
He's rezzing.
Tyler, I think they landed on your left, Tyler.
I don't see him. No, they landed fucking on the red thing.
Okay.
Yeah, flying dog rock. I'm gonna run up and bang off. Yeah.
Yeah, they might come up our side though, Tyler, because there was a team already down there.
Someone keep watching left and someone keep watching left.
I have new gen in 3%. I have no ult so slow.
No, they died. A good Banga ult, Tyler, and we win. Let's set up here.
Yeah.
There's an Elon on my right. Oh, they're on my ping. They're slowing down on my red ping.
Someone is hiding.
Run Newcastle. I'm cracked. Newcastle moving on the left.
Can you kill Newcastle?
I need to pop him out.
He's missed you on my kill.
Someone's ballooning.
Someone take an evac.
Guys, be careful of the back.
Yeah. Someone go watch it.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
Yeah, drone just came out from there.
I don't see
anyone. There's a drone on my right ping.
Angles. You can climb the rock. Angles here. Are they all there? There's still one guy.
Yeah, it's a bad one. They're grappling. He's grappled back in.
A clean and controlled walk-in for Go Next there, covering all sides, especially with the major evacs from the southern. Don't quite pick up the KP I would need to really stack points here, but I like the access they have to these angles for what needs to be this next major rotate ahead into the mill. Potential roof play always available, but still a very hard moment for them to at least target where they'll shoot that arrow.
Not only that, but the timing to just be able to kind of walk in and get those gold bins, pick up that gold mag for the Nemi right as they were trying to do that damage and continue moving forward. Really opened up a nice pocket of space there for Go Next. Other side of things, though, we've got FaZe still hanging out here. Full English was able to own that north side to try and push in from their perspective, and Empire, Silly, and Cybercats saw for just a second there on the minimap, all moved into safe space. Atlas trying to make the same position theirs as well, able to sneak in unpunished here and should be able to at least set up a little bit of space, but will anyone look down on them?
This is the question we had asked a bit further back towards the west when we were discussing Full English. It does get much better, and I mean, 3D Max's box there is potentially a burden, an omen of what might be to come here, but still, it's a position. It is something of safety for now. With that wall playing both sides, they should find at least a crack or crevice to stay alive. Still, 41 seconds on the board, and half of Mill potentially to be removed here. It'll have a little sliver out towards that western side that they might be able to hold just a bit. Go Next. They were able to find themselves this position, but I mean, how for much longer will it last?
It'll be interesting to see how they handle this and what happens with the teams that are still just a little bit on the outskirts. Oh, Mozam putting in work here. We're wondering what was going to happen with Go Next. It looks like Forbidden want to try and see if they can take this fight. They can't. Go Next to destroy them. Tyler able to just barely survive. They should be able to get a little bit of a reset here as well, as no one was really looking their way from the teams that have pushed farther into the zone.
for 3D Max on the other side of things. We saw the box, but they got the reset here off of building, able to survive for moments more. Atlas on the other angle here. More than happy to watch Bambino walk out of this one. They're calling, buddy. They're saying, come on out, bud.
We were wondering how Atlas was going to handle their position. They managed to survive so far, but it looks like Go Next might be the next team to try and move in on them as they're trying to get these shield bats popped. You can see Tyler trying to do a little bit of work here, decides to back off, doesn't love the timing of this push, and they opt to stay a little bit safer here.
Now, in that time, there is minor recoveries found here. Kiner pulled back into play. Shex as well for your Thernal. They get moments to spare here. Now, with the rotation out of zone playing off of the sound of the evac, they'll find themselves directly ahead. Just barely the mobile shield, unable to block the starting damage. Finds the snipe when Zuni point blank here. Now, Newcastle hits. Bambino hits the smoke, has to dip, dodge, and dodge, but is eliminated nonetheless. And for Go Next, this is the gift that keeps on giving. Happy to show up in third party.
See, that was the timing that Go Next was looking for. Able to clean up lots of extra KP there, get that damage in. They have all those loot boxes, and then can instantly wrap back to safety on the side of the rock, where it gives them these sight lines on everyone else that's already moved into various portions of the building that's going to be safe for the next circle shrink. Bull English a little bit out in the open. FaZe Clan still up here on the roof trying to see what they can do, but Arctic is not making this easy.
A bit of revenge on the other side of the action for Go Next. They make this climb ahead, and I'm surprised that JMW isn't able to capitalize off of drone information when most crucial there. Nonetheless, full wipes on JMW cements that roster potentially as a duo for the remnants of the game. Go Next still have to be a little careful regarding this positioning. Synetic in the back does provide a bit of damage, but they themselves are taking it straight to Empire.
Ooh, big move there. Empire having to defend their position, trying to do what they can with these Watson walls. They do have to reset, trying to put the smoke down, see if they have enough time and space to do just that. They might have just enough cover to at least set themselves back up to be able to take the fight yet again.
Really nice. It's the fence play that comes off of the Watson there to allow for the recovery within the interior. Go Next. We'll have to check in a moment if they get the same for FaZe. They've opted to send it directly, and well, CJ and Phoenix, they have barely a limit of survivability. A fantastic rotate off of potentially what wasn't their drone. Instead, it was a defense against Cybercats, but albeit wasn't enough damage. Still, positions for the in-game for Go Next, a potential end for them on 5th.
Cybercats has been sneaking along that southwestern edge, just cleaning teams up left and right with Go Next out. FaZe up here down to a duo, trying to hold this roof for as long as possible. Cybercats is the only team on that low ground outside of the building, but Empire and Silly inside battling it out. As I say that, we get to jump in and see exactly how that's going for them. Silly looking pretty comfortable here, now cleaning up Empire Gaming down to our top 3.
Remember, they need points. If they want to hit match point on this game, Cybercats have to find some KP here. Sitting in third only nets you the 7. It's an increase of what is 2 into second, of course, with 9, and then furthermore, the additional 3 on top of that into first. That's 5 total, 47. They have to secure at least 3 KP to send themselves into match point eligibility. If these fights aren't clean, if they leave it with just remaining inklings of members, they won't even mathematically be able to hit it.
Listen, we're looking at Cybercats right now. They have 7 kills. All of those 7 kills are on Arctic right now. Absolute insane gameplay out of him for this squad as they hold a really solid position with all of this space. They're able to use a Jenny behind the wall. I mean, they are set up so solidly right now, knowing FaZe at the top with a duo. They could really just wait to try and third party this.
This is a problem, though. They lose that fence line, and they need to play it close to the wall. Micey, though, with a burden of hope here. It's going to be at least some recovery for now. Dodging out the Rolling Thunder for moments ahead allows potentially Arctic to survive, but is it enough time to force drops to occur on the edge of Mill?
This is all going to come down to timing, hopefully using those smokes. You can see that Silly's trying to look for Cybercats as they make their way move in. And FaZe is still holding that roof. Will they drop down? The balloon play could potentially come out. This is in Silly's hands.
Really nice recovery, of course, off the wall. The pole has played so nicely for Silly's chances here. A couple of bombs will do nothing in the face of a mobile shit, especially now with both of your opponents down potentially to 2 here. Finally, with the recovery on the edge, Cybercats are taking low. Mao down to just the 1, trying to stick on the back behind the end, but is eliminated nonetheless. And from above, Nags hasn't even dropped, but he secures more than enough damage to spare when it comes to the duo Mozams. It's a win painted from the inside for the FaZe clan.
The dual wheel Mozams might as well has been the third player there for FaZe. Duo doesn't matter. They're still able to close that out as they have the height advantage and are able to watch Silly and Cybercats cannibalize each other at the end there. That was a really good showing of how to just play calm and intelligently when you are at a disadvantage against 2 other full squads.
Super good in terms of the timing. You know just as well as anyone else that there's going to be the same setup for those below you there. And FaZe, they have no better choice than to wait that one out. I'm so proud that, especially when we saw Nags peeking over there towards the side, that they don't really try to extend the pressure that they know they have angles on, because letting Cybercats live is actually what helps them deliver into that win. Had they taken them now any further, suddenly it's just a standard 2v3 and they don't have as much of a health advantage going into that final situation.
And that was a really clutch situation for FaZe to win, because we're talking about just how close our top 3 were even to getting into that match point eligibility. And now it's FaZe Clan who are able to get themselves at the top of these match 3 results. 6 kills on top of their win for a total of 18 points. So at the end of the day, a very strong performance. And then Silly and Cybercats tied at 14. And when we saw just how long and patient that rotation out of Cybercats was, you know that they'll be happy with that result as well. And this is what's going on with the series results effort. We're getting closer and closer every time.
Just there at the precipice of potential for the Cybercats. It was a rough position for them, especially losing out on that fence line early, but even still, they would have had to pull off a miracle on top of getting the additional KP. What that means, though, is there's just a bit more safety for so many of these other squads. Go Next, they launch forward after this game as well. We didn't highlight it there, but a plethora of 8 KP alongside their 5th place position as they fried through that last game, shoots them up the board into 2nd.
Yeah, they did a really good job with the position that they were working with there as we bring Dia back in for our post-match breakdown. Dia, welcome back. How'd you feel about match number 3?
It was very exciting. I did not expect FaZe to come out on top of that. I thought Cybercats were going to take it after their speed run of the full English, like the zip into EMP into full squad wipe. I was like, surely this is it. So honestly, very, very well played to all of our squads, but high tension end games is where it's at.
All right, well, that means we're a bare minimum at least halfway through our matches here so far now, and also halfway through our Storm Point matches, which means it's time for a little bit of a halftime show. Everybody at home should know how these works. Of course, we bring in someone wonderful from our community, whether it's a pro, a coach, or the like. And today we have Luke, the coach for Gaming Gladiators. Very excited to have you on board here with us today for our halftime show. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me.
All right, well, now before we get into any of the action here today, I have to talk to you about Split 2 playoffs, okay? Because we get to match point finals, and you guys come out the gate absolutely guns blazing. Back-to-back wins into a 3rd place to put you on match point in 3 games. And while you weren't able to close out the whole tournament, 2nd place with the most points in that series. I mean, you guys absolutely dominated. So tell me a little bit about, your thoughts on the team's performance at Split 2 playoffs, the reactions to your success, and then just how you think that can carry over into Champs confidence-wise.
Well, I'm very happy about the result, obviously, because it's 2nd in the world. Very good. I'm just sad that we couldn't close it because, as you said, we had multiple opportunities. Unfortunately, it's match point, and while it's amazing to watch, it's a little hard to play, a little hard to win. But overall, we prepared very hard for this LAN, for every LAN in general, and it finally showed because obviously it's been a year in the making We've been together since after champs, all of us, and after champs of last year, and we have worked pretty much every day, I think, and ironing every small detail from just the macro aspect of the game into fighting, into whatever we needed to do. And it finally showed. The only thing that I'm sad about this LAN that I wish didn't happen is that everyone played fantastic in our team, and I wish we had gotten second without the opportunity to get first, because knowing how they are, I know that they will think about this forever. They will think about the small mistakes that we made that unfortunately cost us the win. They will think about them forever, and I'm very sorry for them, because I don't want them to feel bad about what's been an amazing feat.
Yeah.
And it is an amazing feat to reach as high as you guys did on the international stage. I want to focus in a little bit on what's happening today, where teams are so far from that, especially if you're coming out of Challenger Circuit and you have the opportunity to play against some of the best in the world. You do have to get through this first, though. And we're seeing right now our top 8 teams coming from Pro League. If you're a squad coming from Challenger Circuit, from a coach's perspective, how do you survive in lobbies this difficult?
I mean, I personally, so it's a question of can you handle the teams that are stronger than you, to me, and the answer is no. Like, trust me, you can't. If you're from CC, even Golem, who's arguably the best CC team right now, probably in the world, is exactly having a fun time. I don't know where they are exactly in the leaderboard at the moment. I didn't look at the leaderboard after game 3, but they haven't exactly been able to replicate that success into these last chance qualifiers. My advice would be, instead of playing your usual game where you go hard against everyone because you know you will crush the lobby, we didn't do it at LAN. Like, we didn't go and take the fight against the strongest teams in the lobby, because why would you? I know it sounds bad, but you want to fight the weak teams. You want to get easy points. You want to get everything that's free. You don't want to make life harder on you. So I would just play more conservative and look for opportunities created from someone else, rather than trying to go strong on a team that it will turn out to be DMS. I wouldn't want to fight them if I was a CC team. I hope nobody wants to. I would just try to capitalize on what's happening around me. There will always be an opportunity, regardless of what lobby you're in.
I don't know about calling them free in some of these teams. Some squads might take potential offense to that today, but let's move this forward here. We've had 3 incredible games, Luke. Let's break this down here, and I want to get it from the perspective of you more as a coach here, especially with this first match one. Forbidden, they've got hype, but what's the lesson to learn here?
I mean, lesson to learn in endgame with bang smokes, I don't see anything, and the other lesson to learn is Arctic just dropped 600 damage and put some respect on his name. That's main lesson. But other than that, talking actual facts, one thing that's very common is that often in endgames, the high ground position doesn't actually win. As you can see, as the ring closes, what's the technically worst position actually ends up winning. Even if they have a sliver of cover, Forbidden is forced out of the cover first, so it's not as valuable in the endgame. I would focus on value of cover or value of position rather than actual value of the position rather than traditional value. You have to be able to see the context you're in.
Well, there's plenty of cover, especially coming to game 2 here. Team Listen, they're unable to utilize it. Help break down the final moments here of this one.
Well, in this one, the main thing that I saw while looking at this endgame was DMS could not win. There's nothing they can do. They're the first ones to move. They basically have nowhere to play. I personally would have just accepted that I can't win. I would have just tried to kill the team below me and called it a day. Because the win can be winning can be kind of a bait sometimes. You're not here necessarily to win unless you're on match point. You're here to score the most amount of points. That should be your
at least
goal.
for FaZe. You know, they as a duo were able to eke out the win. What was the decision that sealed this one in stone here for game 3?
I mean, there's not much that FaZe on their own needed to do except be mindful of the team below them, the team outside of Mill. All that they needed to do was wait for the right time and collect their free KP. And just win the game. There's not much to it in the end game itself. It's more about getting there in their case.
All right, Luke. Well, that was an absolutely fantastic breakdown. Thank you for jumping on here and chatting with us for today. It was a pleasure having you. We'll let you go and enjoy the rest of the matches.
Thank you very much. We'll see you. Have fun.
All right. Always love being able to chat with some of our coaches. And it's been an exciting first 3 matches to kick off here the day so far. Now, Split 2 Playoffs was filled with a lot of big announcements that answered some of our questions. And one of those questions being what will be going on for competitive Apex between Split 2 Playoffs and Champs, now that there's a very large gap of time. Well, if you missed it, the answer is this.
Did you see the announcement video for Champs?
No, what was it?
Bro, it's in Japan.
We're going to Japan?
Yeah, we are. Only thing is, though, it's in January.
Dude, that's like a lot of months away.
4 to be exact.
What are we going to do? We got no B-Stream. We got no ALGS watch parties. I know for sure I'm not playing ranked.
We're going to be out of a job.
I mean, yeah, for a long time.
I don't know how I'm going to pay my mortgage.
I think
oh
you're
my
right.
God.
I know, it's a lot to think about.
Guys, we are going to Japan, finally.
That's fantastic, man, but do you not think about the B-Stream ever? We have no job.
Never.
I know.
What are we going to do?
What's the plan?
Well, what's it going to take to keep you guys around?
We got a pretty good asking price.
I'm sure you do, man.
Yeah, I mean, we're thinking numbers here. We discussed previously.
400K.
400K. It's a solid number.
That's a really solid number.
Think about the vibes. We bring the charisma. We don't really bring the analytic part, but
and then we bring the heart.
We bring the heart
You do bring
and the
heart.
grid.
There's a lot of heart.
We do.
$400,000 is a lot though for heart and grit.
True.
I'm gonna have to ask the CEO, man.
Ask him.
Ask him.
ALGS, hosted by Wig and Greek, will be happening during that downtime. And here's a little bit more information as well. We've got this tournament format, which will consist of 4 qualifiers and regional finals across APAC North, APAC South, EMEA, and of course, the Americas. Now, if you want to sign up, anybody can join the BLGS, okay? All you have to be is level 50 or above, and then you can participate in the BLGS. Who knows? You might be the next champion. We've got $100,000 per region on the line here. And here's the schedule if you're wondering when this is all going to be going down. The very first qualifier will be October 16th, then another on October 23rd. Then you got to wait till November 20th, and the final one being on December 4th. Okay, registration for that first qualifier, though, is open right now until the day of the qualifier. So make sure you get yourself signed up. You can, of course, head on over to algs.ea.com for more information. Check out the blog post. And like I said, if you've got a squad ready to go, sign up for it, okay? Because it's going to be really cool. But for now, we've got to keep going with our LCQ action, which means, Dia, it's time to get you and Graceful back on the mic.
All right, let's do it. Graceful, I can't help but be a little sad with that BLGS announcement that you're in EMEA and I'm in North America, because otherwise I would peer pressure you into playing with me.
It would have been fun indeed. Honestly, I would like a tournament where we get to play as the team on the desk or the casters, etc. Would be fun. Yeah, definitely.
We might get our shot, but for right now, we're going to take a step back and let these guys do it. You know, it would be a little unfair if we jumped in now, especially with our squads as close to match point as they are. We're jumping into our second match on Storm Point, and with Cybercats only 8 points away from the 50-point break, that's where we'll actually have match point unlocked. And a team like Cybercats, maybe a team like Go Next, who currently sit at 35, or Atlas and FaZe, who currently sit at 34, could be threatening to end it all. Storm Point did get a little chaotic. It did have a lot of excitement, especially towards the mid game, where teams were finding a lot of fights on edge, and even towards the end game, Graceful, it was difficult to keep track of who was going to come out on top. Now you get a second chance to run it back before we swap on back to World's Edge.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, seeing the zones end around middle, where you have inside bottom floor, inside second floor, rooftop as well, and then there's two donuts, and then you have the opposite side. It's gonna be messy regardless, but seeing the teams play space properly, and I think we've seen all the like experienced teams show up like on top right now of the leaderboard, just goes to show how far, you know, knowledge and past experience brings you, regardless of how chaotic the lobby might be.
With and Rolling Teams contesting over at Barometer, they are both going to land on opposite sides, so Rolling Teams have a bit of high ground to make use of. They haven't got Pathfinder, instead choosing to roll with a Catalyst, so actually closing the gap onto could be a little bit more difficult, where Team Listen, with their classic Vantage Ash Newcastle, have already found a bit of a fight up against Fat Kid Community.
Yeah, I mean, showing their teeth right now is what happens. Like you said, some teams right now that might be on the lower end have to show up at some point, and on Storm Point is at the map you have to do it on, because this is a map that, regardless of what POI you drop on, you have a fighting chance to have huge games due to the fact that there's so many areas and opportunities to take, you know, consistent 3v3s essentially. So if you're not showing that teeth right now, you're gonna have a rough start, because it's already been, you know, a couple of games.
And for this particular game, we are going a little further north, so Rolling Teams and sitting over here in Barometer actually have a difficult time, both even positioning, wanting to search for the ring scan. With Ekio being chunked out, it's going to be difficult to get it. A lot of damage comes their way, and holding onto high ground very well, are denying information that would lead us to know we're playing over by wall for this game. Going over towards wall and command center is our second zone, and if you're able to hit the ring console like were, you know that.
Yeah, this zone I like to play a lot personally. This one could be pulling even south a little bit of wall towards the zip line where the big Godrock is by the zip house. But any zone that's up north, I think, is, most teams deem it as fair, because outside of the one hill, there's so many routes to take to fight for that you don't really feel like, you know, you're never really congested, I feel like, and that's a good thing to have in this game, where you can get 4, 5, 6 parties, you know.
This feels terrible for Rolling Teams. Just like watching them on the high ground again, and that's without the threat of those 3rd, 4th, 5th parties that you talked about, just getting chunked out so often against Empire. Don't look like they're having too good of a time either. The double Mozams hurting early on in the game. Well, Barometer is in a stalemate. The rest of the game continues, especially up towards the north, where Empire did lose a member earlier, should be able to get this respawn, as out comes Young Hong Kong with the clutch reset. Empire reset over by the nut buildings and still have to find their way into wall eventually.
Yeah, this reset is easy because you have crypto, but the tough part about Rolling Teams is that they can't leave. There's edge teams on both sides of the map. Regardless of where you go, you're coming in as triple wide into people with armor and weapons when you've been splitting your loot. It's definitely a rough spot for them, but on the flip side of things, seeing Empire here already being in zone, having a great spot. This is not where the zone is gonna end, but it's a spot of opportunity where either sides will have a fight happening, and that's where you need to capitalize on both kills and loot.
Actually heard behind Empire, I think it's ANC outplayed, that we're running by them in the Trident Undoing this. So Empire get up to this high ground over by a wall. Very, in clutch timing is actually the word I'm going to go for. Go next, take a different approach. An evac tower this far away from everything is going to pass by the full English, who got the scan over at Stormcatcher. But Go next can take their time moving in. You've got lots of survey beacons on the way, and pathing for survey beacons can be really nice in the mid game.
Yeah, Go next is also like having Scrim with Kashira as well. He does have macro for fast rotates, but they've been playing mid-speed this entire tournament, and it's been paying off hugely. I think this is also due to the fact that they now have Tyler, who's really strong at fighting, and when he gets on purple or even red, as we've seen in previous games, they just get to mopping everybody, and you know, he's not scared to take any fights. And when you have that little bit of mid-speed rotates, meaning you get a little bit more loot than normal, I don't think they're scared of any team, so that's been working out for them.
Move up this hill does give FaZe a good angle into command center. They're chasing down Enhanced Aim, who've already lost one, and Cinetic on Pathfinder, even as the IGL has been making this work really well. A lot of IGLs choose to go crypto. Cinetic does not take that backseat. Enhanced Aim go down, but it's Tyler that ends up getting the knock, which means Go next is right outside this door.
Yeah, getting straight kills is always nice, especially since they're probably more stacked than FaZe walking into them. They're not scared of walking towards them. I think now, though, as teams are starting to settle into center side zone and people are wondering, hey, is this going to pull towards the SIP buildings, or is it going to pull up towards the rock, which is actually hard pulling into wall, we're going to see teams getting like late positionings now, because the later teams are coming in late, like Cybercats with a bunch of stacked armor. But they're still looking and hunting for kills. And can they find a few? I don't know.
We're like camping the craziest spot right now. You don't see a lot of teams just roll through here, but a Trident could. And that's what they were hoping for. Team don't get that, as Pointless end up taking another route in. I guess it just goes to show how risky moving around on a Trident can be, because they don't know it, but this almost ended in disaster for Pointless.
This is the scary thing, as well as like Pointless right now, 19th place. They can pretty much make a haymaker at any point of the game. That's what they have to do to get back up on the leaderboard. That team, though, hiding like that is, you either get free kills, which is good, or you waste time, which is bad normally if you have to rotate early. But since they're playing Edge right now, honestly, I would say that's a good play to make a rat play, because you don't assume that a lot of the time.
Might even be able to pick something up for it. KYL do lose one playing in zone, where things are very difficult. A lot of teams struggle for positioning, but with KYL having height, you'd think that they'd be safer than most other teams, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely. I think, though, as we can see, downs or not, with this many teams being in center zone, they're not really wanting to ape in case of them trading and then they get thirded or fourth parted. So I think seeing this level of calm-headed play in when, you know, this late into the series is a good thing, because match 4, some teams are reaching close towards the match point, but the fact that you can still decide, you know, not throw our game here because we need points is a positive thing to see from teams even on the further down on the leaderboard.
ANC outplayed, playing the low ground here, are going to be stacked up, but not inside of the next zone. They don't know this. Nobody really knows this. The exception to that being teams like Go Next, who are sat over by Lightning Rod and might have gotten scanned, Golem, who are coming up from Stormcatcher. All these late rotating teams that you talk about having a loot advantage on all that goes with it, now also can pick up an informational advantage over the squads that are sat in zone, with the exception of Atlas, who actually have rolled pretty well.
Yeah, this is the thing, seeing where the zone is right now, is that this is pretty much where I called by the SIP house, right, where the Godrock is as well, is all the teams that are coming in late have the knowledge, but they should have already read this zone. Honestly, this is a very frequent zone that we see in scrims. They are gonna be hella stacked. Now, the question comes down for late games. They've survived the phase of the game that is, you know, a little bit easy, so to say, where you're just stacking objectives and you're not really running into any teams. Now they have to get past the part that's hard for Edge teams, which is the timing to take a fight when the zone closes, because you don't want to be the team, like, you either have to start and immediately win, or you want to be the team that joins in on a team that's starting a fight so that you don't get pinched. And that's the hardest part of playing Edge. But if you do make that happen, that's pretty much, you're so stacked, you should win the you should win the game from that positioning.
Go Next and Golem also in a difficult spot, not nearly because of the execution that you talked about, but more just because fighting each other straight up 3v3 is really difficult, and it's nice that neither of them choose to take this. Golem gonna disengage down onto the low ground, Go Next on the height, manage to keep theirs. That will mean that Golem have to go through Stormcatcher and likely Command Center as well. They could find some fights there as Cascade really starts lighting up with Fat Kid Community and Pointless.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, the late rotating teams coming in for that fight. This is good because this is so far from the zone that this might be isolated. Teams could potentially come into 3P this, but what I said about World's Edge versus Storepoint before is that you have more time. If you poke this much on World's Edge, you almost get immediately thirded. Here, however, you have the freedom to take longer fights and pokes before engaging, which is a good thing for Pointless now, having high ground, looking to chase down Fat Kid Community.
No shield break, unfortunately, even though it was a lot of damage that got thrown in. But the Evo will come nicely to you. Fat Kid Community having to back this far away is really going to hamper their rotation. And with the zone coming in like it is, Pointless actually could pick up a few kills.
Yeah, I think getting kills here is important, but they need to start plan. I hope... This is the thing is that, you know, I've played with Zeri before and Trix a little bit, but I really hope that they plan their macro ahead, because now is where we get into tough parts like Golem here in a fight in the zone. Even winning the fight, however, is always a good thing.
And you just don't want to have to fight Golem if you don't, well, if you're not forced to. Cybercats position themselves perfectly on edge. I love this read from Cybercats. How do they even know that this is the place to be to gatekeep teams from Stormcatcher? The fact is that there are... Go ahead.
This is the thing, is that like when you have that macro of playing mid to late game, is that you're looking on the map to see where a team's gonna, like, outside of the fact if they hit beacons, etc., and you have, you know, scouting knowledge, is that you're just waiting for teams to come in late, and when they already got stray kills before, they are ready to take any fight.
KYL do take out ANC outplayed. This low ground now getting sieged quite effectively by the team that came out #1 in the winners bracket, moving into today's matches. The LCQ was expected to be lit up by KYL, and yet they haven't managed to really find their stride just yet. Sitting in 13th right now. They've got a ways to go until match point.
Yeah, definitely a long way to go to until the match point, but you got to start somewhere, and I think setting the momentum of winning 3v3s on edge is a good thing, because once you get confident in taking fights, everything will naturally fall in place, because if you're scared of taking fights, it's definitely too hard to win the game from there on if you're not even confident in your team fighting.
South side of the map going to break out into a few fights again. Let's talk about Command Center in the course of this game. We know that the high ground where Atlas held is really nice. I feel like Command Center is a really decent place to approach from, and Cybercats and FaZe are about to fight for it.
I can promise you right now as well, Arctic knows that's FaZe. When I was scrimming with Arctic before we decided on what teams to play for, we were hunting FaZe down every time we saw them, because he's like, that's their skins, we are fighting. He wants to prove a point, and this 3v3 might actually show what's the difference between the teams, because he is hungry and he's also already at the top of the leaderboard. Can they hold on to that for the entirety of the tournament, though, remains to be seen. But so far what we've seen from both teams, they're both heavy hitters, and a 3v3 regardless of who comes out on top is really exciting.
Golem do go down. This one a bit tough for them. Pointless slide down onto the low ground as well, just to buy a little bit of space so that you can reset. Eventually, this push is going to have to come in, and Pointless do rotate down towards the low ground, trying to evade Fat Kid Community. KYL go down meanwhile. Pointless decide to slide on forward. Now the fight between them and Fat Kid Community has to break out, and you'd think that FaZe were third-partying this, but FaZe have a fight of their own, as Pointless healed through the zone. Zerifer actually gets the medkit off in time, should be able to turn this around, and with the Mozambiques, pops another medkit just in time. He's going to be able to out-heal this zone as well.
Yeah, this is definitely really hard, because now the huge fight that we just talked about, FaZe versus Cybercat, is happening.
It's all up to JMW, and he goes down! Cybercats assert their dominance in Command Center!
Like I told you about Arctic, he's here to prove a point, and point proven indeed. That fight didn't even look hard. They got that 3-for-1 is hugely beneficial for Cybercats because now they're all fully geared, coming and shooting their boy. Like I told you, he knows it's them. I was talking to you in scrims. We're shooting boxes, we're teabagging, we're doing everything. He's so happy about this, staying on top, and I am so proud of him because I am sharing for my boy versus my boys, you know. But hey, I just scream with Arctic. He's the recent boy in favor of Arctic. I'm so proud of you. Keep doing well, and I hope to see you guys at the end standing really tall with your heads held high.
I mean, they keep playing like this, and you'll be seeing Cybercats likely in Japan. They're at 46 points right now. 4 more points. 1 good squad wipe. And this is a squad wipe, but it's not exactly the same. This does, however, with the placement points, push Cybercats to 48. Now that we're in top 10 and Pointless are down, it's 2 points that separate Cybercats from being on match point.
Yeah, I think, well, for me, from my perspective, they're gonna get match point. The only way they can, like, even if they are about to die, they're at least not gonna go down without a team wipe, so they should be getting match point. What I'm more interested in is, are they gonna be playing the tree that I like to play, which is a little bit further north here? They have a balloon spot. It looks like they're gonna go for either cliff or tree. We'll have to see because they need to get ahead of teams, but getting balloon shot out here could be very detrimental.
No! And he goes down. Now it's a duo. Where do you play? It does look like they're heading dead center of wall. I'll be honest with you, Graceful. This looks really risky. The high ground maybe a little less so, but wait, Cybercats are split up.
We said risky. The whole house is free. What is happening to you?
This is weird. Would not have counted on it. Now, Arctic does go down, so as a duo, Cybercats don't have a whole lot of staying power. Micey, really the big difference maker here.
The thing is that I think the teams from South know that they're a duo. They should be taking the fight, but if they don't, no other team knows they're a duo. If they show presence here, this is what I like to say, is that you have to show presence, meaning you're poking and showing your armor and you're shooting people to make them think that, you know, they're a trio.
Actually, how? Like, go next. Ooh. Take their fight up on high ground. This is wonderful. It stinks for Atlas to go down here, but I really am shocked that we're looking at this zone that is pulling to wall, and we have so few squads that have actually prioritized the spot. Cybercats have taken the inside of the building, which, as you said, completely empty up until now, and they are one of 2 squads. It's Cybercats and Empire that even have a toe inside the ring.
Yeah, this is the thing. Right now, they're probably playing for placement points, but I think if they can, they should even try to 3P if there's double trades on each team. However, we saw GoNext, like, this is textbook play from GoNext, is they held out their backs with the zone really deep, came from tunnel and cleaned the height. Now they get to free reign on people with triple red armor super stacked, which we know Tyler and Kasher are definitely not red to do. And Tyler is on red here.
Picking their next fight, it's not even going to be close, unfortunately. Nah. You see somebody dip into the void as Team Listen do get away momentarily. 3D Max, however, not nearly so lucky, will fall. That leaves us with 8 teams left. Cybercats just waiting for more teams to die, because as they do, Cybercats will qualify into match point. Not even close. As Team Listen and Team Silly do go down. Cybercats now 1 point, a singular point away from being on match point.
Yeah, I think they're guaranteed. I think GoNext is pretty much guaranteed here. We'll have to see depending on where they land with the balloon. Can they get this rest off? I don't think they can, actually. Yeah, that was rough indeed, but I think we'll have to see depending on where they land. Only 6 teams alive in Circle 5 is a lot of playable area, so to speak. It comes down to which teams are out of zone first.
Oh, that's it! With Fat Kid Community going down, both Cybercats and GoNext get the necessary points. They're both on match point, and I mean, now you really don't have to worry. GoNext, yeah, they're gonna play for the win, but if they die, they are not too concerned. You've got what you came for. And GoNext are eating a lot of nays, so this resignation may be for the best.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm happy to see both teams doing so well, and even Cybercats as a duo here, you see, trying to mop them up, which they ended up doing as a duo, still playing proactive because they know, hey, we're just looking for points right now. I don't know if they're keeping track of if they're on the actual match point or not, but still keeping that tempo despite being a duo is really good.
We've got just a few teams left. Cybercats as a duo, Eternal, Empire, and the full English. Well, Eternal have height. They don't have a lot of staying power. It's full English that are dead center of zone right now. Kiner will have to find a pathway, likely a zip line for the team. to be able to rotate into the center of zone. Empire have got a good position. They may have hit the ring console earlier as well. For as much good as it'll do them, it's certainly gotten them to this point in the game. It's full English right underneath Eternal that may be our next fight to kick off.
Yeah, full English should be dead here because they're in a spot where they should be getting shot from everyone the moment Eternal starts looking at them. They should be getting shot at from under bridge as well. I'm a little bit confused why we haven't seen it earlier, but is this one of the things where they're not confident maybe? They should be playing space a lot earlier and cleaning out their side to play that area later on when the zone closes, because the zone is actually in their favor, but if they let them live, it's really bad for them.
An EMP right now would just obliterate full English's position. Unfortunately, Eternal are not running crypto, so they've got to wait for another team to give that to them, and that's not happening. A team like Cybercats has their own problems, focusing on Empire right now. It's Empire that takes a lot of damage on a rotation, running out of space to play. Wrenches is looking for more kills, and he gets a knock. Sharp is going to fall down. Cybercats are continuing as a duo to pick up more and more kills.
Yeah, as a duo, nonetheless, they're not scared. They're double gold Mozzies, double red, getting some kills here. One of them going down, though, is bad. Eternal managed to stay alive, not clean up the fight underneath them, however, but they are deathballing, making sure nobody goes down. But will we see a triple drop here is the question, and we do see the triple drop and clean up. Now they're the stacked team. I think they should be able to close this game out.
Sir Adele will fall. Full English are gone, and it's just Cybercats, just the singular player against Eternal, who deathballs super effectively, taking game 4 in style. Very nicely played by Eternal, who've moved themselves far up the leaderboards. Will it be enough to put them in the conversation for match point? Because now is the countdown graceful. Now is when we look at teams like Cybercats and like Go Next and go, are these squads who've been dominant so far going to be able to close it out?
Close it out indeed, and Eternal showing that they could close out games, but I'm a little bit sad on their lackluster proactiveness of getting kills, because winning games is important, but like we said, they might have moved up to the leaderboard, but only 2 teams so far stay at the top, and they are really consistent teams. Will one of them close it out? We'll see. Maybe, you know, hoping for long series for people that are watching at home, and I hope we just get some good ass Apex. That's it.
You know what would really hurt, actually, is, or what does hurt even now, is that Cybercats and Go Next, of course, are on match point. FaZe is in third right behind with 37 points. They are still pretty far, honestly, away from match point, and it's only because of what Cybercats did to them.
Yeah, Cybercats being proactive regardless. Like we see, this is the thing when you have several good teams that are playing, like I like to say, same macro. You're in the same path. You're intertwining on macro. You will have one team only come out on top, and if that, you know, went FaZe's way, they would have been probably on match point now. But Cybercats showing, especially, you know, Arctic with the Vendetta showing, hey, I will do whatever it takes to take you down, whether or not we're winning. This is what I feel from him, and I think that's such a good mentality to have, that you're not scared of anybody, and especially somebody that you have a Vendetta against. It's even better.
Eternal, Cybercats, Full English, the top 3 right now, and Eternal did play, as we said, a little bit conservative in that last reign. They didn't go for the wipe onto Full English. They played on their back toes and really sat together and took out squads that approached them. What was odd to me was the way that Eternal split up and actually ended up taking out a member of Cybercats because of it. They played space, but in a way that you wouldn't really normally see, trying to control both high grounds in the end game.
Yeah, that's the thing, is what we're talking about, is that they're leaving openings for teams to be exploited. And good teams might do a triple swing, and if you're only 2 or you're only 1 watching that, that's when you get caught off guard and you lose the game that you should have been top 3 or even a win guaranteed, right? Whereas, like, I don't like to do the, what's it called, leaving things in the other team's hands. I would rather do it in my own, like, I would make the play, and if I die, that's my bad. But I would not leave it up for, oh, is this team gonna shoot us or them? And then if they shoot us, we're dead. So, yeah, they managed to close the game out, but there's also definitely luck tied to it, because when that down happened, like you said, on Cybercats, things could have gone wrong. It didn't. I hope that they step up a little bit, but manage to close out the game with that many kills is always good regardless.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a really good game. I am still looking for teams like Atlas, who had really fantastic games on World's Edge, to take that momentum and turn it into Stormpoint momentum, because Stormpoint, that is now concluded, at least for now, we can come back to it after 2 maps, has actually been a pretty quiet map for them. The same can be said of some other squads that maybe expected to have better games, like Golem, who again have a very high percentage of kills, should have had a better Storm Point, and they may not even get the chance to see Storm Point again, because we are entering the point where now you can close things out, but World's Edge is going to be the place where you have to do it graceful.
Yeah, definitely. And as we said, teams have stronger and weaker maps, and I think the teams that are on match point currently are good on both maps. It's terrifying because now you need to start pinpointing, hey, are those teams still alive or not? Sometimes you might have to end up not really throwing your games, but you need to make sure that the tournament keeps going on so you can hit the match point. Can they do it? Remains to be seen.
It certainly does. We've got so much to talk about. Dropships, certainly one of them, but we'll get the chance to touch on all that and more when we're back from the break. Well, we're back, and match point is at the point where it can conclude, Zephyr. That means the tensions are high in the LCQ, with Cybercats and Go Next being the ones with a chance to stamp their tickets to Japan.
Now, granted, we have very rarely seen winners that hit match point immediately deliver on that following with the win, but it can happen. So let's go over a little bit of what may occur here after Game 5. If it is, in fact, Cybercats, of course, or potentially Go Next who do work out with this win, winner will have to step away from the match, and we will go into another additional minimum there of Game 6. After Game 6 is completed, we will take the top 2 scoring teams, well, my apologies, the winner, of course, of our match point and the highest scoring team to send on forward to the championship. But Dia, that's only if 2 of these 20 teams happen to win this one.
And I don't know, that seems pretty low percentage. Cybercats did already win a game today, so maybe things are looking in their favor as they managed to find the first win of the LCQ. But it's so often that we see teams, I mean, even when we are on land, we just had the coach of Game and Gladiators in here. They were playing fantastically, hit match point in 3 games, and still couldn't quite close it out. So it is really tough to actually find a win, especially when you're the one that has to do it, and everyone else knows that you've got to do it.
For Cybercats, I'm a little bit more worried, especially since they do have that win for Go Next. The placement does spell the story of the fact that they really haven't ever gotten there. They are a KP heavy team with 32 on the board, making up, or potentially, I believe that might be a bit wrong, there is additional points to be scored there as well. Either way, it's still the same story. They haven't picked up a win today and are potentially due for one, but need to seal the deal. Like you were saying with Graceful, though, just before we popped off to break here, FaZe, Atlas, Empire, Eternal, Full-Inch, these squads are still so far behind from actually picking up what could be those 50 points here in this next game. 13 being the minimum for FaZe Clan.
Now, I promised we would talk about this a little bit before the break. When we get into a situation like this, is where the dropship actually becomes relevant. We don't often see it, and in fact, in a lobby like this, we may not at all. But in, say, yesterday's Elim Round 2 for the LCQ, we did see people shifting up their drop spots to see who would qualify into the top 10, especially when things got later. Now that we've got the chance to end it all, now that we've got teams on match point, shifting your drop spots is a valid strategy to either collect more KP or shut down a team that's on match point.
It's so difficult, Dia, though, with so many of our teams still searching for the points that they desperately need, even to put themselves potentially in that second place position. It might force them to play a much more conservative strat, given that it is, well, early. It is only game 5, but could always be the spelling of the end. I will say, though, we're back on World's Edge, the pride, the home of ALGS.
Luca talked about this earlier as well, but why make things difficult for yourself? Why fight the best teams? It is a big game of risk reward. Obviously, if you're able to shut down Cybercats or Go Next, that's great. But dropping on them, really a very low % chance of working. So, I don't know. It's unlikely. It is something that we'll keep our eyes on, is, again, playing for points. Dropping on perhaps weaker teams could be the play, and you can find out who does that, who's thinking about it, what's going on in their heads with Face It Watch, the official multi-view streaming platform for the ALGS. I like that Face It Watch up just honestly for the map, for my own peace of mind, and then alternate POVs as I see who's in a good position, who has the chance to win it all for that particular game. So use it as you like. Send us your favorite comms. I know they've got a clips feature now, so there's a plethora of things you can do and enjoy on Face It Watch as we prepare for our 5th and maybe final game to decide who's winning the match point.
I won't put that curse out there yet as our dropship makes its way through, Dia. It is a slightly more even positioning for the map. Straight across the edge there, it is a priority for both the Cybercats and Go Next, starting in Harvester and Monument. For our farther northern squads and southern teams, they might have a bit of a delay, but for match point entities, it is maybe as best as you could have imagined it.
Silly and Enhanced Aim still splitting over at Survey Appy, and I'm keeping my eyes out for any additional contests, as at least for this game, it does look like we'll be going a little bit further south. Things like Lava Siphon in play, even Geyser actually looking pretty good if you'd like to rotate early. Some teams like Fat Kid Community, who have a ring console, and ANC outplayed over at Lava Siphon, who have a ring console, can actually make very quick rotates to move themselves into the zone.
You think anyone remembers how to play South? It's been a hot minute.
I'd like to hope so. Actually, fun fact on this, Golem, we haven't talked about them too much, especially at World's Edge, but Golem, who are playing through the south side, who have launch site and dome, also get a ring console with this and have a fast rotation. This actually could be the game where we finally see the Golem pop off that dominated Challenger Circuit.
It's a setup there, but as we get a little bit more information regarding our second zone, we do spell out what could be either a finish out towards that geyser area, or more importantly, in front of it. Currently, where you see the western side of Team Listen right now, it is probably one of the more difficult end zones to pick up there, albeit there is a lot of cover that sustains you out into that end game with things like the geyser and Lava Siphon being in play. The height dictates so much of what happens in those final moments, and for the majority of the game, it isn't really an advantageous spot to play.
It's for this reason that actually playing for Ring 3 scan can be super good in this game. I'd love to see teams that are playing around the edge, say somebody like FaZe out of Sky West, actually move in from the south and try and take advantage of all the scans that they've got in Tree and Launch Site and Lava Siphon, even in Stacks itself, to get a little bit more information on where the ring is going. We'll talk about late game in match point, though, and you've got to talk about and the change that they have made to their composition. Pulling out Revenant is something that, while unusual, isn't exactly unexpected for teams that find themselves far from qualifying.
All right, it's high tempo. It takes it directly into the 3v3 exchange. They lead with an EMP on the crypto that we did see with that roster, and potentially for the squad that finds themselves in 18th with 9 points, it is a potential return. Granted, this is what makes match point scary. Squads changing things up and even feeling as far away as they do leads to some additional chaos where it does get a bit more heated for rosters knowing they need to pick up a wealth of points.
This is an interesting rotate and one that is just in time. Cybercats cutting off 3D Max actually have Grandma's house, which if this zone does go as you predicted, Zephyr, to the outside of Geyser, in between it and Lava Siphon, Grandma's house is akin to a god spot.
It can be incredibly good for the transition to height. If it does make its way further south, though, towards where we see that bridge on the exterior of Lava Siphon, we do worry about how they will make that transitionally on the exchange. If it is the exterior of Geyser, though, it could be potentially looking like a dominant setup for Cybercats, especially because when we compare it to so many of the other positions you can play into from this zone, you don't have the issue of defensive nature, right? Grandma's house has a place to pull back into, and on top of that, it's not that hard to cover with teams having to either climb the heights of Geyser to get to you, or more importantly, cross ahead of so much other pressure here on the outside of northern Lava Siphon.
DMS will get the chance to see a couple of teams rotating by them, as we did see them set up to hit the survey beacon, and Cybercats now have an easier job than almost anyone, just holding on to high ground. Pushing Grandma's house is incredibly difficult. Not a lot of people will choose to oob this or even jump with the evac tower onto it, because it is really risky, and it's easy to show presence as a team like Cybercats to keep other squads from pushing onto you. Go Next, also on match point, will be playing through the same side of the ring, but instead over through Lava Siphon, that should naturally separate them from Cybercats.
It's a bit far on the west side. We'll have to see how they play out within the transition for the likes of Team A, though. The Forged Shadows unleashed here. Granted, it's not the speed or aggression that I'd see with an ultimate like that. A bit slow on the pace, and while they find damage to boot on Bambino from afar here, I mean, 4 seconds to go, you've cut a lot of your utility out of the picture now.
I don't know if they'll really be able to find purchase in this fight, and like you say, now you've got one less ult to work with. The fact that they've even managed to force out a Bangalore ult is impressive, and in large part just due to the gunplay. Lots of damage thrown in by A, but now they're thinking about a rotation out, what the next couple of zones look like for them, because as much as you want kills, you can't just recklessly abandon everything, all the macro that's gotten you to this point. You just still have to think about the end zone, and if I choose to rotate south, I do like it for them, with the chance to pick up a lot more survey beacons and make their way into ring relatively uncontested.
Remember, statistically, we look towards 7 or 8 games when it comes to match point, and while we are hyping up what could potentially be the end here, we have to look at the fact that they're still on the board at least this match plus 2 others, and maybe even a 4th available for so many of these teams. If you're sitting at that 10 or even 20 point mark when you just do simple division, a 10 or even sub 10 6 point is enough to keep you competitive to potentially show up. Because remember, I mean, even talking about the other LCQs, right? It was Havoc and Reignite in our other regions showing up at the Strike of Dawn Game 7, getting on match point, and then delivering the win following suit in Game 8.
DMS team, listen, ANC outplayed Silly, all sat inside of Geyser. And KYL, actually, we can see them just off to the north in this choke point that leads into Geyser. These caves, very dangerous, but the ring, Zephyr, pulls further into Geyser than many teams might have anticipated. Teams like Enhanced Aim and Rolling Teams wanted this to pull further out, but instead it's DMS that are laughing for ring 3.
Now, something that is concerning here is with that ring not exactly centering hard on the edge towards the east there is the potential for the repull back over towards the western side, where we are looking towards teams, not just like listening in further, but ANC and the Full English, who are hosting more of a dominant spot in the angle there. Granted, still always a really nice rotation for squads that are within the Geyser area. They don't have to worry about those major northern choke points that we just broke up or anything else on the, we'll say, exterior of this POI. It is one of the harder ones to get into when we talk about potential late games.
This caught my eye, though. Go Next, who were actually playing in zone, have rotated way far out to the edge to play through the south side of the map. That's actually going to put Go Next and on the same rotational path. And it is very odd to me to see Kashera, even in an LCQ, go from inside of zone, negative rotate to the outside, and start playing edge.
I mean, I was concerned with the western position of Lava Siphon. This isn't even comparable here. Potentially something we did miss in the minor micro that might have been an impact of some other teams, but arguably it doesn't change the fact that they are far and away from a positioning. And granted, yeah, Tyler, you've got some extreme prowess for the fighting potential on this roster to make edge work for you, but we're talking to Geyser Zone. I just told y'all it's difficult.
Guess we'll find out how Go Next deal with that difficulty, because especially, I mean, moving out of Siphon, moving out of the south, they're all going to be tough. Synetic does find a knock. That was not great for Cybercats, as the bat did go off, but didn't really help them. That means that Cybercats are now a duo, and we could see a bit of revenge from FaZe, who now are positioned perfectly to clean up the Cybercats and do what was done to them in Game 4.
For FaZe, they have the advantage on the duo, and with Synetic now breaking out the zip for the push ahead. EMP to follow suit with Mozam's in hand. Delivering final blow, always available, but it seems like things have gotten quieted up here.
Cybercats yeeted right out of here, not wanting to deal with the fight. And it's a good thing, too. Now, a few nades do get piled in. Arctic going to be able to dodge most of them, but it's Atlas who now are looking over at Cybercats and going, what on earth has happened over here? Forbidden Gaming are losing members meanwhile, and Atlas's low ground position is under a lot of surprising pressure as they still manage to survive and even make their way up to the top of the bridge.
Still really nice setup there. I like that, having the zip potential for the repositioning above. While it's not really end game positioning, it does give much more safety to what usually can be a punished spot here, and especially now with the visual aid of seeing where these teams might be coming into play here from Lava Siphon, or even behind, down below. Whispers of the embers of a team we saw far from the south. Hilariously though, Cybercats, they'll take advantage of this rotation.
Pretty nice for them. I mean, I think this was largely why we saw a team like Atlas rotate on up to the high ground. They saw that Cybercats were rotating into them, didn't have full information. And for Cybercats, it is temporary safety, and I do really mean only temporary, because there is so much pressure towards this south side of the map. I'm expecting to see this duo go down very quickly. Micey falling is just the start of that. Well, Cybercats are going to try and stick the res. Who knows what could come for them next?
That's going to be it for, well, a bit of the safety of a Watson friend you had before here, and now stuck to potentially just one. That'll be the Cybercats eliminated, not just from this match, but in 20th, to say and the least. For Go Next Esports, it's not getting much better here, Dia.
Still trapped towards the south side. 30 seconds left. You've got to imagine, with the way that Go Next are playing right now, that they have an evac tower and are just going to Hail Mary this. But Atlas and FaZe Clan, who are actually ahead of them in terms of positioning for this ring, are just behind in the standings. Atlas at 40 points, FaZe at 38, and Empire just behind at 35. These three teams could be your next squads on match point.
Really appreciate the pressure here from both Atlas and what we see now as I'll get into the mix here, taking that positioning away. I did want to highlight Go Next does have evac available, and while it isn't the best of options for them going in blind, it's the one they'll have to work with. And there we go.
Where will they end up landing? Do they go mod side? Do they go geyser side? Do they die in the sky? We'll find out as Go Next do end up flying over towards Grandma's house. This is the geyser side rotation, and we'll land them right out in the open. Go Next, extremely risky play, and keep your eyes on the kill feed for them because they'll be showing up on one side of it or another. FaZe, meanwhile, defending a push from Empire, actually let a lot of the gap be closed before an eventual disengage comes through from Empire. Synetic looking to clean up this side of the fence, wraps with the Mozambiques and puts in serious work, taking down Young Hong Kong, but being traded back. It's just Nags now with the Nemesis, who cleans up Empire and keeps FaZe Clan alive.
For a second there, it almost looked like it could be the end of FaZe, but Nags holds down the fort here for solid resets. Go Next as we tune over to them. Like you said, a central position, one dangerous, especially with what could be some angles from the back here in a moment ahead, are already fairly low, looking for what needs to be necessary resets. A Crypto completely eliminated in the meanwhile, maybe didn't even have the exchange there. Yeah, just sitting on the cells to boot.
And Atlas's high ground is just looking so good for them. It makes it easy to take pieces out of Go Next, and it'll be a full wipe on Kashera, an extra point for Atlas as Tyler does go for the kill. Tryhard Thor looking for this last clutch as well. Tyler gets the swap, does get angled out on high ground, but these Mozambiques are going wild, and Tyler stays in the fight for so long before going down. Go Next are out, and it means, Zephyr, that we are going to another game. Both our teams on match point have fallen, and FaZe swoop in on Atlas. The fourth place team jumps in on top of the third place team and is going to make another wipe happen.
Now, this is so important for these squads on the board. I mean, this is early in the match that you've got plenty of time to be paying attention here. What you need to do now is put up the points that matter, the points that count here for FaZe Clan. They've already taken supreme advantage of their play towards the Westingham side. But Dia, in all of that excitement, we got to talk about something.
It just leaves Geyser. The ring just decides, you know what? I faked everyone out. It's time for us to have some serious fights kicking off. I feel like Geyser hasn't seen enough action recently, and Full English, they are the first ones to position themselves to take advantage of it, but they are going to have to survive through one of the circles of hell to make it into the next round.
It is a solid positioning, but I can't imagine that'll be the only EMP we see, especially with so many of these other squads positioning out from the big mod side to take advantage of, well, what is guaranteed KP pickups from everyone walking in here. For the Full English, though, you do have to give credit where it's due. The Watson in play, and that control should provide great advantages for the rest of the guys or squads, though. They didn't choose to rotate, and instead, the zone cleans them up. The heaviest damage leader of today's match, potentially.
Nice shield swap from CJ. Keeps Bangalore alive, and Full English do struggle for positioning. Meanwhile, it is DMS from the low ground that are looking for kills. Full English difficult to push, however, as there are still plenty of squads in Geyser. Up goes DMS, looking through the smoke for a way to engage as Full English gets shot in the back from Big Mod. Back in community, looking for angles on them. DMS grabbing the high ground with the energized zip line. DMS and Full English have to fight. There's no way around it.
From above, Taskmaster will leap down. Double Mozams in hand, start things off, but it's on top of the Andy Jacks, to say the least. This fight isn't even the one that you need to be taking. It will secure at least the full wipe there. 3 points on the board, but the Full English have now set themselves up for the prime real estate of free 2 extra KP.
So DMS, I mean, we know this. Looking at that play, they play for the points. They look for a few kills to move them further up the leaderboard, but they know that they're not hitting match point this game with that kind of play. It's 42 points that DMS sit at, 8 away from match point. FaZe still alive at 47 and Full English at 39. Both teams with the chance to make it up to match point eligibility. FaZe on full red shields. Monsters in this lobby are looking like they are in the best place to do it.
Now remember, for so many of our squads here, they set themselves up at the current amount of the 4 placement points they have to boot. Existing 4, even to that win, is an additional 8 if you walk away with a win, but remember, second, a potential 5 as well. Plenty of KP in for FaZe. They're more than happy to potentially continue racking this one, but they've got to be careful here. Synetic taking low, Nags, just as much damage in return. They've gotten the 1 drop, but with resets ahead here, they need to survive. They need to pick up those extra 3, Dia.
Nags goes down. Synetic gets aggressive once again. These grapples into the double Mozambiques are going crazy berserk. Lazar is down, and Cinetic has almost taken out all of Rolling Teams by himself. JMW providing cover fire from the back, and Rolling Teams go down. That is a 1v3 from Cinetic.
1v3 to seal the deal. Angles galore and a reset here for them to set themselves up for success. For the full English, it's a survival of a 0.4, but they need to pick up that additional KP if it means to get them potentially to that 50-point mark as well. CJ on the recovery. It's not a full squad wipe. Remember, 3 squads remaining, 7 points on the board, 5 potentially additionally for the win. They still need the 1 additional KP, and even if they put themselves in 2nd place there, they need to wipe at least one of these other squads before they get to that position, and maybe that won't even be enough, Dia.
Let's not get it twisted. FaZe are in a game-winning spot with high ground, with essentially a 3v3 in front of them. The one rat positioned near full English. Things look like they have all of the advantages are there for FaZe Clan. Triple reds on high ground, every loot box they could imagine, and now it is just a straight 3v3. Full English do find the rat. Fat Kid community go down. I hear a Kraber shot ring out, though there is not purchase found with it. And Cinetic, who has been cleaning up squads moving into this final zone, has the chance to do it one more time to clutch things up for the team.
6 shots in the chamber, 6 opportunities to seal a successful fate, to pick up a win, to prove not just to the other rosters that you've hit match point, but that you've got the capabilities to walk home today with the win in that championship position. It's already a crack there, and that is the go button ahead, paired with the EMP, double Mozams in hand. Do they even have a response?
Looking for another Kraber shot. This one does not connect, but Cinetic's already done the damage. The advantage is already in the hands of FaZe Clan, as it is a 3v2. Nags is the one to clean things up and claim the win for FaZe Clan, their 2nd today, and the one that puts them on match point.
This is a terrifying statistic that you've got to accept now here for anyone in our current last chance qualifier. FaZe game 3, FaZe game 5, and now in a position to potentially put themselves on their way to Japan.
This is a team that when you give them the opportunity, knows how to close out games. When they get into those final 3-4 squads, has played at the highest level against the best teams in the world. And even though their roster has swapped out, even though I'm asking myself, is the ship still the same ship now that we've swapped out all the pieces? Still has Cinetic at the helm, who on Pathfinder as well is just a monstrosity.
All right, Theseus. Well, I'll tell you what here. From the distance that they pick up that win, that's what makes me most impressed. Starting off all the way from the Skyhook side, we understand zone play wins. I mean, the macro potential is always in your favor, especially with most pulls being semi-obvious. This game maybe not being one, but to still make the edge play out in your favor for FaZe, not just in the win, but in so many ways how they capitalized on these exterior teams to pick up the points that propel them into the top 50 was, well, a sight to see. 12 KP to top out our board coming out of match 5.
24 points puts them at 61 overall. Cybercats are just behind them at 58 in the overall standings, but Full English with a 17-point game move up pretty far in the standings themselves. While we still have mostly FaZe Clan that we're looking at with our match point eligibility, there are a lot of teams that with this game, with our 5th game now on World's Edge, have put themselves within touching distance. They could breathe themselves over the match point line.
Little bit of a team comparison here, especially there at the end. The Full English take great advantage of that major pull away from Geyser, where we got to see them invest some damage in those late rotating squads from the heart of our Geyser. Instead, though, they do still take great advantage coming out of that choke to propel themselves against so many of the other rosters that were holding the big mod side for, we'll say, longer than the rest. And even though they don't pick up the 50 there, it is a sign of life from a roster that's now just, I mean, barely a match away. They could play half the match and set themselves up onto the point scale.
Atlas just behind 47, Full English 47, DMS, the team that everyone was looking at coming into today at 42. They've still got a chance to win this. With as close as they are, match point is very difficult to close out. We could see DMS ride the wave further up the standings. Keep your eyes on them.
Yeah, they had great KP potential and found the damage to boot there. Couldn't survive the onslaught of that big rotate, but kind of in that same similar vein of the full English where we're looking for signs of life. This team, who had incredible standings in the EMEA region, might be now in the position to work their way forward.
I'll tell you what, Zephyr. We have gotten multiple teams on match point, much like we had last game, but with every single game, the stakes get higher. The chances of it being the last game increase, and we're going to toss to a very quick break before we find out what lies on the other side.
Battle Beaver is the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Alienware is the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Last Chance Qualifier, where it's not done yet, but it might be after this next match. We had yet another squad get themselves onto match point eligibility after match number 5, and that was FaZe with one of the most insane damage runs out of Synetic that I've seen in a very long time, Zephyr.
An absolutely dwarfing stat line, of course, for Synetic, picking up the majority of that KP. Now in our series total as a whole at 6,000 damage coming out of game 5 here. A total of 16 kills off of our recent games. An absolutely absurd number that has led to a major lead and led to the downfall of teams like Rolling Fighting over here on the interior of Truck.
Just like the level of confidence, hitting that Kraber shot, already having the zip down prepared to go in if the opening presented itself. I mean, they played these final moments so flawlessly as a team. Were able to just move in, collapse all the full English, and doing that also prevented full English from being able to get on match point themselves. They're just 3 points shy of match point. FaZe Clan, the only team now with 2 wins so far on the day. I mean, they have to be feeling good heading into the next match.
This is a solid setup, but one that I question regarding what could be the potential for a win there. We have to admit, the zone, well, it had a mind of its own coming out of match 5 there, and the FaZe Clan took perfect advantage of that. But if we have to look at it with some reality to the situation, they were not in a fantastic spot to potentially walk away from a win with that game until we got to that zone 5 and further here. Still, though, they've proven by hand and galore that they've got the damage, the fighting, the prowess, technically the 2 wins on their belt today to potentially be our first team on their way to Japan here.
And obviously for everybody at home, don't forget, while it was FaZe Clan that just got on match point after match number 5, before that, it was Cybercats and Go Next who are also eligible. So we've got 3 teams that can potentially win here in match number 6. First piece of the puzzle will be, where is that zone going to pull? Will any of our teams have a favorable zone to work with here in match number 6 that are already on match point? This is going to be an exciting one, Zephyr.
Now, we did touch on this a little bit. There is no supplied minimum at this point for the games. If it ends here, it ends here. And what does that mean for so many of our other teams out there still competing? We've got 3 squads now on match point, but that chokehold they had on the top 2 is maybe not as secure here. Cats at 58, FaZe at 61. It is a bit of a lead, but for so many of our other teams, it's getting to the point where they need to catch up there if they want to host themselves within that second position, depending on who maybe finishes our game.
Absolutely, and you know, Cybercats and Go Next are going to be paying attention to that if they don't feel like they're in a solid position to win, at least keeping their points, like you're saying, high enough to put themselves in second place and clinch that second spot, because it all really can be done after this. And we finally get a chance to take a look here at where this is potentially going to be polling right now. Go Next could do something with this zone if they're able to get that information. Full English, we just mentioned, is only 3 points shy of match point. If all 3 of our teams that are eligible go out, this is also an opportunity for Full English to come up.
Yeah, should be secure. You heard Dia talking about it. You barely breathe on the scoreboard, and Full English are right there in match point positioning. And the game has absolutely favored them coming out of this one. The overlook western side, the rocks and the train line there as well. High preference spots for what could potentially be this end. There is a little bit of that slight play over towards the western side of Epicenter if you are able to defensively hold 1 or 2 of those bridges there, but it can be slightly more difficult with more teams kind of shoring up behind you as the game ticks on here.
Well, we have an enemy out there.
Getting a chance to check in with Silly here at the beginning of this match. Now, they are up by Survey Camp, and they do have enhanced aim in their general vicinity, so we'll have to see if they're looking to avoid this early engagement or if they want to fight for that console, see if they can get that information. You see enhanced aim hitting that Evo Harvester, looking like they don't want to have to fight right now at all.
No, setting themselves up. They've got that mid split on the survey camp there, but with the rotation of AJ and Masuko already on their way to Epicenter, this is a little bit of what I was trying to spell out with some of that early information. Getting into the power positions, even over there towards those bridges, can be potentially good here, even if a little bit more difficult to defend. For the Full English, though, this is the spot.
Yeah. This is great. I mean, they have overlook. They had that ring console over there if they really wanted to get some information. I mean, they moved over to these rocks. And how many times have we seen these zones shift just north of this overlook area into these rocks? And they know how to play this. So it's all about who's going to be moving up there early with them. KYL was up north at Climatizer, so they're going to be able to make an early shift in that direction towards Full English. And we'll have to see how both of those teams want to handle holding down that position. Meanwhile, Cybercats, another eligible squad moving through this tunnel.
This is an extent of the rotate over there towards that Harvester side after coming out from initial POI looting. Notably, they don't have that scan yet. Just about to pick it up here from the landslide end. This could be very difficult for them in terms of where they sustain that future rotate here. But for now, Empire in Team a 3v3 that, I mean, for Empire is incredibly important. 15 points away from match point is actually not too shabby at all.
Yeah, they're definitely in a position where they can't afford to be passive yet with how many teams are also within striking distance of being on match point. Definitely an opportunity for them to be a little bit aggressive and see if they can get some early game KP. They don't have other teams in the area to worry about, so if they do decide to get aggro onto A and push this fight, they could be safe as far as getting that reset as well, and then continuing on their rotation. They decide to not push it too hard and just kind of keep things going a little bit smoothly for them here. Team Listen also hanging out, getting some more loot and information as they make their way through. The biggest thing here is that once people realize where this zone is going, they know that there are going to be so many teams that have already moved into those prio positions. And if they're not even close to match point, how do they handle that? Is this a situation where they have to go aggressive and just start trying to get that KP? Are they desperate yet, or do they have a little bit of time left?
That's the thing, especially with match point. The clock is always ticking here, and you never know when it'll strike. Of course, for the likes of Team Listen, they are one of the first teams. Rolling teams on the other side of things had high presence toward that last big mod zone coming out of Game 5, and this time around are in a similar situation, making for quick rotates, but have opted below. Not something that, well, without really good call times on the potential third party or a really nice access point, can work out in their favor.
You can see everybody starting to claim some space, all surrounding full English, as everyone is anticipating that northeastern above overlook pull for this zone. DMS, though, we've heard you guys talking about it last match. We've mentioned them throughout the day. A team that I think we all had some really high expectations for. Not a match point yet, but only 8 points away. And that is a game that they are more than capable of having.
Now set up within that position over towards the overlook side. They've, well, albeit slowed what they're known for in terms of that kind of KP-driven entity, but, I mean, have set themselves up definitely very well for the easy 8 here. For Go Next, pressured out is the issue they've run into here, and especially for a team that does start early off on the Monument side, it doesn't bode well for what might be the transitions that they need to make. It was just earlier we were talking about squads like Enhanced Aim making their way across fairly early here. So one of the actual few teams to be out of this zone.
All right. You saw for a second where that next ring was going to be shifting. Rolling teams and Forbidden going to be very, very happy with that. An opportunity for Cybercats to play this edge as well if they take out Golem. Give themselves a little bit of space to hold for a bit.
Oh. Stuck though. Just ranches.
Yeah.
Just ranches. I'm going to get to catch that one over on the end here, and it gets a lot more difficult now with a peek at that future zone. You know, there's a lot to sustain when it goes over towards the rocks, and I talk about the transitions outside of bridge. That's not really eligible anymore. You're either height or bust now when it comes to the overlook end of where this zone is finishing. Trying to work your way across these remnants of the train line outside of a frag-esque area is a huge difficulty, and you might be able to put yourself in no name for a little bit, but it's when you try to make your way across that you will potentially be capitalized on there. You got the truck, you got a few spots, but ultimately that can only really be an area potentially held by 2 to 3 squads.
And you can see Forbidden, one of those teams with those fences set up, ready to go. Now, real happy where they've ended up positionally, but they're going to have to worry about all those teams now moving back towards them that opted for just slightly farther north. Listen will be right on the inside of that next ring. Forbidden's going to be looking that way towards that sniper tower, seeing who is potentially pushing down from above. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan obviously coming over from that Skyhook area, so they're one of the last teams here moving their way towards the zone, and honestly that might provide them with a little bit of safety as Go Next is starting to see those rotations coming through.
Pick them on up, far and away. That's what you have to do to
This is
play.
beautiful. This is beautiful.
Thank you. And that's it. Not much more after that.
I'm a big fan. Meanwhile, FaZe running into Eternal. A little bit of a verticality disparity here that they're trying to deal with, but after what we saw Synetic was capable of, I don't think he's too concerned about it. Makes his way up. Yeah, he's got this one covered.
I like that positioning from Nags on the other side. This makes for a really nasty line of sight from both angles, and that's actually going to force Bambino down there, and walking up as two. Synetic has to be careful of the side lane there, forced to drop down low health. I'm glad they take advantage of that one. I mean, it is risky from Synetic to make that move, so good they call him on his bluff. I like it.
This will be interesting to see what FaZe decides to do here too, because they don't have to force this engagement with Eternal. They have a lot of space towards the southeast if they want to start rotating down and away from this, if they don't like the angles that this fight is providing for them. But right now, they're content to just kind of
There you go.
Brunseth, yeah, they decide to disengage. I think this is actually going to work out well for them because there's nobody that, I mean, they don't know this, but there's nobody else down there for them to have to contend with.
Yeah, set up ahead here. It still does kind of bring back that issue of how do they make for transition into this end zone, because if they got the opportunity to play from the epicenter side after taking out Eternal, that opens up the conversation maybe a little bit more, given that they have a better access towards visual A, taking what could be positions that they see from those squads off of rotate from Overlook, and then playing off of things like Synetic on that Pathfinder there. Instead, it's going to be a much tighter game, and it gets even worse here because we don't even sustain a lot of the defensive positioning coming off of West Overlook. We're gonna put this directly on that no-name hillside where Forbidden currently hosts themselves.
Well, I know we watched Cybercats escape just as a solo. They were able to get one up. It's now Mycene Ranch is alive for Cybercats, so we've got a duo for them in the south area towards FaZe Clan, who's making that longer rotation now that you were just talking about. So it'll be interesting to see how Cybercats handle kind of being between FaZe Clan and everybody else that's towards the southern side of this next shift. You can see Fat Kid Community moving in towards Forbidden as well. And this is going to be a rough push in for a lot of these teams coming from the north side.
Wish I could draw for a second there. There's a big access point on height that is not taken by anybody. Granted, it is difficult to hold right now, but whoever plays into it in just a moment over on the other side of Epicenter could have a very big power push. But speaking of pushes here, FaZe, they've got to make rotation to the west. They found themselves a building, but how might they treat this fight?
Can you impede him? They bang God, I'm impeding him.
Bang one, cat one as well.
I'm going in.
Just go in, they're both fucking low. Bang is one. Cat is low. All you, I can't help.
Don't know when Cat is, good?
You run away,
I think I run away. What on me?
Yeah, we're trying.
Jay's coming to us? No, I'm staying in the building, no? Oh yeah, you can. Just careful
I'm
behind
dropping
you,
out
please.
Dropping out this one.
And that was that pinch for Cybercats that I was talking about that I was worried could potentially go poorly for them. FaZe Clan able to capitalize and take out one, leaving just a solo. Now we're checking in with Go Next, seeing how their rotation in is going. And as teams are flying in, trying to find a little bit of real estate, they are able to at least use those smokes for some cover, as you have quite a few teams looking their way and somehow Escape here, able to move in directly towards Fat Kid Community.
What is this?
I don't understand how that happened. Forbidden's moved out, but Go Next was that was incredible.
That is a rotation that just should not be allowed, and maybe it plays into part what I was trying to talk about with that previous zone where 3D Max was. It was completely open. That's a big sight line that, you know, potentially Go Next didn't have to worry about on this rotation. But I mean, defending this spot is still difficult. Let's not get it wrong, right? But it is a highlight of an end zone that has now directed itself directly on top of one of our only match point rosters.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them to hold that. Meanwhile, Enhanced Aim take out KYL. Forbidden moving off of that probably is going to bode well for them, though. They're on the slow side of the zone now, and they've got everyone in front of them that they can really pay attention to. They see quite a few of those teams off to the west as well. You've got the solo on Cybercats, then Golem and hanging out on the side, but Forbidden might be able to be very annoying for a lot of those teams who have now moved in. And Go Next trying to hold that spot for an extended period of time when you have the likes of the Full English, Team Listen, DMS above them, who are eventually going to come towards that southern direction. It's gonna get a little chaotic.
Well, it's already started here. Cybercats, your first squad eliminated within the chaos, down in 15th, cements the fact that we've only got 2 teams, 1 out of 7 here, that have the potential to win now FaZe. They've opted for the site where we saw 3D just beforehand, and I like this rotation. It's not one that sustains much further, and the fact that Synetic had to utilize the zip line to get up here does worry me a little bit. That could have been a good rotational tool here in just a second to dictate where they might play for on this next zone. Damage on the truck, though. Cracks ahead here. FaZe, they've got to make a quick decision.
I They're getting landed up from behind. They have to worry about a couple teams coming in from their backs. I believe they've gotten Handsame and Silly back there. They opt to drop down and push farther into this truck where there are teams trying to stick those reses. An opportunity for Cinetic here to clean this one up.
And they will. Sustained on the interior there. It was a perfect third party that they just said they had to book it towards. It's a position that will give them their survivability ahead. And for the full English, this is the clear that Go Next have been waiting for. I worried about defensive positioning. They are not even getting defensive. They put Tyler into a god spot there. Send Kashira in from behind, and it is a sealed deal. But now the third party, it just wasn't clean enough.
This is a massive opportunity for FaZe. They're alone, uncontested on the western side with everybody fighting towards that ring. They could potentially wrap here, start clearing these teams out. That's exactly what they're trying to do. As you can see, the damage coming out of Cinetic yet again. Tries to make a move up. Mozam's in hand and is able to continue getting those shield cracks. FaZe Clan is tearing through the teams in front of them and now claiming a prio spot.
Set up ahead there as Eternal are picked apart from the other end. Tyler is keeping the dream alive piece by piece, but with FaZe finally picking up, well, what they've left behind. They'll send Go Next home in fourth here. 3 squads remaining. Fat Kid Community down below. Forbidden on the outside, and FaZe, your only match point team. 1 of 3.
Looking real comfortable. They've got all that spare loot. They have the height, and they know exactly where they're looking when it comes to Forbidden. This is going to all be in the hands of FaZe. How do they handle this? When does Fat Kid Community come up from that low ground? It's all going to be down to the timing here, and FaZe Clan could close the whole series out.
This is a really tough call here. You've got Forbidden in a position that you know you need to take at some point because you're losing space over on the edge of this coverage here. You already got JMG and Sinek trying to position out forward for what could potentially be that fight. But down below, Fat Kid, that's chaos. We don't know where or who they might impact in any one of these given points, or more importantly, when it might happen.
This is going to be interesting. There is the slightest shift in favor of Forbidden for the final ring, so they might be able to wait people out just a little bit longer. It will force Fat Kid Community up because of the extra time it'll take them to get up the zip and then across, while FaZe Clan is just lying in wait right above them. So this is going to be a tough choice for FaZe. Do they try and get them as they come up? Do they try and rotate away from them and avoid that engagement? They don't have a lot of time to make those decisions. It's only 40 seconds before the ring starts to collapse here, and you can see them starting to set up and try to plan how they want to take this fight.
This is so difficult. Zip line over and across to give Cinetic the flexibility to potentially make the moves necessary to pull off what might potentially be the incredible JMW in the drone as of currently. Looking for, well, I like that positioning there. If there is a forced rotate ahead from Forbidden, they've already got what could be that EMP setup in, prime positioning. But, I mean, Fat Kid, they don't have a choice. It's zip or nothing here.
I feel like I'm stressed and I'm not even playing the game right now. Fat Kid Community are going to have to make their move here soon. Forbidden just patiently waiting to see the outcome.
This is so difficult for so many of these squads here. I mean, it would take a miracle for FaZe to come out on top of this, especially with the delay that Fat Kid have to their advantage here. But I mean, it really comes down to when we see these squads pull the trigger. Forbidden already starting to lose out on that space on the side, and we are seeing big moves from FaZe a bit deeper ahead. They're already trying to pressure out what could be a rotation that they've successfully now defended from the north here. But Zip's still a big deal.
All right, this is it. Fat Kid Community gonna have to make a move here. They do have 2 down below with 1 solo up there at safety. They're gonna be waiting this out, going for their heal off, trying to see what they can do. And you can see where we've got Forbidden waiting. FaZe has moved up onto the rock.
This is so bad for Fat Kid Community. The zip itself might cause them the potential harm here. a 3v3, you have to wonder if they even get a shot if they take that zip up there. Survivability over on the other side. Do they actually have an extended period of time here to maybe wait this one out? If this is a bad fight, FaZe may not even get to heal for success.
This is going to be rough already. They lose Kinetic down to just a duo. FaZe trying to keep their eyes on both of these squads. Nag's doing what he can, trying to wrap around without taking too much damage, but Forbidden is just waiting there between the Ring and Forbidden. This is not looking good for FaZe. We're going to continue going with this series.
We've already made our way ahead here with the elimination of FaZe, taking it to match 7 down below. As surprising as it might be, they've got space to spare. Didn't even have to do a thing.
That's exactly what Fat Kid Community was hoping for. They didn't need to zip up. They didn't need to go for that fight. They just needed to be patient. It was all about shutting down FaZe Clan. All of these teams just didn't need the series to end. And while FaZe was this close to closing it out, it was ultimately that final circle that really was their biggest enemy.
It really was a potential struggle there for a powered position, and having to deal with the fact that you've got your backside completely a lack of clarity with that zip line always in play made it impossible to feel confident up towards the height there for FaZe. If they send it at any point against Forbidden, the constant worry, the nag in their mind is the fact that they don't get to recover from that appropriately, and they just don't win the game there. They needed to have cleared out Forbidden much earlier on to put themselves in a position to win that game, even if it came down to seconds upon a heal off.
The unfortunate thing too is that because they played that more passively, which ended up getting them the win, it was 1 point shy of where they needed to be for getting on to match point eligibility. So that's gonna sting just a little bit as we take a look at the match 6 results here. Obviously Fat Kid Community getting the win, but you can see only 2 kill points, and that lack of aggression is going to be something that lives in their minds for quite some time. So close. 14 points in total. Forbidden though, with the KP and the placement points, getting a nice 18 to add to their total here. But looking down the list just a little bit further, 3 points for full English means they just barely squeak onto match point. Now the 4th team there, and you can see what I'm talking about. Fat Kid Community at 49 points, DMS at 48. They don't even get it, Zephyr. This was tough.
Incredibly close here before this game. We were talking about just breathing on the leaderboard for the potential to put yourself on match point, and it feels like we had no win today in the forecast. For Fat Kid Community, that is a heartbreaking position to be in. Forbidden, though, gotta highlight the success stories here. Major points picked up, now at 40 on the board here. It's a struggle, though, when we talk about second place positioning for so many of these teams, because at 62 points just behind and go next, if FaZe Clan, if they're not the one that pick up the win, beating 74 becomes equally as hard here. So it's getting to be win or bust for these low 50-point match point teams.
Yeah. All right. We'll bring everybody back here because I want to pick your brains on what we just saw happen. Dia, I'm going to let you go first. I saw you typing fervently in the Discord. Okay. All right. Talk me through what you saw.
Fervently is a good word. I mean, I really enjoyed watching that last final circle that we had, and I'll get to touch on it in a little bit, but suffice to say that Fat Kid Community had a really fantastic setup in their end game, making use of the respawn beacons. Graceful, I'm sure that you were appreciative, if a little bit annoyed at the heal off as well.
Yeah, that heal off reminds me of the old Wraith days from back year 1, year 2. It was not fun to see, in my opinion. But I get that play, though, because at this, they're not playing for the win, they're playing for points, and they did the right play, just shortly almost making it. But I'd say, regardless, really good, outcome for them.
I know it was this close to getting them where they wanted to be when it comes to being match point eligible. They should be able to now hit that on the next match. It just boils down to whether or not the rest of our teams who are already on match point don't win, and if we keep this going. For now, we're going to take a look back at our final circle moments from the last 3 matches, starting off here with match number 4. We're reaching back just a bit onto Storm Point. This was a really fun match. Dia, talk me through these moments.
At this point, Graceful and I were going, all right, well, Eternal can't really push. They don't have a crypto to make this happen, and they don't seem interested in taking a lot of space. Their death ball, I think that's how Graceful put it, was super effective. Cybercats, though, were the chaos element in this final zone, as they were throughout the whole game, Zephyr. I mean, Cybercats were constantly getting aggressive on Storm Point, and this was, of course, the game where Arctic got to style on Synetic a little.
Well, it's funny you bring that up, and it's one we'll keep watching as the day goes on. But like you said, heavy KP pressure puts them up in the point standing, and more importantly, seals the deal for Eternal here. They're a bit more tumultuous on getting down into fighting for this 3v3, which was probably the worst part for them to have to deal with this end zone. But Cybercats kind of foot the bill for them here. They find the tip, they seal the fate there, and it allows a full, healthy 3v3 performance for Eternal to finish out the last moments of this game.
And then, of course, we move into match number 5, and this was a little bit of a surprising shift when it comes to that final circle, but it ended out really working out well in FaZe's favor, and this is where we just saw Synetic absolutely tearing through anybody that ended up in front of him, shut down Full English for this win. I mean, this was an impressive way to close things out, Graceful.
Yeah, definitely. The thing that we saw in this game that we didn't see in the last game is that they were being proactive. One Kraber shot opens up the push, and they just close out the fight really well. I got a little bit scared when I saw Nax in the smoke with the Mussies, but this Kraber like opener is all they need to make the push, because they are a unit. They play together as a trio, and they know how to share damage and get the downs, you know, get the job done essentially.
Oh, just absolutely working as a unit too. I mean, put down the zip, it instantly hits the Kraber shot, and everybody's ready to go the second the damage connects. This is how they needed to be playing in this setup, and this was a huge win considering where they were coming based off of their drop. So they still had a long road ahead of them. But we move into match number 6.
Okay.
And this is where Tia it needs to talk.
Yeah, so what happens here is really critical. Obviously, we've got FaZe and Forbidden, but Nono actually dies from the Fat Kid community, and it's because he takes the zip line up. But before he dies, he drops a mobile respawn beacon on the high ground. And that's what happens back on low ground when we cut back. You know, for Forbidden, they're going to kill FaZe here, and that's fine. As we cut back, we've actually got a Crypto on low ground who is hitting the res on a respawn beacon at the perfect time, so that when he dies, Fat Kid community get to see that? Tier is actually pulling off a respawn that you hear on the high ground at the same time. So, like, if they had both died, if they had gone down to ring, it would have been okay, because they would have got the respawn just in time. It was so cool.
So Zephyr's shocked. He did not notice this. I didn't notice this either.
Right? Right?
That was really cool.
It's so cool.
I mean, of all times to be making plays like that, LCQ is absolutely where you need to be doing that. They did what they could, not only with their position, but what they needed to do based off of where they were on our overall leaderboards. They almost got themselves right into the running for match point eligibility. But like we said, if there is a time where none of these top 4 teams, because we thought it would be more than top 4 after this, top 4 teams don't win the match, we go again. And 1 point is more than doable for Fat Kid community. So really solid here so far. We'll take a look at some stats, though. I want to start talking about some of these teams and these players, because we have our first and second placed squads right now. And you can see the difference in gameplay just off their placement points. I mean, FaZe and GoNext have matched in the aggression here, Zephyr, but FaZe is just consistently getting where they need to be with placement as well.
I mean, there's really only one secret sauce to why that's happening there. A huge, massive performance today from Synetic. I mean, when we're making the comparison there, 7.4 thousand damage within our last few games, already set with the 18 KP to represent Taboo. If we're making a comparison on the Go Next side, Tyler, albeit, yes, 17 KP, doesn't have but 6.9. Still a phenomenal stat line, you know, in literally any other situation, but Synetic of all days has come to play.
Now, these are, of course, the teams that are next on the leaderboard, but right outside of qualifying for champs in 3rd and 4th place, respectively. So talk to me about these teams a little bit, Graceful. What are these stats telling you about how they've played here so far?
The thing that is the most surprising part is that Cybercats actually have more placement points than Full English, despite Full English mostly rushing to zone, playing zone, and Cybercats pretty much hard sticking to edge, playing mid to late speed only. But you can really see the proactiveness coming out of Cybercats, and Full English is playing for the consistency. Both things can work in a lobby. The only issue comes down to when too many teams are doing the same thing, but with the amount of teams currently in this lobby that are at the upper end, I think it works both ways, as we can see on their scores.
And we get a chance to take a look at the kill leaderboard is here. No surprise that Synetic is at the top with 18, followed by Tyler at 17. But we have seen a lot of individuals really bringing it here today, Dia.
Yeah, we certainly have, and I want to mention somebody who's maybe a little bit lower down on this list just because it's interesting. Synetic and Tyler FBS have, of course, on the respective winning teams, been real focuses. Quick shout out to DMS as well, who has Prestis dealing the 2nd most damage across all of our games today. Even with DMS being significantly lower down on the leaderboard, Prestis hasn't even broken 6 kills, but he's broken 6k damage.
It just speaks to the aggression that we know DMS is capable of, just not having the games going their way here today, but still another opportunity for them to move forward as we get a chance to take a look back at these drops. Now we're switching maps again, going on over to Storm Point. So after what we saw the first time around, Zephyr, who do you think could potentially change things up? Who are you keeping your eyes on? Who's going to do well here? Talk to me about these drops.
Yeah, so if we talk about who's on match point, you have a major circle of teams out there towards our southeast. I don't think folks know, FaZe, Go Next, Cybercats, they all host themselves healthy positions past the source of the pylon down there. Now that in itself is strong positioning within Storm Point, but it also could spell the worst for any one of these rosters. Usually they don't get particularly involved with each other, but you have to realize when it comes to rotations, even towards that late game, it's going to be very similar for how each of these 3 teams set themselves up, unless we're seeing negative rotates out of potentially Kashare again on Go Next.
Well, we could be crowning ourselves a winner after this match. Match number 7 is loading in. I can hear the dropship getting ready. So Dia, Graceful, let's get back into it.
All right, Graceful, it's time. We've got, as she said, many teams on match point. 4 squads now could end things. Glitter has set us up perfectly for, and we're going to keep saying this if it goes on, what could be our final match. I do want to touch a little bit on the Storm Point POIs because there's something interesting there that I wanted to talk about. FaZe picked Pylon, and I've heard a couple different opinions on Pylon. Let's just talk about it. What's going on with Pylon? What, in your opinion, makes it a good or a bad POI?
So Pylon, when it came out, was Omega busted due to the fact that, you know, this was before when we had armor spawns. You had guaranteed armor spawns, guaranteed super loot, essentially. When that got changed, people started talking bad about it, and now people are still underestimating the amount of loot because you don't really, in comp level, you don't really need that much loot. But the biggest thing that makes it strong is current active zones. There's a lot of zones to the southeast, and then even the north zones, you have kind of a free macro into them because you don't really run into the teams like we see. Go Next, FaZe, and also Cybercats all on the same side of the map. All 3 of those POIs, despite being neighboring POIs, is they play differently. You know, Go Next is rushing zone early, FaZe is playing mid-speed, playing for power spots to fight, and Cybercats is hella late, and that works out in favor of all of them. So the only thing that could make that a little bit rough is honestly if the zone is on them, but as I believe we could see zones going different parts of the map, I think it's a good thing to see it.
It really is. I'm noticing hot zone as well over in Devastated Coast, so Kashare and Go Next will be the beneficiaries of that. This is Game 7. We are back on Storm Point. 4 teams have the opportunity to go to Japan. FaZe Clan, Go Next, Cybercats, and Full English can punch their tickets here as everyone else clamors for 2nd place. Will they be able to do it? Only one way to find out. You already talked about it, Graceful. This zone does appear to be pulling a little bit further north once more.
Yeah, North Zone here is good because all the teams that are on match point actually don't get to interact with each other until later on in the game. So for that, it makes the game a lot more exciting. The only thing is that we're still seeing here in in Barometer, two teams that are lower end of the leaderboard are still contesting. And what have I said so many times? Yeah, even on LAN, we've seen, you know, Nasky and Sack going through it. You guys are both throwing away your potentials to win or even call at this point. Like, and I know it's rough because you don't want to give up your spot, but when nobody can win, I don't like seeing this.
I mean, even if both teams leave alive, I would argue here, Graceful, that nobody really wins. Just because the amount of time that this takes away from your rotation, your chance to really do anything. Plex does go low. Some, honestly, whip shots from Bavis keep them from being able to secure a kill. Finally, we will get the first knock as Modi does get traded on Plexus. Bavis gets knocked immediately afterwards. Rolling teams could still come out on top, but Ekio does literally fall down, coming right back up to try and clutch up the kill. Not quite finding enough damage to do so just yet, but it is a 2v1.
Yeah, this fight is going on for some bit, but they got time. I think that they should be able to... Well, we'll see. A clutch, maybe?
I mean, we are running straight into a Volt. Is looking really good.
And he gets
for who are facing off against a P2020. Nice. That is a... What on... Did he made that? Nope, it was pointless.
No, it thirded. Yeah. Pointless also. This is literally the opposite of Clash of the Titans. This is the fight of the bottom of the barrel. We have the three bottom teams essentially fighting for nothing, and I don't like to see this, because sure, getting the 3P points is important, but I think getting, like, you need to get more stacked than this, in my opinion. The 3P from Pointless is fine because they only sent 2. They're still getting all the objectives. This contest, however, is not it, because like I said, even if the contest goes 50-50 with halfway and half donuts, it's just not in your favor to get anywhere in the even top 10 of the leaderboard.
I know they're not playing in this lobby. I know they're not in EMEA anymore, but I'm thinking of 07 as I watch rolling teams and both go down. Team Listen, collecting that last kill. The south side of the map, just tough to survive in the Barometer contest, leaving everybody unhappy. Towards the north side of the map, though, Full English have already got a nice spot. DMS are in zone. Eternal are rotating in. We got a lot of people fighting over these nut buildings.
Fighting early for nuts is a good thing, but there's already 2 teams in each, like 1 team in each nut. This is definitely a lot scarier than, you know, than what most people might see. But it is the play, and DMS is not scared to fight, and I think that's good, because early on they were having a hard time waking up, but as the game's progress, they're definitely here to, you know, what we expected out of them.
I think it's safe to say that looking at both these buildings, we're at capacity. Nobody else should be able to make it into these specific buildings. The DMS Eternal currently hold. Atlas are on the low ground in wall, and that's where I think we can expect a lot of teams to play out of. But Zeus Station is actually another spot where we could see some winning teams start to move up to.
Oh yeah, definitely. Coming in from the east side from height is gonna happen. It's gonna be maybe even not congested, but there's gonna be 2, 3, or maybe at most 4 teams fighting for it. I think that's one of the spots that people come in really late, super stacked to fight for. So I wouldn't, like, I could see Cybercats potentially go next playing to fight from that power spots, but we'd have to see. Definitely love this zone though, north of wall. I love this, playing around eggs and the hill. Even though this might look boring for, you know, when you see one team on absolute height playing, due to the zone shifts recently, honestly, sometimes it even favors the team on the bottom, and I feel like that's a good thing, that it's not always height that wins, and sometimes even the teams that are hugging, you know, the bottom side towards the tunnel side is winning, and that variety is a good thing.
It really is. When I see this zone, I think of Made in Heaven, who are now FaZe, who have now, you know, gone their separate ways in a lot of functions. Actually, speaking of them, Cinetic, the IGL that, of course, was keeping Made in Heaven near the top of EMEA, is going to be on our screens once more. But managing this open area appropriately is really difficult, and something that Made in Heaven and Cinetic specifically was really good at. So interesting to see them approaching this from a different angle now that FaZe are playing out of LCQ and can get that much more aggressive. This is a more aggressive FaZe than we saw in the playoffs, simply because you really can push your team to their mechanical limit in LCQ and know that it's going to go well.
Yeah, they're definitely abusing their mechanics because they know they're easily top 3 strongest, like, fighting team in this lobby, and that's a good thing to know, that, you know, they're showing that off. But the thing that impresses me the most is that they've been playing mid speed this whole time. They're never in early, but they're never Cybercat slave, and they just been, like, waiting for opportunities. And I think 90% of all opportunities that have been good for them. The one time is where they lost that fight against the Arctic in Command Center, but I'm really impressed on by Cinetic of the split-second decision-making and the macro play so far.
And if we are playing, you know, between slow, medium, fast, medium has to be one of the hardest ways to play because it is so punishing. You can get caught between so many teams like Go Next are right now, trying to insert themselves into a zone they have no business being a part of. Kashera's going to go down. And when you are surrounded on all sides, I like to say, Graceful, that a still team is often a dead team.
Yes, definitely. Still team indeed, being reactive and just praying that things go your way is almost always gonna go the opposite, because when teams are being proactive around you, things that just happen to Go Next will happen to you eventually. That's why it's important to, you know, have stuff laid out. But when you're in LCQ, Dia, you don't have time to map out the macro.
Tyler barely had time to whip out the Mozambiques, and you're right, the pace of play is really fast. Showcased now by ANC. Somehow, barely alive with Stalizi pulling off a shield battery. Looks like ANC may be able to get a few more points in the form of finishes in the next seconds. Jens does come in. Jens low, still cleaning up. ANC outplayed. Double Mozams again, doing people a lot of favors and keeping KYL alive.
KYL is one of the teams I think a lot actually had, we had a lot of expectations on them because individually the players are known to be really strong. Together as a team, they've been doing some splashes here and there, but right now we haven't really seen them to the potential that we've all been, you know, calling for, I would say.
I'd agree with that. KYL have had some slower games. I'm going to throw Golem in there as well. At the start of the day, I hyped up Golem a lot, so it's only right that I check back in on them every once in a while, as they have also had slower games. Moving out of the north side of the map this time, maybe Golem will end up taking that Zeus Station side that we were speaking of earlier, as it's certainly available. 3D Max play out of wall. In this position, not going to age particularly well. They'll likely have to move in the next 3-4 minutes, but for now, it'll provide some much-needed stability to this roster.
The scary part about this game, though, is all the teams that are high up on the leaderboard. As we said, you know, you're playing to win this game, but it's getting kind of close at the top of who gets second, regardless of who wins the game right now, you know? FaZe has been leading the charge, but we see Cybercats and even Go Next and other teams up there that whoever wins, and depending on who has a solid game, could end up taking the second place. And now that we don't have, you know, when you win on game 5 and you still have one more game to play for second, and now it literally just ends, I think this might put some hesitation in some teams, but also some teams hopefully get that fire under their butt, you know.
You remember when we had Luca on during the halftime break, and Luca was talking about how his players are still haunted by a lot of the mistakes that they made at playoffs. That's something that's difficult to shake off. I'm looking at this right now and going, Go Next are in second. They have 62 points. Cybercats are at 59. The fact that Go Next died now, if the games were to end here, could very well be the thing that haunts them.
Definitely, indeed, and I think that they are also a team that people have expectations of, from almost winning a LAN, you know, to maybe not falling for champs is definitely a drastic shift. But that also goes to show that the talent pool, like, you know, not talking all about the negative stuff, but that also shows all the talent pool is deep regardless of region. There's so many good teams out there that are capable of dethroning you regardless of how dominant you might have shown in the past, and I think that's a good thing.
It really is. I mean, we're seeing a lot of talent across all regions come up from the Challenger circuit. We called out APAC South earlier, but I'm very excited to see what Havoc can do. As a lot of times, teams that people don't have as much downloaded information on can really surprise you, and nothing surprising me more than some of the performances we've seen in group stages during the playoffs from our Chinese invite teams that frequently do sort of come out of nowhere, that are thrown together and manage to come out after 1 or 2 tournaments and still do quite well, in all honesty, when we hit the international stage. Important note here, Cybercats are rotating through Zeus Station. This should be right behind Golem.
What did I say about the Cybercats lane team? They're coming from the east side, like I said. Now they have to end up fighting. I believe you said Golem was on top, and they have to fight them while they should be way more stacked. So how this fight will go down, We'll have to see, but I would have to say, depending on how they take this, Golem should be able to hold them off, but we are also talking about Cybercats, a very scary team today, showing all the promises.
And I can't help but wonder, now that you've chosen to take the evac tower, or jump tower rather, Cybercats have gone past Golem, but where will they end up playing? Not a lot of spots available. This one of the few. Cybercats put themselves in a position directly to gatekeep FaZe. You said that Arctic had a read on FaZe's macro. Surely they can't have predicted this.
No, I think they're just going to, they wanted to get past Golem because that fight is hard to play the moment the team takes the roof. I think, however, this could go either side. FaZe could try to push them out and they get thirded by Golem, or FaZe gets caught, in the tunnel and they get the 3P, which is like the most ideal scenario. This is one of the moments that I really don't like too much, because you're letting it go to the, it depends on what happens in the lobby and it's not in your hands, and I don't like that too much. But, who knows? This could end up working for them.
I mean, you've been harping on this so often, and it really is true that you really don't want to be giving up any autonomy in your game, and by making this play, Cybercats do let a little bit of that go. Golem's already looking down on them, and we get a look at where FaZe are positioned. These two teams, it would be an understatement to say that they've got a grudge. And the fact that they are positioned right next to each other is going to be really interesting over the course of the next few zones. Because right now, FaZe don't have to move. In fact, Golem don't have to move. A lot of these positions are going to stay the same. But Team Listen, that's rough.
Team Listen, however, coming in, this could open up for Cybercats to come for the 3P, so this ended up working in their favor. We'll see.
Ash Portal is so rough. The fact that he just gets to stare at it for so long. This is an evisceration of Team Listen. It's not even close. Golem, clean house.
Yeah, cleaning up house indeed. You saw that Cybercats heard it, came for it. Now they're about to get pinched by FaZe through the tunnel. And this is worst case scenario, like I just talked to you about. They did look for the opportunity, which is a good thing to be proactive. But now, zone ending on them as well, they really have to hope that other teams are holding the other teams out, essentially, so that they don't get pinched.
Big shout out to Micey as well, who has had fantastic catwalls throughout the course of the day. Stops a FaZe push with this one. And on the other side of the ring, Full English are balancing across a catwall themselves. CJ with no health watches the catwall go down. Fortunately, there's no one on the other side of it. 4 seconds left on this Phoenix kit. And it looks like the Full English are going to survive. Still on match point. They are one of few teams alive. FaZe, Cybercats, and the Full English.
Yeah, as more teams reach match point as well, it is fun to see, but being triple blue this late into the game is a little bit scary. I'm definitely intrigued about this because FaZe has their back end clear, and I highly doubt somebody's gonna push them from the downside hillside. So now it comes down to if Cybercats can hold out other teams while FaZe is slowly inching up on them or not. While Golem is always there for the 3P next, or even 4P in this scenario. This is scary because the western side is definitely heavily congested.
While we've got the scores up in this game, real quick shout out, if you see teams that are placed above 50 points, it is because they have achieved above 50 points this game. They are not match point eligible. But teams like Fat Kid Community, who sat at 51 points, DMS at 50 points, and now Atlas, who have moved up to 53 points, are making their way up the leaderboards. These are not teams that can close us out on match point, but they are teams that could place second.
As ring is slowly closing, fights are bound to happen, macro is gonna happen, and the harder do you know that macro is so much harder like this when there's less teams alive, because you just get stared down rather than other teams helping, and Full English getting the rough end of it by DMS cleaning them without even a sweat.
That makes two teams on match point that are now eliminated, Cybercats and FaZe. The only teams left on match point that could win, and they now, fortunately, have got a little more space between themselves. Cybercats still out-angled with a lot of teams surrounding them. Bang Smoke's doing Cybercats a lot of favors.
This is a crazy macro by Cybercats. The fact that they got there without dying and they're now in God spot essentially, and they can get to choose which side to 3P is huge from being pinched.
Arctic unfortunately has no heals, so I do wonder how this will work out for them. KYL and FA or rather Fat Kid community do go down. Cybercats still have Arctic walking around with no HP, and he gets Krabered in the mouth, so it's gonna be a little more difficult for Cybercats. Fortunately, a res will go off as Slab looks for the finish, but isn't going to find it. No flesh heals, very punishing for Cybercats in the next few minutes, though. And FaZe Clan looking down at Forbidden, could push this. They could actually push Forbidden into Cybercats, and that fight kicks off. Micey goes down. Cybercats have just one left, and it's Arctic who is fresh rezzed and will not be able to clutch up. He's got 2 HP in a dream, and even that dream will be crushed as Cybercats and DMS go down. FaZe are the last team left on match point.
This is the scary part of red armor. Cybercat saw that FaZe had triple red and immediately ran away. Forbidden saw that FaZe had triple red and then instead wanted to push the down with the Kraber after. And now FaZe is triple red coming in late into the zone. They get to pick any fight they want to and people are terrified of them.
We talked about how Go Next could be haunted. Cybercats move their way up, are tied with Go Next at 62 points. We're finding out the tiebreakers right now. But this is an extremely tense game for both teams. Cybercats, Go Next, Atlas, DMS, Fat Kid community, the full English are all praying that someone finds a way to deal with FaZe Clan. And I will say, Golem could do it.
I think that they could do it, but do they know that's FaZe is my question? Because they've been playing really low-key and just look at the amount of kills they have. They don't have that many kills, but they are triple red. And everybody's running away from them. Will they actually be held out or not remains to be seen, but we'll have to see because if not, tournament ends here. Ooh. And most teams don't want that.
Forbidden enters the chat, taking out Cinetic. Now, as a duo, there's no mobility on FaZe Clan. It looks like we could be going to another game. We don't see them finished just yet, but FaZe are bleeding out. Forbidden struggling to recuperate. As Abu has gone down, JMW is going to slide down on this, try and clean up a few kills, make sure the points are going in the favor of FaZe. 5 squads left. JMW can't finish, but one jumps down to the low ground, takes out Forbidden, gets revenge for Cinetic, and hits the reload while we wait. Eternal, 1 member left. Enhanced aim and Golem still up.
If Jay doesn't go down here, he's actually on crypto. That means he could drone them right now and still somehow maybe make it. That would be a crazy game to see, but I don't really know. He's getting shot from other people, but nobody wants to give up their positioning because we actually have 2 rats and 2 full teams.
Bambino, one of those rats, starts to make their way up towards Enhanced Aim and Golem. This fight has actually kicked off. Golem, for some reason, had a member yeeted out of the ring. Very surprised to see them somehow still alive. JMW actually creeping up on this right now. Could finish off that 1 member of Golem. And unfortunately, in the knockdown shield is just going to turn into maybe a Moby for JMW. If it does, we could see
it is
a full team back. Oh my god. As long as he gets these banners, 10 seconds left on this banner. I think JMW is going to get it.
Oh my god, I can still win the game.
Oh my god. We still need the Moby to happen. Not a good place to put it right now. This is the last zone.
I'm a little bit confused. Should he put it that far down low or further up, Dia? I don't know.
I'm 50-50 on this. It is going to be extremely tight. Moby lands. JMW, remember, can set this off instantly. Golem are playing passive. Eternal are still up here. Enhanced Aim are waiting as well. This respawn is going off. No one is looking at FaZe. Eternal are down.
It comes down to a 3v3v1, I believe. Or is it no, it's a 3v3. And they get to 3p. I think FaZe can close this out.
They should be able to. Everyone's respawned with red armors. Yes, they're on low ground, but Golem and Enhanced Aim have to fight. FaZe Clan could even move up the high ground. They're playing behind this rock right now, but you just wait for Enhanced Aim to drop. Instead, FaZe do rock up, taking priority on these rocks. It's impossible for Enhanced Aim to take them out.
They actually get to 3p this from down below because top team has to drop down soon as well. You see how they're not actually inting, they're just playing it slow. Now it comes down to a 3v3.
Golem go down, Enhanced Aim, drop next, goes down. It's JMW and Cinetic. They could close this out now. FaZe off the respawn, could do it. It's a singular knock, it's a double knock. JMW almost does it, and Enhanced Aim cut FaZe short.
FaZe definitely got cut down short. I believe Nags it was that went a little bit early. If they triple swung that cliffside where we saw Jake and I believe it was Cinetic duo swinging. I think FaZe would have taken it home. A little bit of premature right there, opener for FaZe, I believe, and they got punished. And I think that seeing this gameplay from them is actually crazy good, that Falcons and the boys can close it out. Mexico has always had the potential.
I actually almost can't breathe. Like that was so incredibly close for FaZe. Like you talked about, it's just that one mistake. But the fact that they were even able to recover from the much bigger mistake they made earlier is wild.
Crazy indeed. You know, the moment I saw Crypto and he didn't get finished off because there was another Wrath on the opposite side, Bambino, I believe, you know, open up for potentials. That could have been a huge game. If they had any boxes, because I only saw naked weapons when they came down, I think we could have been, the tournament could have ended here, but it didn't. So for me, yay, more Apex.
Yeah. Shout out to Slab, by the way, from Forbidden, who was busy crushing dreams that whole game. He picked up a Kraber. He started the whole sequence of events that took out Cybercats by sniping Arctic in the mouth, and then did exactly the same to FaZe Clan on Cinetic moments later. This still turns into a good game for FaZe. We got 14 points, and Cybercats are still tied with Go Next after putting up a really low point game themselves, but it's enough to match them up. Enhanced Aim climb up the leaderboards. Golem also with a pretty big game, even though they didn't win.
Yeah, I mean, I think that leaderboard was kind of stable. There was no big, no nuclear game from any teams, but I think that we've seen other teams pop up at the top now, both Golem and enhanced aim at the top. It's nice to see outside of the typical heavy hitters we know from, you know, we've all come to love from PL and Tier 1 scene. Seeing Tier 2 step up is a good thing. I hope that other teams can do it as well.
At this point, with the top three as they are, this game has pushed a lot of teams into match point territory. 8 teams, Graceful. Do you think we have 2 more games in us, or surely we finish it now?
So the thing is that I said this on LAN as well, that this is the last game, and it ended up being 4 more, I think. So who knows now. That I would like to, probability-wise, it should end on this match. If it does end, I don't know. I think somebody wants us to have more Apex games.
Somebody certainly does. In fact, it's Atlas. I'm getting word from our producers that Atlas are very, very pleased with enhanced aim and are giving a lot of love to AJ in the lobby chat because they've now got a chance to close it out. No matter what happens in these next couple of games, this very well could have been the end for FaZe, and enhanced aim shut that down. The battle for who goes to Japan is still so tight, and we'll get to see where it goes after the break. All right, we are back, Zephyr, and it's time to see what happens, because these last couple of games have gone, surely somebody closed out, surely somebody closed out. Now we've got 8 teams on match point, and you know what I'm saying? We probably go one more a game. That's the attitude we've got to take. I do want to take a look back at last game, though, because it was incredibly close. From FaZe's perspective, what was this game like, knowing that you got the respawn and then being so close to closing it out?
I mean, it was already major miracles in the making when we come out of the fact that you get the Moby off of that wipe and get this squad back into play. But the thing I'm most curious to look at is the fact that was the separation of Nags there what sealed in their fate? Because yes, a full swing, especially off drop there, you're literally catching them one by one like flies on the way down there. I'm surprised there was no other way to take advantage of it.
Seeing how this worked out from JMW's perspective, hitting the res was incredibly close. Graceful and I were wondering, should this have been a little bit higher up? Would that have put them in a better position? But FaZe have so much time to close this gap. And even with the single Mozambiques, in some case, that they spawned in with, still make an incredibly good argument for the end of the game. Eva actually looking pretty good here. I know it's a pretty overlooked shotgun in this meta, but actually put in some serious work in the end game for FaZe. JMW doing that for him.
Yeah. Like we said, in the middle of the match here, really nice, really controlled from Graceful's perspective as well there, forcing out what was this wipe early to make sure that the drop later on can't impact you to settle it into a direct 3v3. But it looks like just a second ahead there. Nags maybe a bit too far forward, trying to sustain that kill, doesn't look for the reset, and the rest of the squad just aren't sustained to the position to capitalize as a result.
I saw 2 missed pumps on that Eva, and if those go through, I mean, we'd be telling a very different story right now. But it is enhanced aim that clutched things up, and as we said, love to AJ for doing it. That was our 7th match, and we'll be moving into yet another on Storm Point as a result, because we are alternating 2-2-2-2-2. Now that Enhanced Aim have got that 7th match win under their belt, we'll get the chance to return to Storm Point and run this back one more time, because we have gone pretty far north for a couple games now. We saw a wall zone, now we saw a zone that's a little further north of wall. Maybe we'll change things up.
It's a little terrifying because that's how good these teams performed on a zone that is as far away as what we saw ahead there. The full English, though, now joined as well along these 3 with Forbidden, Fat Kid Community, Atlas, and DMS here. And this is creating a little bit more of a balanced look at our map here now when we talk about the potential for a win. Forbidden, central positions ahead, DMS alongside them here. Fat Kid just trying to eke it out over on the side as well, with a wall very similar in the upper north with full English. It could be potentially anyone's dominant hold here when we talk about where we're starting regarding this match 8 here.
Now, Graceful's talked about the dynamic of a match point series a couple of times, and I want to raise that again because we are going into the later match point area where winning is your only chance to make top 2 if you are a lower placed team. When we were in match 4, 5, and a few teams on match point, you could actually make it up and probably make 2nd place with a couple of good games. At this point, if you are outside of the top 8 teams that are on match point, you've got to get onto match point and win in order to clutch your spot, because 2nd place is getting oh so far away.
Currently held in a tie between GoNext and Cybercats at 62 here. I do want to make a point of the fact that 56 for Atlas and DMS and then 54 respectively for Forbidden and Fat Kid Community is actually not that bad of a points tail line to eclipse here. I mean, 6.7 if you're counting the eclipsing there, alongside what is potentially additionally 9 for anyone else. Those are nothing. Those are slights if you have a powerful game, if you are searching for 2nd. But yes, it does come at the caveat of seeing teams like Cybercats and GoNext both potentially fall.
And I'm going to say that's assuming that FaZe win. If FaZe don't win and somebody else on match point wins, you're not getting 2nd because they got 88 points. It is a pretty far distance for anyone to actually make up, but Enhanced Aim That might be able to do it. They had a pretty good game last time. Maybe, just maybe, they make their way up from the 40 points they currently sit at. And a little bit further to grab a match point and move into the top couple of squads. Team Listen landing with the Sentinel right on top of Rolling Teams. Both squads definitely needing the points, but Rolling Teams going, what is this? We certainly did not want to take this fight, especially if they are not forced to. Rolling Teams playing on this low ground do have the conduit. Make this contest a little bit easier. Nemesis from Accio could actually make this work as Bazaar is healed up. Strongest pulling off the res. And behind the door, he's still gonna get pushed. Strongest pulls out the Mastiff, does find a lot of damage, but Plum is just, he's nowhere to be seen. He's out of here.
I mean, at least it's quick here if we want to talk about what this contest brings for Rolling Teams in terms of keeping up pressure. But at 20 points, I mean, I sit in a very similar stance when it comes to Graceful about why do these teams do this. Either way, on the other end here, it is a long journey ahead for Plum if he wants to even begin to see a potential recovery this time around.
I mean, it would even be really helpful for Team Listen if the zone was going north, but it ain't. We're going over to Devastated Coast. Go Next, by the way, who have 2 POIs when they land. Launchpad and Devastated Coast, both uncontested. Now get to pick their spot, whichever one they would like. If they think it's going Launchpad, then great. If they think it's going Dev Coast, which it looks like they do, then they'll be able to grab whatever high ground they would like. There is quite a bit of high ground that you can grab in Devastated Coast for an endgame Tyler on 1, and it's interesting to see them positioning so far out into the southeast.
It's not a bad take. I will say the transitional points that do impact what you can hold over towards height aren't the best to hold sometimes when we talk about the fact that they do tend to drop off, right? It's not something that lasts all the way to the late game. You usually have teams falling from above when we talk about direct Devastated Coast endings here. Either way, they'll set themselves up. They had that scan earlier from the coast there. Instead, on the other side of things, it will be the Cybercats who opt to play our Crane held here.
Good spot for Cybercats to play, and like you said, a high ground that will likely expire later in the game. The Cybercats do love playing for kills, so we'll see what they can do with that. Got a lot of range as well, with Wrenches rocking Hemlock and Nemesis, both with an insane amount of ammunition. Not a lot of sustain because they're not running things like Watson, so Cybercats do have to be careful about how much damage they take. But Plum is just chilling. They're playing very different games. Cybercats and FaZe Go Next. They're thinking about the end game. Plum's living in the moment.
Plum's living his best life, as the kids, I am kids, would say today. Out and away, it will look for recovery. Rolling Teams, surprising as it is, they are just getting off their feet to this zone, and it goes back to reiterate the point of how these contests can slow down the game, right? I mean, for them, they don't even know the fact that you've already got, well, yes, Cybercat's a close team, but even DMS and so many other rosters making for massive moves here as well, alongside, hey, look, Team A.
A zone like this is where you'd really find some value out of having a sniper. Full English, not rocking one, at least on Sir Del, do have a position they can play right next to DMS. Both of these teams positioning themselves in such a way as to suggest that they will eventually fight. I'd expect that DMS are aiming to rotate east a little bit later on into this ring as things continue to pull in this direction. And with how deep the Full English went, they're probably doing much the same. Both these squads likely having to go up against Go Next, and you can sort of see the dominoes start to be positioned. Whether the dominoes will outplay each other still yet to be seen, but DMS,
I don't know
very
who's
least,
setting up these dominoes, okay?
At the very least, should be fighting these squads. Out of the deep dominoes tap strafe.
Yeah, these dominoes almost put FaZe in a winning position, all right? That's all you need to know. For DMS, I do worry, though. I mean, this exterior position from the side of the Prowler's Nest is not something that is arguably the safest, and they do their best, of course, putting at least some work in with the Watson there to give them a little bit of breathing room. But given the fact that you have such a transitional point coming off the launch pad area, it makes it kind of you know, a little scary. I mean, so many squads will at some point potentially contest you for that spot that you have to be prepared for.
Quick shout out to Plum, the last remaining member of Team Listen, who's desperately trying to get a res. I saw that in the kill feed, getting a knock with the ult onto Team Point Listen Barometer, making a solo vantage seem all the more threatening. Enhanced aim, not super threatening right now. You have the Watson Shen down, but not a whole lot of space to play. And even now, as Falcons heals up, you can tell just from the way he's looking around that this little box that they're playing, not particularly safe. Not for long.
No, not for long would be right. Potentially not for much more here. We'll see if anyone really wants to capitalize it. I will say teams are being a little bit more respectful of playing for a position, especially when your next door neighbors are on match point. So, you know, you've got some leniency here. For Atlas, it's a position held on Grav Cannon that does allow for, I like the potential of what could be choices ahead. Right? It's not a guarantee that we see this one dip and dive super deep into Devastate Coast, albeit it is more the common, at least, inkling of how this ends up finishing. Having high ground positioning there with some angles to hold, if you're able to at least choke out the teams coming from north side, can be good in terms of making those late game decisions a little bit easier, unless it's a Devastated Coast pull.
Yeah. Unless, as it appears to continue.
Some would say.
Team Listen are still looking for that res. I can actually hear them behind the map, just making their way back into Coastal Campus. Pointless move towards Pylon. This Pylon area, pretty interesting when you consider its macro capabilities. When we go Echo HQ, the fight for Pylon is always a fascinating one. Now that we're going over towards Dev Coast, the choke point leading from Pylon to Launchpad is still a place where we can expect a lot of action.
Building held there ahead. If you can make the cross, sometimes is something to potentially be shared. But with so many teams still coming through this Pylon side, Empire Gaming's lack of action is something that will come to, well, put them potentially to rest here. EMP on EMP violence.
The answering 50 shield HP taken away from both sides means the Fat Kid community do go full reset. Actually, with a very nice grapple. We'll end up taking this fight, likely again. I'm looking for ult excels. I'm looking for any chance you've got of speeding this up, because this Fat Kid community, you don't want to take too long to make this fight happen. Team Listen, unfortunately, do go down. That's without a res. Plum was the last member to fall. Well, it took a while. Taxington eventually did pick up the kill. Eternal looking at this engagement now that was happening between Empire and Fat Kid community. So we've got a three-way squad fight going up in this corner of the map. This choke point between Pylon and Launchpad, very heavily looked at.
Yep. You do have the anchoring position held there, at least on the interior by Sheck, so it's not the worst of situations because inevitably they will pull away from this one, and Empire does get recovery even though they face the additional, or at least initial knock in what was the choke play. But this is still a lot of answers left undecided for teams as they are searching for space. Out toward the west of Pylon, you actually do have a considerable amount of play. It's outside here towards the Pylon direct when we talk about this, and more further towards the south, that these teams have to make for major decisions. You know, aside of Pylons in, you might be able to evac later, but for so many of these other squads, it's a fight potentially ahead.
Silly with 36 points right now. Far ways away from match point, unlike Eternal, actually, who we should touch on in their engagement previously, are at 48 points. Could pick up a few more. Slab again, starting things off very well. Forbidden has had a really big boon today with Slab kicking things off, and Silly seemed to be finding some kills as well, getting inside the Trident. This is, well, Zephyr, it's silly. It's silly to watch. And Taxington probably not going to survive for too much longer as Enhanced Aim does go down. Taxington somehow alive, somehow not being looked at, but on 1 HP, I ain't got a lot of hope.
Well, you're alive, and that's all you can potentially work with there. For rolling teams, they're happy to potentially play this a little bit more stable in terms of how they defend against these potentially rotating squads ahead here. Mouty already on the pull back with potentially Akio a little bit more further forward. This is what is that response now. Can't actually send Malty back just yet. Both now forced to expend the medkits to keep themselves at least on coverage.
No ult for Akio is tough as well. Nice take out of the drone with this Havoc. Opens things up well for rolling teams, but it is just two. Akio and Monty are taking this fight. Bazaar's already in the ring. Pointless are so low. Surely if you just continue this fight, they go down. Zerifer pops a syringe, gets out from behind the knockdown shield, and will go down. Rolling teams able to recover and now get themselves into ring knowing their backs are clear.
What's terrifying about this, though, Dia, is that so many of the teams that fall here are the ones that aren't even on match point. 4 squads eliminated on the board, none of them in a potential place of eligibility. When we talk about the option or the potential for this game to end, it has absolutely skyrocketed now with half of our teams set up for victory. I do want to highlight, though, with this zone, shout out to Go Next. Early callouts, understanding what bait that height does provide, and setting themselves up for a very, very early read of this end zone. You got to hand it to Kashera.
That is the Kashera special, is finally, being able to predict a zone now that Go Next are on match point, as they have been for a while. That prediction means so much more because the points are not nearly as valuable as the win. We do have a fight kicking off, meanwhile, between Forbidden and Rolling Teams, who just made their way into the zone. A reminder that Rolling Teams are not on match point and Forbidden are. So as Rolling Teams lose one, as they are on the verge of elimination, things could become even more certain, Zephyr. You already said this is looking like it could end, like it should end, with the amount of teams that are alive on match point. Forbidden look to make that one more in the favor of this being the last match.
Set up defensively. It's not an option ahead, though, for where they'll be playing this zone out. They've got at least some looking angles, 0-0, settled out with this crypto, and now taking a look more directly. Actually, a high preference to cover that should play in nicely towards this next zone. Even though on the other side of things, ANC outplayed another one of our squads who are not in a position for victory, eliminated coming out of this game. And there we go. Forbidden finally taking advantage of this.
They've done really well to use this zone and clear out the squads as well. Forbidden are not pushing this. They are not risking anything, really. They are slowly but surely cleaning up a team that has just bled out over the last couple of minutes. Rolling Teams unable to make their way further into the zone, and Forbidden get to sit on high ground and watch it all happen. Fat Kid Community eating the zone right now. Don't have a lot of space to make their way in. I don't really know. It's going to slide on in. With some Pathfinder movement, almost find a knock. It looked good, but not good enough. Flinzon does end up taking the knock. Fat Kid Community down to just one, and Tyre is going to fall. Fat Kid Community go down. Those were some nice moves from Flinzon.
Yeah, it absolutely sustained that one out there, and surprisingly also have aimbot more than healthy enough to respond there. So maybe not as dire straits as we thought for this roster. For Fat Kid, though, they are the first match point eliminated team here within our series, but I can't imagine it gets much better for anyone that is still stuck out towards the north here. We talked about the potential plays up towards that hillside for transition, and it doesn't really matter. Everyone needs to more directly cater past that, and in the process, likely fight each other.
Take DMS as an example. They've given up the position they held earlier. It's likely already been taken away from them. FaZe have gone down. This is big. FaZe falling does mean that should the games end now, FaZe, who are on 90 points, are assuredly going to Japan. At this point, it's nearly impossible. It would take some crazy game to both get second and also an amount of points to overcome FaZe.
Well, at least on the board for now. Cybercats go next. Yeah, it looks like it would be an absolutely monumental 20-plus point kill game, which I just don't think is, well, while yes, statistically possible, one in the cards for so many of our players here. The Full English, one of those teams that now needs to pull off a win, and nothing but just that here. Set ahead for a low ground position. It's one of the better spots, but they can't let teams get some nice evacs ahead of them. I like the Rolling Thunder, though, set up for a nice position to capitalize off this late rotate.
Sending it on towards KYL, who just evac'd in. You've got a knock in the favor of Full English. It turns into another one. Full English despite how bamboozled they are in this last fight, should be able to pull things off at a 2v1, but no, we've got a third party coming in. Sordell is now trying to stabilize between two squads, and the full English fend off KYL, but inherit a fight against Eternal, one of our match point teams, who unfortunately is not actually eligible to win in this game. They've got 52 points, but they hit that during the course of this game, so Eternal need this to go one more game.
Notably on the side here, off of that rotation from the north, DMS make the massive sweep away from Launchpad to play above here. Now the Cybercats, they pick up one on the initial drop and now are falling through on what is absurd damage off of the Devotion. Put it in the hands of Arctic and he will deliver. Double cracks, minus go, at least the pylon for now. It is a pickup in return, but I can't imagine they're much more healthy. Ranches, pull it off!
That is just a knock as well, so 1v1 in the end. This looks like somehow Cybercats are going to be able to recover, but Prestis comes back up onto the high ground. That knock, maybe not enough. No, DMS do go down. Prestis gets taken out, and Cybercats continue their reset on high ground as we've got another team moving in. It's Golem wanting to finish off the Cybercats, and they may do it. Arctic goes down. Cybercats have one member left, and Cybercats are down. They're sitting in second place right now, but it's not going to be enough if this... No. Wait,
dude, that's it.
Zephyr, it's it. We're going into the game.
It. We're going another game in the chaos of all of this. Somehow, some way, it's not just Cybercats who are facing difficulties on height there. Go Next struggle to hold on to the building over towards the side, the one that was dominantly held here. And now for Golem and Eternal, this is big returns. They're off of match point here. Empire just needs 2 points to cement themselves as well. And even 3DMX at 8 points apart from this one are in a great position to keep this one running. But, well,
that's all right.
This one...
Golem were on match point anyway.
Okay.
So next game, they've got a chance. Eternal, much the same. If they go down here, well, they're on match point anyway. The way that they're playing, though, Eternal want to win this game. Eternal do not want to give up any bit of an advantage to the other teams, like 3D Max, who sit just below the match point threshold. Vushi, Yiku, 3D Max do go down. Eternal are in the last two squads. It's they and Empire that must face off. Both teams on match point. So now you're just looking for a little bit of extra cushioning moving into the next match. Empire is going to get a few knocks. Sherbert dipping out with the double. Mozam's literally zero attachments on this, but it seems to be going Empire's way, as that will be enough to secure them a match 8 win. Empire put themselves on match point alongside Eternal and so many others in the course of this game. Golem managed to achieve it, Empire managed to achieve it, Eternal managed to achieve it, and that means, Zephyr, we have more than half of the teams in this lobby on match point.
Yeah, at this point here, no, I'm not going to say that. I was about to say, at this point, it's almost guaranteed that we see the end coming off of our next game.
Remember at the start I said, we're going to go one more game? It looks like, I mean, I was hoping that would be sort of like a reverse psychology thing, but it really didn't work at all. Yeah, it didn't work at all. Unfortunate.
But I choose my words carefully. There's nothing to say at this point. All we can do is let the Apex play out as fate has dictated here. Even still, though, you make great points. Setting aside our biases towards whether it continues or ends, 3 additional potential teams now in favor to highlight a ending for this game means that anything can happen. What's worse, even that on top of that, is the fact that those who have strengths here on Stormpoint no longer can capitalize on them.
That's true. We are moving back onto World's Edge, and I wonder, for teams that manage to win their games, like Cybercats, like Atlas, FaZe, of course, and our Fat Kid community, what that'll mean for them, as they've been the teams to win on World's Edge. Empire, of course, do win this game. 19 points is enough to push them into match point territory, as they are now one of 11 teams on match point. Eternal join in, and 3D Max, who managed to pick up third, do barely miss out on that. They're at 46 points overall. The teams that could keep us going: 3D Max, Enhanced Aim, Silly, KYL, Rolling Teams, Team Listen. pointless, and ANC outplayed. If any of those teams win next game, it means we're going another.
3D Max there just barely cut off at the end, unable to sustain a bit longer in terms of this fight. But like you said, 9 squads. That's the number statistically now in favor of our match point entities. Even still, as we take a look at the point spread, Cybercats do break the tie finally. They push themselves up to 69 outside of Go Next after what was the 62-point spread. But, I mean, we got to see something terrifying in that game, and it was FaZe going out early, which is honestly more realistic than we're giving credit towards. The competition for second is not, I mean, guaranteed for them at this point, given the massive point disparity. So it's pretty much win or bust for the rest of these rosters if it ain't FaZe.
Yeah, for the rest of the lobby, I mean, you are trying to close that gap in many ways, but really winning is what you've got to do. If your name is not FaZe, you have to win if you want to see us in Sapporo. And there are just a few opportunities left to do it. We're closing in on a mathematical impossibility that the games don't end. And so, when we come back from the break, we'll see if it's that one. Maybe we go another. It didn't. We now have more than half of our lobby match point eligible heading into match number 9 in the LCQ here for EMEA. Welcome back to the show. Will it happen, or will we continue on in this series? It's looking pretty likely. It's got to be soon, Zephyr. I mean, 11
Stop
teams.
it.
Come on.
Stop
Come
it.
on.
Stop it. Albeit I am excited to see more Apex, as is everyone else here. Either way, I don't know what folks got to do with that game 8, but it's back to the VOD review off of that one. So many squads had the potential to come out on top of this match in particular. It felt like from the get-go, 6, 7, 8 squads that were on match point eligibility were set up for success. I mean, we were talking about the fact that of the 14 squads at a certain point, we had 8 on match point, everybody there, 6 were the only ones who could win to keep us going, and they pulled it off.
Wildly impressive on behalf of the rest of the teams in the lobby. Just shows just how much everybody wants the series to keep going, because, you know, we heard them talking about it in the last match. It's gotten to the point where points-wise, it truly is win or bust for every single team that's on match point except FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan have done such a good job of coming out swinging early on, getting lots of aggression and points on the board, so that regardless of whether or not they were able to then close it out once they became match point eligible, they are pretty much guaranteed in that second place position. Those 2 wins that you see right here being a massive contributing factor to that. So even though there's 11 teams on match point, it's really only 1 that's going to end up making their way through, because FaZe Clan's kind of clinched it.
It is tight. I will say at the highest, Cybercats finishing in second place there with 78 points would need 13 KP to put themselves above that, and that scales going down the list. So while not statistically impossible, we're pretty much sealing FaZe Clan here, especially given the fact that every time they show up, even when they don't know if they can win or not, they're very good at securing an extra chunk of points to keep that lead chugging. But Glitter, here we go. We introduce World's Edge. It's been a statistical ending point for most of our match point series this year. That's all I'll say.
We'll have to see what the zone feels like doing and who that could potentially benefit, where it's going to be shifting. I think everyone is going to be looking at those squads at the top. I mean, you saw just how close Cybercats got in the last match. FaZe Clan has not slowed down in any way, shape, or form. And on an individual level, 2 of the top players all day on both of those squads in Cinetic and Arctic. I mean, we've seen phenomenal damage coming out of these 2, kills coming out of these 2. These teams are scary now. If they get that type of steamroll happening, plus a zone that they can work with, it's going to be difficult for the rest of these teams.
Well, right off the bat, I will say World's Edge is the slower of the 2 maps in terms of our early game. We have not had half of the pressure that we've seen on Storm Point regarding how these teams work out against each other here. So, I mean, a bit of a tougher lobby, I would say, in that regard. Typically, the survivability of a lot of these squads definitely more available than what we see out of Storm Point. For Go Next, they had potential success in that last game that I want nothing more right now than to go to any one of their VODs and check out what happened, because they had the dominant position, the potential winning spot of that last game.
Absolutely. I mean, they were cozy for so long down there at their drop. So I was in my head writing it off. I thought it was going to be signed, sealed, delivered, you know, but did not end up going that way. Thought you'd appreciate that. And now we get a chance to look at where this ring's going to be pulling. FaZe going to be very happy. Eternal going to be very happy. DMS in there, gonna be happy. This is going to be an absolute slugfest.
And it's a team all win set up in Mirage. Atois with the potential success here, I will say, always a possibility. But granted, right now, with the potential switch towards either the deep side of Fissure there, with teams setting up towards the western side, or what could be blue boxes or low ground Mirage finish, it is a very tough zone to play. If we go Fissure side, you have a lot of our squads really fighting for capacity in what can be held by at least 9 teams within this POI. And if we go anywhere south of here, that is a crazy setup outside of that staging Mirage area where you have so many teams on both sides of our Fissure there that can play for a potential win.
You know, early on too, our more confident teams are going to be decidedly holding down wherever they can claim as far as real estate goes. DMS setting up, Eternal setting up. It's going to be rough for over there in Mirage, trying to fight off a lot of those teams that will absolutely be pushing in and trying to kick off of their positioning right now. But getting to see where Cybercats are, having moved over from Harvester already, making their way through. Cybercats, I'm going to be interested to see how they handle this one. They've got a couple teams that they could definitely push through on this rotation, and they've been successful with a lot of their aggression here today, but this could be it. And will that change their decision making?
Enhanced aim, Silly, checking out some of the teams here that have the potential to keep this one going. Later rotations towards the countdown area are still decent in terms of our round 2 and can provide for rotation, albeit it is non-match point eligible squads that are mirroring each other. Could spell out the end of at least some of that potential.
I think this is where we're going to see that dichotomy between the teams that know that it's right within their grasp and are going to opt to try and play just a tad bit safer to really nail down the possibility of a win, versus the squads that know that they have to potentially make a big play here and try to take out those match point teams, and while also getting the points on the board for themselves. I mean, there's no time to sit back and hope that you maybe get a passive win at this point with half the lobby on match point. You really have to take the game into your own hands and make something happen.
Fat Kid community, one of the furthest teams from this zone as of yet here, had an incredible win in game 6, which within its heel off was one that was meticulous in its decision making. Granted, with this much of a space to cover, it is going to be incredibly hard for themselves to find a home here in our final end zone. And heck, I'd even say for FaZe, it's not much better.
FaZe definitely going to be finding themselves running up on quite a few teams as they're making their rotation out of Skyhook, trying to pick a path that they were hoping might work for them the best, knowing just how many teams could potentially be moving through Countdown. So this is a little bit tough for them. I think they're going to just have to be very aware of their surroundings as they're trying to stay on that northern side of the next ring. Meanwhile, rolling teams very far east away from everybody, coming in a little bit late here, but should be able to have a clear path for now once they make it through Harvester.
I think that the nice thing with FaZe, just to point out, is the fact that they actually don't have to make extreme moves, given that they're so secure in their point standing. They could play edge. They could pick up the 6 or 8 that keeps them necessarily secured in second and never even have to worry today, because they pretty much have delivered when we talk about the job here. Granted, a win is good, but honestly, in their position, if they play it more on a confident strategy, wouldn't you do the same? I mean, you pretty much know you're already going to Japan. For Empire, they don't know, but they'll find knock number 1 to secure what potentially might be that ticket. Fricks back up to height with the grapple. Love the tech to secure 1 additional knock there for Empire Gaming. A single more will seal potentially. Well, Stalzy done, dusted. ANC outplayed. Our first squad eliminated here.
Nice fight on behalf of Empire Gaming there too, also clearing out staging and giving themselves a little bit of breathing room. There will be a few more teams coming through on that southern side with their rotations, but Empire at least nailing down that space here for now, as we can take a look at the minimap and see exactly where the rest of our teams are. Empire surviving that fight, potentially now about to be pushed in by Atlas as well, who have quite a few squads behind them. And all these teams are going to be looking to avoid those third-party situations if they can. You can see Cybercats right on the southern edge of the ring as well towards Forbidden. And I feel like this is arguably one of the most chaotic endings we could have possibly gotten for 11 teams on match point.
Yeah, usually with what is a fissure ending, you have that pull over towards the western side, which can at least expend what is a large chunk of that POI for survivability, and then, you know, what we recognize as the western pull. This time around, bridge in between everything, that's going to make for an exciting period of rotations, but something that I can't imagine any of these pros are looking forward to. For Atlas, they've secured themselves a revive, and they keep their dreams just one step closer to Japan.
I thought we'd have to be worried about Atlas pushing Empire, but rolling teams, Golem, everybody got involved, and Empire was just able to kind of watch that happen. Poke damage coming out, everybody backs off. Now seeing what Full English has going on for themselves here as well. This is such a... there's lots of trepidation on behalf of these teams. People take damage, they're backing off. They're not wanting to push these fights, and you can see just how clustered Lava Fissure is right now. Everyone trying to just hold on to their one building.
I'm really curious to see who conquers the south side of Fissure here as we make our way towards the end for rolling teams. They're back in it. We just saw them at least successful in what was their pressure over towards Fat Kid community on the west side of the map. Now starting to actually get into a position with this zone. Happy to play towards the edge, but albeit, I mean, literally everyone they run up against is trying to win this game here now.
This is a tough situation here. Golem, rolling teams, and Atlas all in this little pinch area. Everybody kind of trading some damage back and forth, but not really committing to the fight. As you can see, Atlas have managed to escape through that southern choke and will do a wider wrap here. Golem also having backed off, and rolling teams staying safe on the eastern side. They will potentially run into a solo in KYL, but Atlas have survived to see another day. Now, Forbidden is on that northern side holding the choke that they are now currently looking at. So just another potential engagement here for Atlas as they do see that bow check. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it through to get it, though.
Golem on coverage of Hyde here in a really nice position to start eliminating some of these late rotating squads. It's not one that guarantee any success for the end game at this point here, but you got to make do with what you can. Already that pressure alone has secured the fact that the south side is looking more than healthy for them to start transitioning forward here. They seal what exists behind them and now can start focusing towards where they need to play on the head of this next zone.
You know, out of everybody in Fissure right now, FaZe are looking really comfortable. They've got this ring and the next to just hold their buildings. Nobody else coming from that northern side, and they have information on everyone else that's on the southern side of Fissure below them, and some decent sightlines as well. So while everyone else is trying to vie for position, like you were saying, FaZe Clan has put themselves in a spot to just be successful with those passive points and keep themselves in that top spot while everyone else is fighting for the win.
Just a disgusting additional chunk of information there with that map. We are more directly in Fissure, and that is a sigh of relief for so many teams that might have thought they were having to escape from this POI in their final moments. But it is the split towards this house line on the western end here. It's almost guaranteed that you see some difficulties still getting out and away from the lava side of things. The team that holds on to it most notably is Eternal. They just hit match point coming off of these most recent games and now host themselves in one of the most dominant spots to play for a win.
You can see on the map, Team Listen potentially wrapping around toward that northern side, which is where FaZe will be lying in wait to see if they can maybe clean up that KP. FaZe's drone was out trying to get some information for them as well, as we get to see what's going on with Golem, who has continued their rotation through, now finding themselves pushing through Mirage underneath Forbidden and
It's not the strongest, but I mean, you got to give credit where it's due in terms of any of these teams just searching for survivability right now. There is always the potential for them to climb up underneath that lava fissure side, and even at the worst case, try to play down within the lava. Late game extensions, playing around the EMP, they're all possibilities that make it a little bit more possible than just saying, oh, they're on the low ground. Well, I guess that's it for them. For the Cybercats, trying to go for the zip across just about everyone who's still alive in the lobby. That's going to come at the cost of Arctic, which we both know is a huge issue.
We'll have to see if Cybercats are able to recover. They might have a little bit of space and time to do so. Empire Gaming ready with that Kraber in the hand of Fricks, though, looking to see if they can maybe give a little bit of a haircut here to anybody in their vicinity. Gonna instead opt to go for this rotation right as the circle's starting to close in. So far managing to escape, not taking any damage here or being punished yet. Will they be able to find a safe place to land, though, is the question.
Like I said, lava potential always available. I know this cart wasn't held last time we checked it out, and it is a position, but one that comes at the cost of, well, basically everybody's sight lines on top of you here. Fricks down, Sherv looking just as worse for wear, trying to sustain with the batteries out here for what could be some recovery. Both a bit healthy. Now potentially now to get that knock up, but EMPs, that's maybe the defensive tool they needed.
Somehow alive, just barely so, as we see these cells coming through, but they will be pushed, knowing that there's an opportunity here to clean up an already injured squad. Empire Gaming does get eliminated by the hands of Golem, who are able to push in, but DMS, ever the aggressive squad, moving in, see if they can maybe do something about it. Cybercats and the kill feed out as well.
They know they need to play this carefully, though. Remember, everything hinges on the win for these match point squads. Knowing that this is a dominant area to compete for, they pull out and away here. Now the full English defending a position they've held on to almost the entirety of this game forces them back for recovery on to height.
After Cybercats do go out, you can see here in those standings, GoNext have moved up by 1 point now, claiming that second spot. Still very close, so for 4th through 6th. Anybody's game, depending on how many KP they're able to acquire here, as we're seeing our teams having to fight for this real estate. Everybody moving in. Golem and 3D Max still on top of each other. Meanwhile, you've got the full English in a solid spot. Fat Kid community in the vicinity, silly there. And like you said, Zephyr, look at that ring. Eternal are celebrating right now.
it is good, but I would be just as scared as well. You know, everybody wants to play around this for Go Next Esports. They take their time on this rotation, and it is one that we discussed a bit earlier on. The lava is always playable. The sightline's not great. You are going to be targeted here from anyone that just gets a quick few pot shots, but it is something that guarantees you're existing in this late game here. Hopefully you can make it towards when we get that next close and the second one after that, where you're able to hug that wall and maybe make for a transition on the late game if they have something like an evac, or pick that one up if anyone gets wiped dropping down below.
Forbidden here, trying to stay alive, back on board with full English as well. Have done a good job defending their position so far, and quite a few teams have tried to push them out of this building. They do have our second place team in Go Next in the vicinity that they'll have to be paying attention to.
Oh, Atlas.
Also, Atlas, I think I hit this res.
There you go. Sustained and survived here, keeping the dream going. That'll be both members of Atlas pulled back into this one, and arguably for not a terrible position. Transitioning out and across here is a little bit difficult, but with Tryhard Thor on that Newcastle, a pick that we have not seen a lot of today, pair that with a couple of smokes, and they can cut the gap towards that house if you got to survive a couple Kraber shots first. That is
They're gonna do what they can here. This rock and this bin really helping Atlas as much as possible, but Golem don't want to allow them to live. The Kraber in the hands, ready to go. Instead, they smoke off, back up, and see if they can maybe line up another Kraber shot or two. Don't want to force that, knowing that Forbidden is still in the area, and if they don't need to lose out on damage or positioning, they won't.
Good. This is everything for Golem. They've worked so hard to cement themselves within this position. Playing from above, they'll find initial drops here. Remember, though, with Newcastle always in the favor of Tryhard Thor, it is quick resets, but it does come at the cost of, well, resources. Now forced to make the jump, whether they like it or not. They're going to opt to play for the low ground, which is right into the heart of another team. Phenomenal pressure from Golem there.
As we're starting to see our teams dying here in the kill feed, we're down to top 10. We still have many match point squads alive. Full English moving in, trying to survive this mass exodus. Not taking as much damage as I would have thought so far. They've done a good job for themselves. Dell will need to get those shields back up, but they found a little cubby they can hide in for now.
Meanwhile, the donut not looking very tasty for these squads. Forced to fight from down below. It looks like Silly, the squad that's eliminated in that exchange enhanced aim, not faring much better. The full English making for the trade on the interior in the meanwhile, but lose out on Phoenix from a nade or two. FaZe Clan, they just happily walk in.
We are down to just rolling teams who can keep this series going. The rest of the teams are, in fact, on match point. So this is going to be tough for rolling teams. They're right behind Forbidden, and you can see where everybody else is. Full English have moved into a great spot. Eternal still holding their building right now, with FaZe Clan all by themselves up north, no one looking their way.
I love this from Forbidden, trying to pull off the wall of success here to keep that elimination somewhere in their favor. A couple of knockdown shields make it a bit better, but the minute you peek those stairs, you're done and dusted here for Forbidden. I don't even know if they can make the climb here in a second ahead. Gotta wonder if they've got the utility to spare on at least one of the members of this team.
Forbidden trying to do what they can from down below here. Definitely a rough spot to be in. Gonna see if they can grab some last minute. Rolling teams are out! Rolling teams are out! So no matter what happens at the end of this effort, we will have a winner.
It's all set in stone here, and it's massive because FaZe are still in this lobby. A win for FaZe is potentially a very scary situation for second. If anybody else wins, we know it's FaZe going forward here, but your chances could be potentially bolstered by points on the board as long as FaZe come out on top.
This zipline for FaZe is massive, able to go in and out whenever they need to, claim a little space, do some damage, push their way in if they want, and they decide they want to take it to the inside of the building. They do lose Cinetic, but are able to take out Full English, and now they own the inside.
Surprisingly, even with all of that, They get recovery off. Gold knockdown. Golem, do not push in here. FaZe are in the interior. 3 squads remaining. Golem, Eternal, who have been here all game long, who now have the position in second place. Eternal, they need this.
This is crazy that Eternal have knocked Go Next and Forbidden out of that spot. FaZe Clan at the top with 104, and also at the top of this building. They have the inside. They're forced to start making their moves here. This is about to be the final fight.
Cinetic up top, the FaZe Clan right above. In the target range is Golem. It would take a miracle with the final shot of that Kraber to seal the deal, but we might already be looking at our top 2.
FaZe Clan are doing their best to really hold this one out. Looks like Golem's in a rough spot. They've got fantastic angles here for FaZe Clan with those Mozams. Trying to work the Akimbos to clutch it up, and FaZe Clan win LCQ here for EMEA. Not only literally, but in the points as well, Zephyr. That performance was insane.
They were so close to pulling it off here just a little while ago. They had the chance, and finally, after 9 games, the most winning team, the most successful on the day, they pull it off.
I mean, that's their 3rd win out of a 9-game series. 30% going the way FaZe. That is well deserved. Okay, that was an insane way to close things out. Let's get the rest of the squad in here so we can start talking about this. Graceful, Dia, come back and join us, because that was a fantastic way to close it out. Graceful, I'm going to go straight to you because I saw you in that chat. You called FaZe Clan winning a good 10 minutes ago just based off of their position. And so tell me what you saw, why you thought that was going to happen, and you know, just walk me through it.
I mean, it's pretty simple because they cleared their backs and they made sure nobody would rotate from the northern side, pushed everybody into Fisher, and then, you know, from the south side was super congested. So they just essentially get everything for free as long as they can hold their ground, which they had by that rock. And then the zone pulled outwards towards the bins, which is in their favor. And then I got a little bit scared when Cinetic solo pushed in and got down. I thought he's at least gonna get thirsted or something. But the fact that they got that reset and they kept their positioning, you know, pretty much sealed the deal. But they've been playing phenomenally throughout the whole series.
That was a very fun way for FaZe to take it. And they really did take it. Yeah, Cinetic got knocked, but they took the risk there, Dia. They pushed in on full English, even though they knew there was a potential for a third party, depending on how that push went, and it still worked out for them.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was just as surprised as you to see that work out. I expected them to actually just play the roof way faster, but what really held my attention in those last moments, and I can't help but feel a little bad for them, is Golem, who were just so incredibly close. If Golem had won that game, they make their way from winning 3 challenger circuits up to making it to Japan. And they do get shut down, and rightly so. A lot of our teams played fantastically, but let's not forget how close these teams got, so many of them, to making it to Sapporo.
Yeah, and we need to shout out Eternal. They had a really solid spot all match, but it was a spot that obviously a lot of teams were going to be fighting them for, and they had to hold on to that. And we were watching that second place being leapfrogged by team after team. Cybercats go out, then it's Go Next that has it, then Go Next goes out. They don't have it anymore. Forbidden jump up, then Eternal jump up. It was such a close top 6 at that point that it was mere points that were separating these squads, Zephyr.
And it's crazy too, because the only situation where that comes truly into play is if, well, FaZe Clan wins, which, granted, after seeing the performance today, it seems like that's so surefire. But the reality is, with so many teams on match point, it almost was potentially, like we said for many times, the win or bust full. So for Eternal, even with just 12 points, guys, that is not a lot of points to eclipse into a position that seals the deal for you.
Really, really insane day on behalf of FaZe Clan. I think one of the things that we talk about a lot is when you're coming out of these LCQs, teams coming out of Challenger Circuit, or just qualifying teams that we saw in Split 2 or Split 1 that are now fighting through LCQ to get there, are they going to be able to then be that good on the global stage? And Graceful, I feel like if we get the FaZe clan that we saw today, they're definitely going to be in contention for being one of those top 5 squads.
So FaZe has always been a LAN contender, like a LAN winning contender, and now with the addition of Jake, you know, I know him probably better than anybody in the entire Apex scene, having been his teammate for several years. They're definitely even a higher level, and I think that, you know, regardless of who they're swapping out, like is it the same boat or not, I think that they will always keep that LAN level regardless, because Fnatic has just been absolutely crazy, as we see in the overall consistency on both maps, and not just strong one map but both maps, and that's really good.
Yeah, Fnatic was definitely bringing a lot to the table for FaZe clan. Now I want to take a look back at our final circle, specifically what we just watched in that final match for match number 9, because there were so many teams jockeying for position here, and you got to watch it from the outside looking in. Dia, so I want to hear your perspective on anything you might have caught while watching this go down.
Yeah, this last game was tough because every team in here knows that it's the last game. Just like you guys called it in the middle, you know these IGLs are tracking what every moment means. And it's for that reason that we actually see this take such a long time for Eternal to exit the building. They stay inside because every single position point matters. FaZe clan, they may have high ground, but much like they did earlier, FaZe clan also make great use of taking space, where in contrast, Golem slip into this corner, and Graceful, I imagine you saw something similar, where as soon as Golem give up that space, FaZe clan get to play the outside and wait for the game to come to them.
Yeah, definitely. And as you said, you know, they're playing for different things. One is playing for points, and one is playing to make sure the tournament goes on. And I think that, you know, when you're in different spots on the leaderboard, you kind of have to prioritize, because realistically, when you have 9-10 teams on match point, you can't realistically track all of them, and you can't really, you know, make sure the tournament goes on. So you do the most reasonable thing for them, which is play for points. But in this case, tournament ends. Yeah.
All right, well, now that we've made it through our LCQ series here for EMEA, that means we have 2 more teams that are now qualified through to champs. So we'll take a look at this list again. We saw it at the beginning of the day, where we noted the new additions of the 4 teams from APAC North and APAC South respectively. Now we'll be adding our 2 teams of FaZe clan and Eternal into the mix here for squads that will be competing in Japan, Zephyr. I mean, this is a big deal.
It is, and I like what Graceful brings up about the fact that for FaZe, this is a place that feels comfortable for them. They are not only a team that has made their way through LCQs, but definitely has the potential to perform when we talk about a position at champs. Eternal, they themselves steeped with a long history. Both, of course, Kiner and Bino showing some potential at LAN before. I do want to make a huge shout out to Shex, though. This is an individual who has been playing on ANC Outplayed for the last 4 years. An incredible story through Pro League, through Challenger Circuit, through Pro League qualifiers, so many times over, takes a risk, leaves ANC Outplayed, joins Eternal at the last minute at this August, and finally makes it to LAN. What a story there.
A phenomenal day. Definitely exciting moment for FaZe and Eternal alike. Graceful, as an EMEA competitor yourself, give me your thoughts overall on what we saw out of all of our teams here today, now that we know who's qualified through and how everything played out.
I think that the teams that are at the top are to be, you know, expected. They're at the top for a reason, and they've been consistent throughout many seasons, right? I'm a little bit sad with, like, we get to see small glimpses of the lower end tier 2 scenes and CC teams coming out, but honestly, half of them was handicapped by contest and macros being on the same side of other teams. I don't really think we got to see the potential of some of these teams, which is kind of sad. But overall, at the upper end of the leaderboard is what I expected. The dominance from the teams that are heavy hitters for a reason. I wish, though, in future tournaments that we do get to see more LCQ teams shine, and hopefully we even get to, you know, feature them a little bit more, because I think any team deserves some spotlight regardless of, you know, your strength.
I love that. We've definitely seen, and we say this about ALGS as well, but it absolutely applies to Challenger Circuit, is that every single year, every single season, we see the level of competition getting harder, getting higher. Our players are getting better. And that's why, like you're saying, Graceful, we're starting to get more storylines coming out of Challenger Circuit. And hopefully we continue to see that, because that's the whole point of Challenger Circuit, okay? It's your opportunity to come up through the ranks and then prove yourself on that international stage, which so many of our squads have now qualified to do. And we still have 2 more spots left available for NA to do the exact same thing. It's been really, really good here so far. Was it what you expected for my EMEA fanboy here in Zephyr?
Oh, yeah. I mean, at least right off the bat, we had something that was highlighted earlier today that I think really showed is the fact that within the EMEA region, there are so many strengths that can come out at any given point that it makes it a close fight. We walk into today expecting some incredible performances right off the bat from DMS and Cybercats, and, you know, it was there. There were moments where they were potentially on their way to Japan, along the likes of teams like Go Next and so many others. And that in itself is why it is the hardest event to play in the ALGS. The LCQ, as entertaining as it is definitely the worst for so many of these competitors to have to fight through. So it's already been a congratulation set in stone for FaZe and Eternal, but I cannot reiterate how incredible it is, even as a fan.
Oh, absolutely. For all of our teams that are competing in our Challenger Circuits, continue signing up, continue getting yourself in those competitions, getting your name in the community and grinding it out, because it's going to pay off eventually in the long run. And who knows, you might be one of the next teams playing on a stage like the international one that we're going to be seeing for champs in Japan. Not to mention, I heard you talking about it, Dia. You're debating signing up for BLGS. That's the rumor that I've heard. So I'm ready for it.
I'm seeing if I'm allowed to. I would love to if I'm allowed to. But you talk about this. I mean, Zephyr, you were just talking about the incredible entertainment that the LCQ has brought us. It's also got a big opportunity for a lot of our Challenge Circuit squads, those teams that are the most consistent throughout the year. And that's where I think BLGS is going to be really important, because you're going to have way more pro teams in the mix alongside the Challenge Circuit squads. So if you're interested, absolutely go sign up, because playing in the BLGS is going to get all of our Challenger Circuit teams who are at the top of their game so much more experience playing against Pro League, and actually should make that gap between Challenger Circuit and Pro League that much smaller, because they'll finally have a chance to play against each other like we saw in the LCQ. So go sign up for the BLGS. No matter how you did today, I know it might take a few days. You might want to recover from the LCQ, but seriously, it is going to be the best way to get better in the offseason.
I love that. I love that. That's a really, really good point. And I'm excited to see what we get with more consistent competition when it comes to our competitive community here for Apex Legends. It's going to be a great way to close out the year, especially heading into Japan. And Apex Legends is only going to get better every single time. So excited to see what all of you at home will bring to us in our new layers of competitive availability here. But that's what we've got wrapped up here for EMEA. Glad to hear final thoughts from all 3 of you while we were hanging out, but we're not done with the competition here for today. I mentioned it before. We still have NA left to go, and it's literally right around the corner. 2 more teams will qualify to play at Champs after it's all said and done, kicking off at 3:50 p.m. PT. But who are those teams going to be? Will a new team make a name for themselves like we've been talking about? Or will it be those experienced squads that see the international stage? Yet again, make sure that you are tuning in just an hour to find out how it all goes. But if you're unable to make it later, or if you missed anything that just happened, or if you just want to keep up with everything we've got going on throughout the year, just follow us on social media, okay? You can @PlayApex on Twitch and @PlayApex Esports on X and YouTube to just keep yourself up to date with everything we've got going on. And of course, like Dia said, don't forget about those signups for the BLGS, because you could be playing alongside some of your favorite pros and it's definitely worth it. But for now, it's time for a short break between regions as we prepare to dive into NA. So get your snacks and your drinks ready because 2 more teams will make their way through to champs when we return. We'll see you soon, legends.
Thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel.